very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, race fans alike. Welcome to round 2 of the Victorian State Race Series, presenting the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships with our great partner at 888 Home Loans. If you're looking for a home loan, a business loan, finance, or anything like that, make sure you give 888 Home Loans a call. Check out their website, have a chat. Get the best deal you possibly can. Tell them that you heard about them at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and be a very happy home loan owner. We have got a huge program of racing here for you today, coming live to you from Winton Motor Raceway, central northwestern Victoria. You can't really be central if you're northeastern or western, can you? So central northeastern. And here is our program. Formula V's, as you can see, leaving the marshalling area. The Working Drones Australia car of Lee Partridge won a race yesterday, so he leads the field out. Saloon cars up on track next. BMW E30s at 9:50. Formula Fords will be up after that. Improved production. Porsche 944 Sports Sedans, Hyundai Excels, and then we go into the afternoon program, which 20-minute races this morning, 25-minute races this afternoon. And we will be back in just a moment with all the action live from Winton Motor Raceway. Formula V's on track now for our first race for the day. I'm Darren Smith, and right alongside me, as always, with Formula V's is Steve DeVries. Steve, great field of Formula V's. Lee Partridge taking a win yesterday. What do you expect from today?
Well, I'm hoping that we're going to make it 5 winners out of the first 5 races of the season, Darren, but it's going to be a very, very difficult prospect to possibly overhaul Lee Partridge, or for someone that doesn't have a race win already this year to actually notch one up, because the top 4 in the championship are the top 4 that have won races so far this year. And we've got a field of 20 Formula V cars making their way around to the grid as it stands right now. And as you can see from the starting grid for race 2, this is the way they finished race 1 yesterday. So Lee Partridge on the pole, taking his first win of the season and the 4th consecutive different winner for the year. Ash Quiddington in the Oasis building in Silver Fox Racing Sabre. Good to see Ash on his return to full-time racing in Victoria, taking not only a win last round at Sandown, but having a good run, being in the top 4 for most of the 4 races so far this year. Jake Rowe, another winner this year. He starts P3 alongside Andre Curran. Ash Clifford in the Star Res Sabre. That actually makes it 2 Silver Fox cars in the top 5, so that was a good result for them yesterday. And John Casamati in 6th, with Malachi Windsor and Rocco Spinley from Acura. That's some career best finishes for them, 7th and 8th. They stayed out of all the trouble that happened around them. When people were losing their heads, they kept theirs calm, which is good to see for a couple of youngsters. Over the page we go with Josh Munro and Darren Power, 9th and 10th. Samut Rudrapatna started at the rear after being disqualified from qualifying for being underweight, so he had a good clean drive alongside Cameron Bell in 12th. Charlie Richardson and Mick Fisher, then Rob Vile and Gavin Stubbs. That's getting us down to 16th. And then we get to the people that had a few troubles yesterday. So Nick Jones and Adam Nicholson, they came together down at turn 11, so they're at the back. Likewise, Claudia Lennox, who didn't start yesterday, and Brock Hamilton, he was the one that had the rollover yesterday. And we're going to look to see whether or not he actually has made it out in a different looking car for this first 20-minute hit out of the morning.
We're set to go at the back of the field. Everybody right to go. The leaders on this race get away very nicely indeed. They did a terrific job in the warm-up lap. They all came down to a halt pretty much within 20 seconds of each other. But it's a run down to turn 1. Partridge has gazumped off the start. Quiddington streams through into the lead of the race in turn 1. Partridge's eyes wide open there, going, wow, what a start by the guy that was sitting right next to me.
That's one of the things about Winton. The pole position is on the inside of the circuit, so it's the dirty line. So you might get an initially good launch, but the racing line's on the right-hand side of the track. So second place usually gets the better start here and usually can get the better run into turn one. That's exactly what Ash Quiddington did there off the start. Good start for him. Plenty of drivers starting to kick up a little bit of dust on the opening lap here. They're dropping wheels off the backside of some of the curbs. They are a little bit vicious if you go a little bit too far, but so far everyone is still going, pointing in the right direction. Nobody's off the circuit just yet. Ash had a little bit of a sneaky look there to defend from Partridge, but Partridge has slipped through at turn 7, straight back to the lead of this race, having none of it. Andre Curran's now moved up a spot 2 on Jake Rowe at the start, so there's been a couple of changes for position early on in the race.
Rocco Spindley had a tough run out of turn 4, ran for about 150 metres with 2 wheels on the dirt. I think he was looking for a safe place. Here we go. Here's the pass for the lead in the race. Partridge just bobbled the car around there, held on tight. In fact, he was holding on very tight there and got a little bit of air under the wheels there and then just turned it in nicely. Owned that bit of track, and it looks like we've swapped them around again.
No, he's back out in front, still there.
He's further down the road there, but certainly, that was a good manoeuvre there as well. Take nothing away from Ash Quiddington. Looking back to car 17 in Ash Clifford there as well to start to push into the front of this field this weekend.
I saw that Adam Nicholson in the Cura Motorsport Stinger had started to make his way through the field along with Nick Jones. There he is. Oh, there's a big cloud of smoke. Someone's run off the road there at turn number 1. It's very easy to do now that they've taken that Marshall's post away from a couple of years ago and moved it to the outside of turn 2 rather than being on the inside of 1. It does encourage drivers to push a little bit harder there. Nick Jones, you can see, is up 5 spots. Adam Nicholson's up about 4, and he's tucked in here. He just cleared Cameron Bell and Gavin Stubbs. So he's trailing Jones at the moment, who's had the better of the starts out of that pair.
Claudia Lennox also coming from the rear of this field, charging pretty hard as well. Hasn't made up any spots yet, but certainly lap time starting to come to Claudia.
I'm wondering if the number 12 machine here of Ash Quiddington's having a bit of an issue because he's dropped away from that leading group of cars. He's now down to about 5th or 6th. He's just been passed by another of the Silver Fox cars in Ash Clifford. That's the Star Res number 17 there. I reckon he's down to about 5th because John Casamati's gone through as well. Actually make it 6th. Trying to get 5th back here off of Clifford. And Malachi Windsor, he's having a stellar run actually. He's had a really good weekend, nice and clean so far, and he's not too far off these 2 much quicker Sabres.
I mentioned on that opening lap, Rocco Spindley went off in the dirt. Started out of 8th, he remains in 8th, so didn't lose a spot there, but was certainly battling with the car to try and bring it 4 wheels back onto the track there. So it would have been a hairy old ride in the opening lap, 2 wheels off in the dirt, not being able to bring the car back in, and you're heading into one of the most difficult sweepers in the country. And he's kept it all going, so the green car stays in there. As you were just talking about there, Casamati up 1, Quiddington's gone down 4 spots there, sadly, so has to consolidate now, really has to start to work hard. You can go backwards at a rapid rate and off, but to catch back up again is going to be difficult. The 11 down the inside here. Nick Jones continues his charge into the 10 now.
Yep.
So 2 laps into this race. He started out of 17th, now inside the 10. This car is very much working in the window, and Nick's doing a terrific job. 136.32, and pretty much everyone else around him is in the 37s and the 38s, so he is rapid. He's doing the same lap times as our front 3 are, so I guess once water finds its level, Steve, that's where Nick will probably land inside that top 5 area.
Yep, spot on there. This race is a little bit shorter than the race yesterday. It's also going to be shorter than the race this afternoon. So in the 20 minutes that you have this morning, you've got to just make your way forward. If you're Nick Jones, put yourself in a good position for the 3rd and final race, because you're probably going to struggle just a little bit to catch up to this leading group of cars. You're going to need to rely on a safety car or them to trip over each other, or a mistake to be made to really capitalise and cash in on the points. But from Nick Jones's point of view, I think if he can maybe get to top 5, top 6, I think he'll be pretty pleased with that, and he'll take that away for the second race of the day at 12:30 p.m. this afternoon. But this leading group of 3, Partridge, Curran and Jones, have well and truly kicked away here. Bit of a margin now back to John Casamati in 4th, who's taking Ash Clifford with him. Interestingly to see Curran there now dipping into the 34s, 34.5 for Andre Curran. So he has closed that margin down. It was about 1 second at the beginning of the previous lap. It's now academic at this point.
Certainly is. That gap is now in striking zone. So a really fast car number 32 bobbing down into the 34s, the only one to go there at this point in time, and the AC Motorsport Sabre 2 is doing a fine job there. And what is interesting is that the Motorsport Electrics car of Jake Rowe just going with him, and he's into the 34s as well, but 0.3 of a second slower. So at the moment, Lee Partridge should be starting to feel the heat a bit, because the two cars behind him on the last lap round were faster than him.
Oops, spin for Ash Clifford up at turn number 7. That's a shame, because he was doing very, very well. He was in 5th place there, tucked in behind Casamati, so that allows stablemate Quiddington to go through, and it looks like probably a good 3 or 4 other cars have gone through there as well. So that will drop Ash down to about 9th or 10th place on the road. Very, very disappointing for Ash there. He's had a couple of spins here over the course of the last couple of seasons. Oh dear, and car off the road, number 60, that's Samuk Rudrapatna, and he was last of all the runners, and that's at turn 9, so that's up at the exit of the top part of the circuit. And where is he? Is he even in the car? He's actually gotten out, I think, and made his way to the fence. Yeah, he made his way to the flag point. So hopefully that car is in a safe spot. Down the front straight, a couple of cars side by side. This is Nick Jones and Ash Quiddington. So Silver Fox stablemates, is it? No, sorry, I apologise. That is John Casamati being overhauled by Ash Quiddington there.
So Nick Jones just being slowed down a bit by the pace that's in the front
Jones.
trio, because he's now up to 7th. He'd made, 10 places. He'd made 9 places in the first 2 laps and 1 in the last lap. So starts to find the level point on his lap time, but that's a good charge out of 17 to get down into position number 7 by lap number 4. 7 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this race, so still lots to unfold here. And on the last lap, just to give you an update on the leaders there, it's Partridge didn't down into the 34s, Curran into the 34s, and Jake Rowe 135. So just a little bit of a response there from Lee Partridge. You and I, Steve, we were lucky enough last night to have away from the heat of the track, have a relaxed chat with Lee after getting a race win yesterday, and a good time. He wasn't so keen to talk about the racing, but talk about motorsport in general and just have a general chit-chat. But I said to him, I reckon you'll sleep well, and he said, I reckon I could have been asleep by 6 o'clock tonight. I was that tired after the lead-up.
In his checker shirt, he would look like he was fit for bed, actually, as well, when he came in to have a meal last night. But, yeah, asking a bit of the car there, going through the last 2 corners. So it seems like Kieran's got a little bit for Partridge at some parts of the track, and Partridge has got some strengths at others at the moment. So it's just ebbing and flowing back and forth. This is sort of what we saw in qualifying yesterday, where Partridge laid down a time, Andre responded, and then his response came up a little bit short at the end of it all. So that's what's happening right now in race trim. Big group of cars here going down into turn number 1. We've got Josh Munro and Gavin Stubbs. They've looked like they've just been passed by Ash Clifford, who's on the recovery path after that spin up at 7. Stubbs now looking down the inside of Josh Munro at turn 3. That's a nice pass. Darren Power tucked in there in the number 44 entry, and just biding his time at the moment. So this is the battle that's down for 11th, 12th, 13th, and then you've got Cameron Bell on the back of them in 14th in the championship winning car of Heath Collinson from a couple of seasons ago that has changed hands in the off-season. It's been something he's been getting used to for the first 2 rounds of the championship, having ditched the Sabre 01, moved over to the 02. He was telling me this morning he's looking forward to going to Phillip Island, which is a track that he knows, and he's raced there a couple of times already, and then really understanding where they are at with that car. They'd never done a lap at Sandown, they'd never done a lap at Winton, and they've done it in the new car as Power makes a little bit of a right hash of that, runs off the backside of the curb at turn number 9, and Bell might have a little bit of a look around the outside here on the high side, over and under switch perhaps, and good dice between these 2 competitors. But at both stages here, Bell's on the wrong side for the attack, and Power can hold the line down here into turn 11, under brakes, get the car stopped, and fend off the advances of the number 4.
Darren Power, the Acura Motorsport Jacer F2K4 out there, doing a nice job with it. Notice that Ash Quiddington's got through on Casamati now. Nick Jones has dropped himself into the 35s as well, and is now in position number 6. So Quiddington up to 4, Nick Jones up to 6, and the 95 of Nicholson has now gone up. Adam Nicholson there, so he's jumped up from right down the back as well. Basically catched onto the back of Nick Jones, hasn't he, and followed him on through.
Yeah, everywhere that Jones has gone, I've been keeping an eye on them. Every time Jones has passed a car on a lap, Nicholson's made it the same pass a couple of corners later. So just following in the wheel tracks at the moment. So both of them very much on the recovery trail. And as I said, if Jones could get sort of top 5, top 6, he'd be pretty happy with his morning's work. This is sort of the pick of the conditions, I think, this morning, Darren. The first 4 or 5 categories, cooler track temperature, the sun's just starting to come up. There's really no bite in the sun at the moment, so we probably get to about 10:30, 11 o'clock, and some of the other categories in the latter half of this morning's group are probably going to start to feel the struggles that we started to see yesterday, with a lot of sliding, having to play with the tyre pressure. So very much Formula V, Saloons, E30s, Formula Ford, and possibly improved production. I got the pick of the morning's conditions, I think. I think they're the lucky ones.
Yeah, I think by the end of the day yesterday, particularly the sports sedans, we saw Travis Condon, who was leading the race, and it was definitely a tyre issue. He confirmed last night at dinner as well that he just had to look after the tyre. He thinks that by the end of the last race today, he's going to have a good tyre, still ready to take it up to Dean Cam in the 25-minute race. So he's sort of playing that long game, and Dean Cam's playing a very similar long game as well in that respect, that they're looking towards the end of the weekend and trying to go as fast as slow as they possibly can.
Yeah, going fast but preserve what rubber you've got underneath you. You're absolutely right. That's been a trait of the Formula Vs here this weekend as well, being able to make the longer distance races work with the full set of tyres, especially in the warmer conditions. This leading group of 3 has been glued together just about all race long. They've chalked up 7 laps so far. They're working on their 8th, so probably going to be around about an 11-lap affair.
Gee, this is a proper Formula V race out in front at the moment. We're just seeing the back end of Lee Partridge, Andre Curran, Jake Rowe. In fact, Jake Rowe in this race last year, the second race for the weekend, was second in the race. So let's see if he can at least gather the pace and get through on Andre Curran to cover off what he had last year. And I dare say he'd really like to take the 2 of the guys in front of him. So we may see a bit of a Hail Mary down into one of these last couple of corners on the last lap. I'd say we've got at least another 2 laps to go in this race.
Yeah, I'd say 2 or 3.
Andre Curran, who's done better at this point, he was 4th in this race last year, and Nick Jones was 5th. Nick Jones is currently 6th, and he would dearly like to get onto the back of John Casamati. It might be a little bit hard, 4.8 seconds up in front of him at this point in time, with 2 minutes exactly remaining in this time certain race.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a bit of a stretch. I still think 6th will be a pretty good reward for Jones.
Be pretty happy with that.
I think so.
Both him and Adam Nicholson in the 95 doing a terrific job getting their way back through the field.
Absolutely agree. So Andre Curran in his 3rd season in Formula V here, desperately looking for that win. He's had the maiden front row start this weekend. He's been on the podium several times throughout his career to date, showed good speed, but just lacking that little bit of tenacity, looking for that race win. So what you were saying, Darren, before, you just got to possibly look at, pushing a little bit harder, maybe sending that Hail Mary at some point. He just asked a little bit of the car, too much of the car there at turn 7, and Jake Rowe's now all over the back of him, and he's just lost touch with Lee just a little bit on this 9th lap. So now they've got to work together and play some catch-up. Let's just see if we get the last lap board this time around. We've got about a minute left, so probably will be give or take whether we get 1 lap or 2 after this one.
So Andre Curran set the fastest lap on lap number 3 at 1:34.59. It's a bit of a stretch to catch the 2016 lap record set by Blaine Grills at a 1:32.64. So we're a bit off that. The track was just resurfaced back then as well, and we can actually see the sealant on the side of the track on that shot at the start line, which was very controversial when they last resurfaced, did the full resurface here. Obviously the turn 3 down to 4 and exit 4 realignment they did during those COVID days is working well. We're about to see that now, and actually Formula V's were one of the categories that got a great advantage from it, because they can just hold it flat and just send it through there. They really don't even lift anymore, do they? They just keep going up the gearbox and accelerate away. Yeah, they don't have to, can carry a lot more speed compared to what they used to when it was a little bit more of a tighter radius corner. There was a little bit less runoff. They had to take a little bit more care. We've got some word that this is the last lap, and I think Jake Rowe realises that it is the last lap. He was a half-hearted look there at turn 7. No room at the end there to make a pass on the 32 of Andre Curran, and
Kieran himself not quite close enough to Partridge at this point. It'll have to be a fair old send, I'd say, at the last couple of corners if he's going to make this work. But I think Lee has probably enough of a margin. They may have actually, maybe a bit of good grace here. We'll just wait and see. We got some word on our race radio that it may have been the last lap. We might actually get one more. So there might be a little bit of a...
We are hearing a bit of conjecture, aren't we, in our ears at the moment, that there might be another to go. So at the moment, Jake Rowe, I still say he needs to do a big send on Andre Kieran at some stage. He's not close enough to do that big send. You've got to be at least another car length closer to make that work out. It appears as though we're going around again. Yep, there's the last lap
the board this time.
And we come streaming down into turn one. This is fantastic Formula V racing. And in actual fact, maybe 2 or 3 others joining on the back here, so we could have the top 5. But this is the front group, and this is very typical how a good Formula V race plays out.
Well, Partridge
start to look for where they can go for it. Jake Rose quick through here. Look at now, that's the gap. That's how close he needs to be.
It's coming at turn 7. If Jake can get close through the sweeper, there'll be a pass at turn 7 up on the end at this lap. So here we go. Look how close he is. Right under the rear gearbox of Andre Kieran's Aussie Boat Sales number 32. Right through turn 6. Little kink here down the inside. There it comes. And super deep under brakes for Kieran and holds onto the position, so was awake to what was going on, couldn't move over to defend the spot, so just had to stick to the racing line and just brake as late as he dared to hold off the advances.
That is
so
great
well
open wheeler racing. Fantastic open wheeler racing. Jake showed the nose. He, all intents and purposes, could have put it down there, but Andre, just on that threshold of braking, was able to hang on and take the ideal line. And what it did was that it set him up for the next left and right, because he'd had that nice sweeping run. Jake had to really pull the car up. So he had to have a go. He did. He showed the nose. He didn't just sit back there and let it all unfold in front of him. So well done to Jake. Even better, well done to Andre for continuing his race without getting any interlocking wheels. But have a look at this guy out in front. Working Drones Australia. This is Lee Partridge in Sophie. Calls it a race car.
Absolutely. Toss a blanket over the top 3, less than a second at the flag there. So well matched, those 3 drivers, for the latter half of that race. Could not separate them all, and they couldn't separate themselves quite well at the end of the day either. Ash Whittington, a little bit of distant 4th there. He was 8.7 seconds behind Rowe in 3rd at the checkered flag there after 11 laps, and Casamati home for 5th. Now, Nick Jones and Adam Nicholson, we're just seeing on our timing, have swapped spots, so that's a pass that we didn't see in that race, so that's going to be a bit of an interesting discussion, considering the 2 of them came together yesterday afternoon. So 6th for Nicholson, 7th for Jones. Malachi Windsor, that's a great return from his 7th place yesterday, backing up with an 8th place finish. So that's the first of the Acura cars home. Good to see he's continuing on with some good results this weekend. Ash Clifford, the Star Res and Silver Fox number 17, recovered to 9th after the spin we saw at the beginning of the race. And Rocco Spinley, the last car inside the 10.
So there's your winner, Lee Partridge, takes out race number 2 after he took out race number 1 yesterday. Can he do what we last year saw Cadel Ambrose do and take 3 from 3? I dare say it's going to be fairly difficult for Lee to be able to do that, because there's at least a dozen cars there that really want to take it up to car number 28 of Lee Partridge, to Andre Kieran, Jake Rowe taking out position number 3, and well done to Jake for having a dip at it, trying to get the next step on the podium. Ash Whittington in 12, John Casamati, Adam Nicholson and Nick Jones. What a great run from 16 and 17 on the road there. Those 2 getting in 6 and 7. Malachi Windsor, Ash Clifford. Sadly, Ash started out of 5th, had a spin, but has fought back inside the 10. Rocco Spinley did a tremendous job there as well. And, well, thank you very much, Steve. The Formula Vs will be on again for their main race at 12:30. So nice early finish for Formula Vs. On track next will be race number 2, 20-minute affair for the Saloon cars. Your trackside for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, brought to you by 888 Home Loans. We'll be back in a moment.
I'm here with Kieran Pridmore, and I'm going to talk to him about his morning on the track. Tell me about your morning.
So far, we missed the first practice session because we're running a bit late this morning. We were fixing Kevin Stootman's cars all night, so a bit of a long trip up here last night. But we got here about 1 o'clock this morning. So we missed the first practice session, and then the second practice session we had a few little dramas with the car. So hopefully we got them sorted now, and we're just about to go out for practice 3. So hopefully we resolve those problems, and we'll see how we go.
So what are you taking in from the previous practice into practice 3?
Just trying to get the car set up, basically. Just trying to get it within a window where it's pretty good, where we're happy with it. Hopefully tomorrow, if we put some new tyres on in qualifying, we have a good run. We'll see how we go. So
compared to Kevin, do you think he is like a good person to be around in the pits, as he's quite different in mindset?
Kev's got a lot of experience and shares a lot of knowledge, so it is quite good being close to him, and he's been very helpful for me with my racing. So I'm very appreciative of that. So he shares a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience, so it's very handy to have him close. Yeah.
Do you have any other racing mentors or legends you look up to?
Obviously, V8 supercar drivers like Van Gisbergen and McLaughlin and all them, they're pretty talented sort of guys. But as far as what we do here and this sort of stuff, yes, Kev's probably the main one to gauge. As I said, he's the one with quite a lot of experience, and you look at all his results over the years, and he's done very well. So yeah, definitely a mentor for me. Yep.
Good luck, and wish you the best for your practice.
Thanks for that. Have a nice weekend. I'm sure we'll see you around.
We'll see you around.
Terrific stuff there from Kieran Pridmore. Car number 66 will be off the second row of the grid, and in fact we're looking over his shoulder right now. Live cameras, live on-board shots as the cars come out on their warm-up lap. You've just joined us. Welcome to the Victorian State Series, where we run Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, brought to you by 888 Home Loans. We've already had race 1 for Sunday, the Formula V's, where we saw Lee Partridge take the race win. Saloon cars now on track. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is Emma Dean, her only second ever race meeting as a commentator, doing a splendid job. Emma, welcome. Saloon cars on track, your new favourite category.
Yeah, thanks Darren. Hi everyone. Yeah, I had a fantastic chat with Daniel Johnson yesterday in the nicely nicknamed taxi out there, the bright yellow Ford. I'm amazed at what it takes for these guys to get out on track. I mean, it really is a great entry category, kind of low cost compared to what I'm used to following. So these guys do a great job, and I love the nose to tail action of it too. I absolutely love how close it is.
Certainly do. Kane Baxter-Smith will start out of pole after taking a race win yesterday. He's super proud of himself after that. Guy that likes to run at the front of the field in car number 56. Adam Lowndes in the 19 Commodore will start out of position 2. Kieran Pridmore, who we were just riding on board with there and having a chat with. Great interview there by Annalise. She's done a ripping job getting these interviews. Jacob Prestopino on the number 99 is next there in position number 4. Travis Lindorf wanting to push well and truly inside to a podium for today, as is Kevy Stootman. So watch that row 3. There's some pretty hard charges coming from there. 7 is Dave Wilkin, Kerry Bright, then it's back to James Jeske, who had a good run yesterday. Jackson Leach, those guys had a ripping battle. Nash Harris out of position number 11. Andrew McSwain had to work hard in the 34 to get back up to position 12. Dylan Gray, Chris Jackson, Keegan Gaunt, Justin Shembry, Darren Kritzes, and we've got Daniel Johnson, who we're watching now, car number 1, reigning champion. DNF'd yesterday, sadly, but will grit his teeth and get on with it. And I tell you what, two off the back, Daniel Johnson and Sean Jamieson, champion of Saloon cars. Sean Jamieson is also coming off rear of the grid in car number 3. Cars poised off the start here. It is traditional Australian tin top racing fair. Ford versus Holden. Ford on pole, Holden in P2. The 19 for me is in the preferred position. That is the Commodore. Can sweep across the nose at turn number 1. Field gets away nicely. And have a look at Snoopy. He's already having a go at it. And Daniel Johnson's jumped away nicely as well. He looks right down the outside. It'll be the Falcon that leads them through. So Kane Baxter-Smith takes full advantage of pole. The dust goes up. These cars largely unaffected by the big ripple strips and curbs around the track here at Winton. lot softer setup compared to what we've just seen with the Formula type cars, but they line up astern. It's faster flowing turn 4, one of the best additions or reshapings of corners in motorsport history there. It really has absolutely advanced the Winton Motor Raceway by what they've done there. Super job in the engineers that did that work down there to get that corner realigned. Gets a bit of mayhem now down at the coming together. The 51 and the 99. Prestipino goes off. Travis Lindorff, told you he's in a hurry. He wants to start to get through there, but Prestipino is
elbows are out
amongst it there. Kevin Stoopman's also pushing very, very hard as well. So the guy's glassing, glazing car, number 99, gets back on and out for the chase. Just watching for Travis Lindorff in the Casey accident car. Here we go. It's Travis Lindorff and the 99 of Prestipino.
Just a little
coming
turn
together.
in there.
And Stoopman, gee, he likes to take advantage of those situations, and he puts the red and white Falcon through there as well. Here's our race leaders coming around to complete lap number 1. Kevin Stoopman, Prestipino, they all string through. There's Daniel Johnson, so he's made his way inside the top 10. And there goes the driver Ben's car as well of Andy McSwain. So he hasn't quite made the advances. Daniel's up 10 spots.
Nice.
10 slots for this Falcon on this lap. And he's just gone through. He's trying to pick up whereabouts he is in the field. Sorry, we've got sun in our eyes here in the commentary booth and trying to pick up where everyone is. There's
Looks like
Nash
Daniel's
Harris
in
the
8th
Falcon.
position.
Yeah,
That's fantastic.
that's a big charge.
Yeah.
Very big charge.
Nice work in the AU.
And he's quick through the sweeper too. Look at that. So, as they shook out over turn on lap number 1, Baxter, Smith, DeLowndes, Pridmore, Lindorff, Stoopman, Prestipino, Jaski. That's a good advantage there. He's gone up a couple of spots too. So, keeping an eye on that as we get the mid-pack here, the dangerous mid-pack in saloon cars. They tend to tear door handles off each other here, but the saloon car racing yesterday was exceptional in its racecraft. Back over the shoulder of Prestipino here, so this is
On board with Kieran Pridmore.
Kieran Pridmore, yes.
Yeah. A lot of pressure having the onboard.
Yeah,
Especially on your sponsors.
Yeah, right, absolutely.
Gippsland Custom Accessories.
Through the gearbox, back down a cog into third. That looked like to me on the old H pattern there. Holds the third gear and charging up to the line. Here we go. This is back on board with the 66 now, and getting a good
Coming
look
into
over
1 and
Kieran's
2.
shoulder. He's gone down a spot now, so Travis Lindorff is the car in front, the Casey accident repair outfit, and up over for those traditionalists, the old start line there, and there's car number 1 now up into position 7. So Daniel has obviously had a good night's sleep and had a nice breakfast this morning, and is pushing on very, very hard indeed. He's trying to see where McSwain is, still down in 13th, so not really being able to get through the field. Sean Jamison didn't take the grid there, so there's obviously something terminal with Jamo's car. That's a real shame, a guy that comes to the track to win races and more often than not does exactly that. This is a great battle. This will be a great battle. Here's a couple of drivers that give no quarter. Kevin Stoopman, car number 12, hard-nosed racer. Nice bloke out of the car, but I tell you what, when he's in the car, he is as aggressive as the best of them, all the rest of them.
Well, that means he's a race car driver.
Yeah, typical. In the dictionary says as more, if not more aggressive than his other fellow racers.
Mostly all nice in pit lane.
That's right. You never know. That's the driver's lament, isn't it? You never know where your next big sponsor's coming from. So be nice to everyone.
Exactly. Now, what I was interested in, Darren, yesterday talking to Daniel Johnson, is that this really is a great entry category, like a fantastic entry category. For anyone interested in getting into motor racing or getting back in and not having your empty pockets all the time, it's actually quite affordable. You know, first year might run you up 50, 60. But the upkeep and maintenance on these cars is really low. They're going through 6 tyres a series. I find that mind-boggling coming out of GT3.
You might get an argument to someone else through the field that might say, oh, yeah, we're using 12. But, that just depends
But
on
that you can run on 6
Yeah,
tyres
that's
in a
right.
series, that is like mind-blowing to me.
Interestingly enough, that stat, because I reckon everyone in the field by the end of their first weekend has at least locked up a front and destroyed a tyre. So they're down to 5 already, aren't they?
Yeah.
Great race here at the front. Baxter Smith. This is Adam Lowndes in the Pro Plum car and Travis Lindorff. These two know each other very well indeed. A lot of racing in and out of each other's mirrors. Kane Baxter Smith also very much an experienced campaigner and certainly can agree with yourself there, Emma, and the chat you had with Daniel. It is a grassroots form of racing. And seriously skilled racing. When you look at the racing these guys put on, very experienced racers. And if you want to be at the front, you're going to have to be at your main game. So if you want to challenge, then get amongst it with these guys. It looks like it's Falcons and Commodores out there. It's exactly what it is. But there's all the usual dark arts of suspension and tyres and those sort of things to get fast.
Yet these are so close to stock production cars. Like they are so close. And these guys are driving nose to tail. They don't have extreme race setups. They've basically got a rudimentary race setup, so it's even more impressive when you see how close they are and that they're going too wide into the turns.
It is one of those ones where the space between the steering wheel and the headrest makes more of the decisions than what's going on in the pits, and that's what race drivers want. When you look at, I'm going to say, I'll single out Kevy Stoopman here. He's got a car that he can race in any category he wants to. Always comes back to saloon cars to keep himself sharp and in the game. And where's Kev at the moment? He's 4th on the road. And here comes Daniel Johnson. He's now
Moved
7th.
up to
So he's
7th.
got a bit of lonely track, actually, Daniel. He's got to catch that group in front of him, which would be Prestipino in the 99 to get on the back of him. And that's going to be hard to get further forward than that. Oh, Baxter Smith. Sorry, no, not Baxter Smith. That's Pridmore coming under huge fire with Kevy Stoopman. So Kev's got the number 12,
Oof.
Absolutely got 2 of the General's charges behind. And what's actually going on here is this battle of 3 will become 4,
Ooh, bit
I
of a-
reckon,
bit of
within
a tap
half a
there.
lap.
Pridmore's making the pass now through the inboard. Oh, just sit back and watch this 110-degree turn. Lovely stuff. Has he managed it?
He's got that nice panoramic rear vision mirror and he's checking it out too.
Yeah,
Giving a thumbs
got
up.
the thumbs
Kevin
up.
Stoopman as well. Good stuff. Great shots being supplied by our crew at Glenline TV.
What another side-by-side.
Oh, Kevin
Oh.
Stoopman's going to go back 2 spots. I wonder if there's going to be a
Oh,
thumbs
oh,
up there. Oh, Stoopy off.
Buddy.
Mark the tape, boys. We don't see that too often. Kevin Stoopman.
Oh, there's
Giving a
tyre
bit of
shredder.
Kevin Stoopman. That was a bit of full pressure from Pridmore. Prestipino, those guys put it on Kev. And he answered the question. It's going to be interesting now to watch the lap times come out of car number 12. Best of a 1:38. I reckon he'll dip into the 37s pretty quick, smart chasing these guys. But have a look at this. It's now the 66 of Pridmore, the 99 of Prestipino, who were line astern with each other yesterday.
Yep.
And right in behind them is Daniel Johnson. So it's 2 Holdens and a Ford battling it out. There is our intervals from the leader, from Baxter Smith back to Lowndes. 0.4 Adam Lowndes and then to Travis Lindorff. But this is the battle just off the back of that. This is just off the podium. And you could, for all intents and purposes, if you wanted to, pretend that this was 1st, 2nd and 3rd the way they're going at it.
Oh, yeah. I want to see the inboard again with Pridmore, with Prestipino up on his bum. Look at that.
Look at that. You don't get much closer. That is beautiful
Kissing
racing
cousins there.
Good stuff there by Jacob Prestipino. This is what we like from this guy. He doesn't mind mixing it up a little bit, but he is well and truly haunting Pridmore. Kieran Pridmore has got this blue and green, and in fact, he won't
There'd be
even
no
see
blue
blue and
sky
green.
in
He'll
that
just
rear
see
vision.
windscreen. He will just see windscreen in the rear vision mirror, and it's about now where he's got that big panoramic mirror that he probably doesn't use that up whatever.
Oh, is he going to try the pass at 12?
Look who's lurching though.
Oh,
Like a great white shark. There's Damien Johnson just lurking off the back of it. If you guys want to get racy, headlights on now for the AU.
there you go.
There we go. I'm coming, boys. They're side by side down into 1.
Oh,
Position swaps. The
Prestipino.
99 locks up the left rear.
Oh, I'm loving this
I'm
action.
going to say they all come out. They do. But have a look at this. Not giving up. Pridmore to the inside in
caught
the
it back.
66.
That's phenomenal racing between 2 and 3. My goodness. And Daniel's there waiting for one of these two to nudge the other off or make a mistake, and then he'll
Or
take
if either
full
of them look like
advantage.
they're going to cross each other up, he'll just make it 3 wide and see who pops out the other side. Winton's not a great place to try and go 3 wide. It's a sort of a narrow
That's
racing
tight,
surface.
quite tight.
So,
And these are not the smallest cars. A little bit of
how
lock
on
up.
the Commodores both locking up. Swings across in front. Pridmore and Prestapino giving each other millimetre perfect racing there. It is literally millimetres that they are just avoiding each other. And I love those gloves in Jacob Prestapino's car. Yellow gloves. You see them go up and down in the sunlight. Let's have a look on board with these two down the straight. This is the 66 of Pridmore. And there is the 99 down the inside. Not afraid at all. Goes up the inside. Oh, gravity takes over.
I think there'll be a few drivers with a couple more tyres this season.
Well, yeah, they're nipping them up a little bit here and there. We're just seeing and hearing a little bit of...
66 and 99 are taking a few nibbles out of each other every chance they get.
Interestingly enough, Pridmore is stuck in that last race. Travis Lindorf's fastest car on track for 1:37.1. We've got just under 3 minutes left in this. And have a look at Daniel
Daniel's
Johnson.
poised. Check this turn one.
Too far out. They go as one, though. They both turn in. Nice
Prestapino
work.
shut the door.
Pridmore would be like the ham in a ham sandwich at the moment. He is absolutely trying to get through on Kieran Pridmore and Daniel Johnson.
Prestapino's in the sandwich.
Prestapino, sorry, and Daniel there. And it looks like Pridmore's just put wheel off in the dirt coming around to turn 4. So no lack of trying. Our trio, and don't forget, this is not for a podium. This is 4th, 5th and 6th. The podium, guys, is Baxter, Smith, Lowndes and Lindorf. And they're out in front. Baxter Smith has got almost a second lead over Lowndes and then almost a second back to Lindorf as well. These three are operating within half a second of each other.
Yeah, the front two have a little bit more to relax about than these guys do.
Really enjoying it. You can tell if we get back to the onboard at all with Kieran Pridmore that you can just about see the grin on his face. There's a sweat dripping off his brow, but the pearly whites are shining.
I don't think he'll be relaxed until the checkered flag's
That's
gone.
true. Don't come to the racetrack expecting getting relaxation. That's for sure.
No, not at all.
Princess has gone to the lane. Not sure what's happened there with him. Great. So he had a mechanical flag. Travis Lindorf, fastest car on track at the moment. There's been no infringements dealt out by race control. And our first time state series Clark, of course, Christian has done a tremendous job yesterday. He had everything thrown at him, including 2 rollovers, and in his very first race, a rollover on the very first lap. So welcome to the job.
Yeah, I reckon Lowndes has got. He could probably feel some hot air on his neck right now. That looks slightly uncomfortable going into the sweeper.
Tell you what though, yes, Kane Baxter Smith is the one that's probably out of this lot most relaxed, but when you're out in front, it's like, surely 42 seconds. How has that taken 12 minutes to occur?
Well,
42 seconds left on the clock, so we'll have this, and I would suggest one more lap.
off track, 1.3 seconds doesn't seem like a lot, but on track, it's comfortable.
It's $100,000 invested in new equipment, isn't it?
Totally.
Have a look at this. These guys sweeping around. Both Commodores taking it to each other. Lowndes to Lindorf, 1.3 seconds. I'm not so sure that's current spec, but anyway, that we can see that gap now at the moment, and they are turning into
turn 9.
That hard corner. It's such a difficult corner.
It is. It's deceiving, that corner. It's 110 degrees, so it's
get
just a little bit more turn.
The rest of the track you can get a flow on, and that's where it ruins your flow right
That can
there.
bring you undone, that corner, and sets you up badly for the next two.
And it's all important. This one here, we're watching Lowndes set it up. Got these cars working very nicely indeed. Kane Baxter Smith is doing a brilliant job. There goes Kane on his final lap. He has got a very healthy margin, and it is 1.6 seconds. And in saloon car land, that is an eternity. The next two is 0.3, and really the gap doesn't matter. We can see that. We can see it on our screens. We can see it trackside. If you're anywhere in the vicinity of central Victoria, Wangaratta, Benalla, Shepparton and regions, Strathmerton, Cobram, head over, come and see us. Mount Beauty, Mount Buffalo. What else is over there? Mount Buller, if you're anywhere around. And of course, Tadong. Big shout out to Tadong, the Tadong community doing their Good Friday appeal, as they have done for many years, a traditional Tadong affair, doing a tremendous job. Check that out for their Good Friday appeal.
Darren, I think Lindorf's going to make a move on Lowndes before the end of this. Yeah, it's getting tight here. Oh, he's weaving behind. This is the final lap, so...
This is where Travis Lindorf's trying to induce a mistake out of Lounsey, which is nothing different over the last 7 laps. It's about letting him know you're there. There's one really final effort under brakes if he can get his car positioned to the inside and hold him out. But Adam moves back over to the left-hand side of the track. Lounsey's already there, and there's no way from that far back he can make a pass. But we're going to see Kane Baxter Smith on the straight. There he is, the AU, and he's starting to slide around. So where are we? We're only the second race into the weekend, and cars are starting to move. Kane Baxter Smith takes the win. A terrific win there. Lights to flag. Really didn't look like he was going to be threatened. Started out of P2, won the run down to turn 1, and really did hand them, started at P1, won the run down to turn 1 there, and has brought the field back home. This is a big run here, swap for positions. That's Leach looking down the inside there, trying to make it stick. And that's Nash Harris. He's right up the field in his EA Falcon. And these guys will start to bring it down across the line there, and they finish out. So just watching the way they have finished. Baxter Smith takes the win to Adam Lowndes. And the car's still streaming their way to the line. So the race is still going on as cars make their way to the line. The car stopped up against the wall over there. Not too sure exactly who that is, but Nash Harris had been lapped, so he is back down a spot. Bright has got up a spot. Gray has got up a spot. Oh, it's Prestipino, isn't it? Parked up over there. Didn't make it to the line. So Lowndes second, Travis Lindorf to Kieran Pridmore, Daniel Johnson. What a drive. Yeah,
what a
99
shame.
Parked up. What a shame.
What a shame. Great drive from those guys. And Prestipino obviously had a bit of a... We can't see it. We don't know if he had a nudge or a...
Very, very fun race for us to watch on from the outside as the recovery cars come in. And we're just hearing the car may have just, the fire went out. So that's sad in that respect.
Yeah.
They'll hook up. So I just touched on quickly the Good Friday appeal down at the Tadong location. The Swanpool Bowls Club putting on a barefoot bowls tournament down there.
Lovely.
So check that out. Thursday the 21st of March at 6 p.m. Bowls and barbecue, $20. Bowls only $10. Beverages available at the bar. Of course, it's a bowls club. Contact Jade or Shara down there. You can Google that up. The Tadong Good Friday Appeal, a very famous Good Friday Appeal. It's an undeniable charity, the Good Friday Appeal. It's,
absolutely.
Something that's close to everyone's heart is that the Children's Hospital. So they do such a good job, and locally the Tadong community do a tremendous job at raising money. So we hope we wish them all the best with their appeal for Good Friday. There's the results. Kane Baxter Smith, Adam Lowndes, Travis Lindorf, Kieran Pridmore, Dan Johnson, what a drive from back of the grid. Kevy Stoopman ultimately into 6th, Jason Leach, David Wilkin, Jeske, and that rounds out our field. Next cars on track here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship will be these cars. The BMW E30s leaving pit lane as we speak. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back trackside here. The BMW E30s making their way around on track at the moment. Brian Burke had a lights to flag race win yesterday and really did show his class at the front of the field of the BMW E30s. Shannon Cooper sat out for about half the race, rejoined after it had rectified some issues there with his car and came home to finish, but will certainly join off the rear of the grid, and great to see him join back on there as well. So all looking ready to go for the garagistic BMW E30s, and just trying to find times from yesterday. Brian Burke did a best lap of 1:38.55 to take the victory, but it was Ash Rogers in the Westvic earth moving outfit that put up a 1:38.41 was the fastest car of the race. Here is our grid, and it is going to be Brian Burke off pole position in the Trans Rock Landscapes outfit. Ash Rogers in P2 yesterday, off P2 on the grid. Wouldn't be surprised if car 50 wins the drag race to the inside of turn 1 there. Simon Leach in car number 3 is in position number 3 in car number 51. Then it's Ben Munro in the 66. Brett Stevens in position number 5 in car number 17. The 39 out of Martin Taylor out of number 6. Peter Knight in the 86 out of position number 7. And as I mentioned, Shannon Cooper will be taking off out of position number 8. A very small field of BMW E30s, which is a shame here this weekend. A couple of years ago last year we had a bumper field of E30s, and they were putting on absolutely tremendous racing. We were looking forward to that this weekend, although I've got to say the two guys at the front were putting on a tremendous race, and I commented yesterday we really only need two cars to put on a good race, and that's what they did yesterday, and away we go for the first race for the day for the BMW, second for the weekend. Brian Burke to the inside, so Ash Goose Rogers doesn't get through into the lead there like I suggested he might have, and we climb up the hill for the first time. The BMW E30's inline 6 cylinders all down into turn 3. There's a lock up there, and that was Simon Leach in the white colourful car there. Rainbow stripes over the middle of the car.
These guys will take full advantage of the favourable conditions that we've still got. 20 degrees out there, and UV is low. I think it's actually just at 1. So be nice racing for them. Tyres will stay nice and sticky, and hopefully we'll see some good battles like we did yesterday.
Yeah, certainly the E30s, nice cars. It's always good racing. There's not a lot of times where we see too much damage to these cars. It is really very much an enthusiast's type of racing. They do get serious. There's no doubt about that. I'm not going to take that away from them, as we see Brian Burke and Goose Rogers out in front. And I've got to say, these guys certainly, when you look at the form, are the class competitors. Goose Rogers has got a great run now. He dives under brakes. Brian Burke's got the inside run for the next 2, but he stays with him. Going to be hard to get around this corner side by side. They do it, and Brian Burke's going to suffer. He won't be carrying the speed onto the straight here, and Rogers will drive away. There it is. He flows the car nicely. In fact, I reckon Munro might even have the wood for Brian Burke this time. Brian manages to gather it all up in the number 27 and flows it nicely to come up the hill.
It's interesting with grassroots racing, we do say these are owner drivers, so they really do try and stay away from each other. But I don't want to take anything away from their racecraft, because it actually takes a lot of skill to race really competitively and not nudge. It takes a lot, so I'm in awe of these guys right now.
The garagistic BMW series has certainly done that over the years. It's been a happy race place, and from time to time there has been a crash, but that's racing. You're going to get that in all classes. We've seen really close, excellent racing from the Saloon cars for their racing this weekend. And there's a class where Biff and Barge for a long time was part of it. It's obviously getting more and more expensive to keep these cars on racetracks with spare parts and panels and things like that these days. So everyone's just a little bit more aware of that. And certainly the BMW E30s are a nice car to race. The balance prospect out of these cars, very similar in the balance aspect to the 944s, One Make Racing. We have part of the Victorian State Series as well. They come from the factory with a 50-50 weight split from front to rear axles, and that is very, very difficult to achieve from a manufacturer's perspective, but a lot of thought. And when you look at it, BMW and Porsche doing it, that's the ones you would expect to be spending the time in the engineering department to make sure that that's how the cars present. This is a good run. Ash Rogers has driven away for all intents and purposes and was the fastest car on the track. In fact, the first one down into the 138s. There's some manoeuvres there. Gee, Brett Stevens is weighing in on this, and at the moment, Brett Stevens has got Simon Leach in the mirrors. Munro, this is a good group actually. This is for third, fourth, and fifth.
Yeah.
And they're getting some good lap times. I was just saying, Ash Rogers, a 138.38, the only one, in fact, he is just under a second faster than anyone else on that last lap around. And if he continues to do that, he's going to have himself a healthy margin by the time we get to the end of lap 4. This is lap 3 we're on now.
Yeah, Stevens has got a rainbow lurking. I don't know about these guys. It's close to call between the three of them. Oh, nice. A little bit of a gap. He's looking nice though.
Good flow onto this straight here for Brett Stevens, Simon Leach as well. They need to, I would suggest, start to work together as much as they possibly can so that we don't see, certainly, Ash Rogers get any further away. 1.33 last time round, still the only one in the 138s on the predictive lap time at the moment.
Well, Rogers and Burke have a nice comfortable gap between them and third place, which is Munro. Looking good. Coming onto the last turn.
Yeah, Ben Munro is working very well. Started out at position number 5 into P3. So, and I'm going to say he's got himself a nice gap now. It's Munro back to Stevens, out over half a second.
Less anxiety inducing having too wide into turn 1 for me.
Anxiety or thrill and adventure?
It's a bit of both, Darren. I'm conflicted. I don't know whether to be stressed or happy about it, but I'm watching anyway.
Well, if these guys are unhappy about it, they probably would have gone to pit lane. So I'm saying they're enjoying themselves immensely.
All they're race car drivers. They're supposed to love this.
That's exactly right. It's what they come here for.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than having a race of 10 laps and you're doing it all by yourself, not catching anyone, no one's catching you, and you're not racing anyone except for the demons in your own head.
Except the clean air is nice. Maybe underrated for some of these guys.
No.
Oh, a bit of
You'd rather
side by
be
side,
like
yeah.
this. Have a look at this. Simon Leach now up the inside of Ben Munro. The problem is he'll have slowed his flow through the following 2 corners, and that's exactly what happened. It's one of those manoeuvres you've got to take the 30% chance that it might work. But I tell you what, though, he's right in the back there. The 51 is working very, very nicely around through the S's.
Yeah,
as my dad called it, the cleavage at the top of Winton.
Oh, I like that term. Yeah, I'm used to the other terms. As you said
well,
yesterday.
either side of a cleavage is a great adventure. So number 17 drives away there from Simon Leach.
Yeah, I thought he might have pulled his rear vision mirror down, but no, looks like he's enjoying the view still. Coming around the last turn onto the straight. Still got a bit of a comfortable lead, so hopefully it's still single numbers going into turn 1, but it looks like Stevens might have other ideas.
Interesting thing is now that Ash Rogers has eased off 138.92, and what that's done is it's brought the gap to Brian Burke back down to 1.1 seconds, because Brian was 0.5 of a second faster on that lap. So amazing how quickly that nearly 2-second lead can be eroded right back to almost 1 second with our leaders. Leach now right all over the back of the 17.
Of Munro.
The 66 of Munro.
Yeah, the real discomfort is here. So this is Leach and Stevens going at each other.
Nice stuff, the 17. And the bright yellow. The white car either side, the rainbow over the top. Is it the Rainbow Warrior?
I think he's going to have another crack in the cleavage, Darren. Hopefully we see some
bit off
action.
there, isn't he? Certainly the 51 is holding a tighter line here and gets closer as they come onto the back straight, but But Brett Stevens has got some really good straight line handling working for him here this weekend.
He's driving well under the pressure. This is where the race is at the moment. Nice comfortable leads, first to second, second to third. So this is where the action's happening, and he's
Starting to see a little bit of impatience sneak in now in the 51 there, starting to put the car offline, moving the car around. There it is, the big send, the 51 goes down the inside. So Leach was getting a little bit impatient, saw the opportunity, but the 17 fights back, racing room given. Great stuff there by Simon Leach in the 51. He could have really closed the door. Now, in fact, he's going to just ease that door over slightly, but will hold ultimately the line into turn number 1. If they stay side by side, turn 2 will definitely be interesting. Has to capitulate. And Brett Stevens just drops back inside for another lap now. So over 4 corners there, we've seen Simon Leach just put the yellow car behind him. It doesn't look like that is over, though, because they are definitely evenly matched.
That did make me anxious, that turn 1 and 2, Darren. Still liking it.
Up into the sweeper now.
Stevens isn't going to let him have that for free, so he's covering he's covering Leach's rear vision with yellow.
Awesome. Have a look at this in front now, just at the bottom of our screens. The fastest lap, 1:38.19 to Ash Rogers. So now back out to almost a 2-second advantage between Rogers and Burke, 1.95 seconds between them. So Ash Rogers able to respond to Brian Burke's pace there very emphatically. In fact, matched it almost to the 100th of a second on that last lap. So regained everything he lost on the previous lap. And,
with 6 minutes to go and almost 6 seconds to make up between Munro and Burke, I'm not sure that gap from second to third is going to be closed before the end of the race.
Yeah, Ben Munro is he's really got some fairly clear air either side of him at the moment, and I reckon these guys have given up working with each other, and it's now a race in 2 between these two, and it's for positions 4 and 5 on the road. 17 right into the back now, and this is the rundown. This is the last lap round where the 51 took the lead in this one, holding the middle of the track. No, in fact, it was the next corner around. I got lost in the real estate there. And
2 tenths between Stevens and Leach. This is a good little battle. Coming
up
down
the hill.
Coming down into turn 3. A little bit of a gap.
51 still holding on there. Had a lap and a half in front of the 17 now. The 17 is not going away, though. Brett is absolutely enthused to try and grab that spot back. That's the 39 of Taylor.
Little
Martin
spin
Taylor's gone round and is absolutely wringing the neck of that 2.5 litre 6-cylinder, getting back underway, giving it the big boot, blaming the car for everything that went wrong just then, regretting his life choices.
Off on those little shark teeth.
Yeah, not nice out there, those ones, but continues on, has gathered it all up and is now just giving the car a bit of what for. And this is what happened all by himself. And just overcooked it. Turned it in and overcooked it off the back of the ripple strip there, and
oh, you'd feel that through your bum.
Cut a tyre up pretty quickly on that one. But here is the 51 getting gazumped now by Brett Stevens, and this is in reverse from what they got back. Holds on, coming back around onto the pit straight, and
this is a nice little exchange between these guys. I'm liking it.
17, Brett Stevens is not giving up. 3.5 minutes left to go, so plenty of time when you're only 3 metres apart. Across the strike they go, and that time, terrific lap, 0.1 of a second. We really don't need to know that. We can see the gap, and we can see so much the enthusiasm that Brett Stevens has to take this spot back off Simon Leach in the garagistic BMW E30s.
I think these guys will lose a few kilos in their suits today. The stress of being...
It's not too bad out. It's only 21 degrees out there. Come later on this afternoon, when we get up.
Concentration, though, and pressure in your rear view raises your core body temperature a little bit.
This is why you do it. This is why you do it, what these two are doing.
Yeah,
awesome.
Fantastic racing.
They don't have the, they might have a cool vest, but they won't have a refrigerated cool suit and any of that sort of thing. So they'll be working hard, but I don't think they'll really know it. This is not going to be too long a race. It'll be maybe 9 laps. They might not feel it as much as this afternoon when the heat goes up and they're doing like 13 laps. That's when it'll they'll start to notice it.
Yeah, you wouldn't have your woolies on this afternoon under your race suit. That's for sure.
Only to comply with the regulations.
Well, you have to comply with the regulations,
That's
but
true.
geez.
And it's hard. Gee, I'll tell you what, when you look at these controlled packages, these are very heavily controlled. And in fact, the organisation committee behind this, one of their main edicts is to make sure that these cars are all presented legally. You don't want someone doing the wrong thing and not bringing the right car to the racetrack and winning. But I've got to say, this category control that very, very well.
Like you said, the temps this morning are not that bad, but when you have to put on the merino wool socks, the merino wool long johns and the merino wool thermal, it gets pretty uncomfortable even at 21 degrees, especially in the car without some airflow.
This is a great drive here with Ash Rogers. He's got the window down sort of 10 centimetres there, getting just enough air to breathe in there. He's done a tremendous job here. What a great drive by the Westvic earth-moving driver in car 50. To be able to hold this guy off in the car 27, Brian Burke, you've got to be operating at a pretty skilled level. Brian has proven over the years in the garagistic BMW E30 series that you can take it up to him, but to be able to drive away. And Goose has been able to do that for a couple of seasons now. Brian will come out of the car now and he'll have a really good think about where he can make any improvements, whether it's in himself or in the car. And the other thing is that Goose will do exactly the same thing. Ash will get out of the car as well and say, yeah, I got that. I had the game on a string between 1 point. It's got back to 1.5 seconds now.
Darren,
so.
bit of trivia for you. The colour of Brian Burke's car, that's an original E30 delivery car. What is that colour? Because it's very close. Spearmint. Because that's really close to a metallic pistachio type colour that the 930s came in. That was my favourite colour in the E30s when they came out. It's a fantastic look.
Beige, because it was like a champagne sort of colour. And
sign of the times.
Yeah, it was. It's when everyone was painting their fences and gutters chocolate brown or mission brown.
Mission brown.
But certainly, yeah, I think that's called spearmint. It might be spearmint in German or something, Spieglüge or something like that. I don't know, but I'm sure someone will fill us in because there'll be BMW Drivers Club guys and girls watching this race, and they'll get in touch with us and let us know exactly what
Please do correct us. I love that colour.
I also want to know what this. I'm sure this is a tribute livery. I just haven't placed it yet from anywhere around the world because there was so many of those Group A Super Tourers and M3s that raced with E30s. That this is I'm pretty sure it's a tribute livery of something. I don't know what it is.
Regardless, it looks fantastic.
So please join us on the socials and let us know.
Yeah.
Or we'll try and get down. I certainly haven't got any time to get down to the pits this weekend. But
we've just been told, Darren, that there's 2 laps remaining in this race.
What a race between these two, though. Like we said in the racing yesterday, you really only need a race for 2, and these guys actually aren't in it for the race win. They are in it for positions 4 and 5, and they are both fighting it out for points, 50 points and 44 points so far for these two.
Wonder if in the last 2 laps remaining they can close that gap and swap again. Who knows?
Yeah, I think Ben Munro is certainly... Ben Munro is certainly... not Ben Munro, and I'll get it right. Brett Stevens has certainly got what he needs. He's been able to close in and draw alongside, but as the race has gone over the last lap and a half, that gap just eased out a little bit.
Leach has stretched it out a little bit. They're no longer too wide going through turn 1.
The really interesting one is the fact that Ash Rogers, our race leader, has been in the 39s for the last 2 laps, and Berkey's gone through, and now he's only 1.3 behind. So Brian Burke has responded, and let's see how Ash Rogers can go. Here's Ash on screen, our race leader. And there's Brian, so that's a nice gap there. Brian can,
if they can
continue.
If they can keep that consistency through to the end of the race, it'll stay this way. But 1.3 is a comfortable lead unless Ash does something to lose it somehow, loses grip or oversteers. But yeah, the gap between Leach and Stevens is down to it's easy.
This is certainly
Leach has increased it a little bit.
This has come right back in. Brian Burke is now within striking distance on Ash Rogers. If he can just get a couple of nice corners in there.
With 1 lap to go, it looks like he's going to take an opportunity if he gets it. Oh, Not quite.
Hey, Shane, are we on the last lap here? So this is the last lap. Car 50 is coming down. 2 corners to go. Going to be interesting to see the gap. I don't think he's going to lose it, but
No.
boy, on this last lap, Brian Burke has found some pace. A 38.2 last time around versus a 39. So this gap right at the end, there it is. Checkered flag. Ash Rogers takes the win over Brian Burke, and in the end, it was right on 1 second. So Brian was coming at him. The interesting bit of form we'll take out of that is this afternoon's race. Here comes P3 on the road, which is the number 66 of Ben Munro. He's eased on this last lap around. And flashing lights there by the 51 of Simon Leach. Brett Stevens home to round out our top 5. So, and what we take out of that is that come lap 11, and we're going to go about 13 this afternoon, Brian Burke closed that like from anywhere between 1.5 and 1.9, but in that last lap, brought it back to 1 second.
Yeah.
2 more laps added.
Yeah, 2 more laps at it, and he'd be applying some serious pressure if not taking the win himself.
And that is just fiddling around with maybe 1.5 pound of the incoming tyre pressure as well there. So that could be the demon tweak that Brian Burke is playing around with. There's our results for race number 2.
Yeah, so Ash Rogers took out first, followed by Brian Burke, Ben Munro in third, Simon Leach in fourth, Brett Stevens and him had a great battle coming in fifth, Shannon Cooper in sixth, Martin Taylor seventh, and Peter Knight rounding out in eighth. And that's our E30s for this afternoon. We've got another race coming up later on, I think at 1:30. 1:30
for the E30s. So good run there. The top 2 sort of ran away with it, but we were definitely entertained by Simon Leach and Brett Stevens. We'll be back with more trackside here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, brought to you by 888 Home Loans. And we have got a massive calendar of racing. Our next round will be at Phillip Island, 29th and 30th of June. We'd love to see you there. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. On track now, and a great race yesterday. In fact, I'm going to say over 55 years there's been great racing in Formula Ford. They never fail to entertain, and the hits and memories just keep coming thick and fast with Formula Ford racing. Yesterday, Eddie Bezic took a nice win there in the Spectrum over Jack Bussey in the Spectrum 014, and Joey Fawcett also in the Spectrum 15, Liam Meccano in the McGale, Daniel Frugas in the McGale, Bailey Collins in the Spectrum 12, Logan Everly for 07 Motorsport in Miguel, rounding out the top 7. Their cars are on track, making their way around. Let's have a look at how they will line up for this morning's race. And I'm going to say, keep your eyes peeled all the way around the track. If you're not at the track, please come and join us. We are racing here right through until late into the afternoon. It'd be great to see your smiling faces. Come and see some motorsport live and in all dimensions here at Winton Motor Raceway. Certainly encourage you to make your way to the track. Here is our grid. Car number 31, Eddie Bezic, Synergy Motorsport Spectrum there on pole position. Jack Bussey, the AG equipped Spectrum. Next, Liam Locarno with Joey Fawcett right alongside in 3 and 4. Then we have 5, Daniel Frugas, back to Bailey Collins, Logan Everly and Jamie Rowe. Then we go back to Lockie Strickland, to Fraser High, who had a good race yesterday after not getting off the line. Damon Woods, Jack Wynack, Carly Fleming, Imogen Radburn. We've got Cody Mains, Ruddy, Lockie Evanet, and our Kent engine cars being led by Richard Davison, Malcolm Coleman, Andrew Torty, Adrian Wilkinson, and let's hope Mark Zellner doesn't park the number 36 up in this race. But the cars coming around onto the grid, this will happen pretty quickly. These guys are all, and girls, are all very, very well versed in getting to the grid as quick as possible, because the race clock starts as soon as they leave the pit exit. So we are getting ourselves set for a race start. And Formula Ford's 20 minutes. They'll have another race this afternoon at 2 p.m. Poised for a race start. And Eddie Bezic seemed to have the game on a string yesterday. And we're looking forward to seeing I'm really looking forward to seeing what the car right behind him can do. The reigning champion in car number 23, Joe Fawcett. And away they go. Everyone looks to turn 1 now, and Joe Fawcett's been gazumped a little bit on that second row of the grid. It's our pole sitter that gets through. They're going to go side by side here, so the argument continues all the way to turn 3. And there's jostling in the mid-pack, and that is traditional Formula Ford where there goes Bailey Collins in the ICE interstate transport entry and getting away very nicely indeed. There's the 23 of Joe Fawcett. He's gone back a couple of spots off the line there, so got some work to do to get his way back up into a podium position.
Yeah, had a chat with Bailey Collins' dad this morning when I got here nice and early before the Crows, and I didn't realise, Darren, how little grip these cars have, especially for these guys coming out of karting where they've got grip for days. They're coming into this and got very little, so this really hones your steering and position skills in the car, and I was just blown away by the config of these cars and no grip.
Yeah, they do. They slide around a fair bit, but look, over the years they've used different variations of tyres. They've now gone to essentially a radial Yokohama, which has offered them some good grip and longevity. So that's often, one of the biggest bills in Formula 4 traditionally is just throwing tyres at it, throwing more tyres at it, throwing more tyres at it.
Yep.
And yes, that is still in any category an advantage, but then again, you can tune the car to be equally as fast. And what they've found with the Yokohamas over the last 7 or 8 years that they've been running on them is that they can tune them up. Big lock up there, and off in turn 1. Nice recovery there. That was great. Tried to turn at it and then turn into it. And we see the cars coming on. That's the 69 and the 96 went off. So that was young Collins there as well.
Bailey's rejoined in 4th out of that.
Yeah.
Maybe we shouldn't talk about grip, Darren.
Hey, Cody Mains Ruddy. That was a good recovery by Cody. He was trying to turn in. It was understeering. He turned into what could have been a spin and kept the car pointing roughly in the right direction. And now we're getting a good look. And there's Liam Locarno. He has gone back through the field as well. He started out at P2, so the JCB entry has had a bit of a struggle there as well. So turn 1 has served it up for 3 of our big
wheel
contenders.
to wheel. Geez.
Up in the air. There goes Locarno off into the dirt there. Not sure. The other one was a blue car, and it's parked up over on the driver's right there, so we can't quite see. Locarno's going to keep going.
Back on. Both seem to be coming back on, hopefully.
Wow,
this is what makes me nervous. That wheel to wheel going through the cleavage there, Darren.
Yeah.
Really makes me nervous. I can't imagine what these guys, they must be
Wheel to wheel like that, it's not very often to see them not break some suspension at the moment. They're basically continue on, albeit right back down the field now. They're continuing at the front, absolutely continuing for it in the Apex Steel car. We are watching this. This is just outside the top 5. That's Fraser High in the 11, the 55 trying to come through there. That's Torti as well. Here's the replay. We'll get a good look at this. There they are, right next to each other. And there's the interlocking wheel, and bang, within a millimetre, they're interlocking and up over. So that was left rear wheel over right front, and resulting in both cars going off, but continuing.
Hand of God there, though, Darren.
Lockie Strickland's gone in the lane. That's the 147. Okay. That was the blue car in that battle, so definitely got an issue there.
Okay, we do call that the hand of God. In Ireland, we would say that someone's been lucky that day.
So Bussy, fastest lap, 126, currently sitting in P3. Got the work done now because Eddie Bezic has got himself the best part of 3-second lead in this race. And this time our leaders have already gone over the line, so we're looking for Woods. Fraser High has gone up a spot, got Woods, then it's evident. Cody Mains has got absolutely work cut out. Started out at 15, now up to 10. Was up to 9th and has just relinquished a spot on that run to the timing line in the pit straight.
We've got someone off, do we? Trying to see.
Here come our race leaders. That's the 31 of Eddie Bezic.
This is hard to keep up with, Darren. We've had a lot of place swapping in the first 3 laps of this race already. It's action-packed.
It is interesting. This front trio have sort of escaped that melee that occurs in Formula Ford racing, and that's where we're seeing this gap back to position number 4 with Frugas, Joe Fawcett as well. Joe lost the run down to turn 1 there, and that's a real shame. There's the 69 of Cody Mains Ruddy returning back through the field.
Yeah, that mid-pack place 7 through to 11, we've got like a matter of 1 to 2 to 3 tenths between any one of them. So
and Imogen Radburn is off the back of this group there as well, so she's weighing in on it. This is that battle we're talking about. I think it's going to rage on this Cody Mains Ruddy going through. And number 69 makes his way into position number 9.
Very close racing.
Evident goes back 1 spot there in the 88. So Lockie Evident also come from the rear of the Duratec field and has made his way just inside the 10. So those two working pretty well together. It's in 10th place now of Woods there as well. So Damon Woods in the 56 looking to come back at them.
For anyone not familiar with the category, Darren, it's interesting to note that a lot of these guys have come out of karting, and when I say guys, I mean guys and girls, mostly under 20.
Oh,
a lot of them under 19, 18 even.
Most of them doing year 10 and 11 at school.
Yeah, and to take on this kind of risk out there in a racetrack and an open wheeler is just phenomenal. Steely nerves and confidence is just...
And we're seeing exactly that now,
yeah.
Emma, with Fraser High and Cody Mains Ruddy. Cody Mains Ruddy's gone through on Fraser High. Fraser High had a very brave and courageous race yesterday, recovering after not getting away off the line. And Cody Mains Ruddy now has gone through, and this is a tremendous fight back. It's one of those things, like plumbers say, water will find its level, and slowly carving its way back through the field. And Cody Mains Ruddy will find his level. And got just over 7.5 minutes left. This is evident. 0.4 of a second to Woods. 0.3 of a second back to
wheel to wheel.
Radburn.
Oh, look at that crossover.
Collins. And this is the race lead. This is P1 and P2 in this race. Down the inside, our race leader holds on. Eddie Bezic, got to hand it to Liam in position number 2 there, fighting pretty hard. Started out at P4 in this race. Executed a great start and put Joe Fawcett behind him at turn 1. And Joe's just fighting away back there in 5th place. Imogen Radburn's gone to the pits now. That's a shame. Was up inside the 10. Richard Davison now up a spot into position number 14, the first of our Kent engine cars.
This race between Beswick and Loyocono for me, Darren, is everything. The wheel-to-wheel crossover action is fantastic. Very F1-esque for me. I just can't imagine at being that age, 16, 17, and having the nerves that they've got. I can't imagine being the parents in the pits watching this.
It's about risk versus reward, isn't it? When you're younger, the risk is way out. The reward way outweighs the risk that you have to take. It's something that, as life goes on, I guess you get a little bit more aware of your mortality. I guess it is. But these kids, I got to say, they race like tried professionals.
Yeah, they really do.
They come from karting with a certain racecraft.
Well, the sole focus is one. That's it.
It is.
Sole focus is one. I know that's stating the obvious, but to go against that danger and all that risk and the speed out there and just sole focus being one, that is fantastic concentration.
Ever where it says motor racing is dangerous? Oh, duh, we know that. We do everything we can to mitigate the dangers, but when it all comes down to it, when you're doing 200 kilometres an hour with someone that's probably not your best friend right beside you, then you've got to try and make that win happen, and that's where you've got to put a whole lot of emotions to one side and become pretty steely, fast and resolute about what you're doing with the vehicle you've got. They get out of karts, as I said, they've got a certain sort of racecraft. They then have to get used to changing gears and suspension setup, and let's face it, that's where all the gains are made in modern motorsport. It's the dark art of suspension settings that we have, great engineers like Rick Kemp that can dial these things in, and I sometimes feel as though they get out a magic wand and just wave something over it. It's not. It's science.
No, it's so technical now. The jump up from karting into Formula Ford, you've all of a sudden got Motec. You've all of a sudden immersed in the world of brake trace, throttle trace. You're looking at all your telemetry, and it's a lot to get your head around. But these guys are well into it and doing so well. This is so impressive.
This is a great battle. This is Emily and Cody Mains-Ruddy battling here. Cody Mains-Ruddy's gone through now. He's got the yellow nose cone and paint job up to sort of the driver's cockpit area. And this is back at 8th and 9th. We're here.
Bailey Collins has worked his way back up from 12th, which is great. He was 4th in lap 2, but now lap 7 he's worked his way back up to 9, which is great effort. No one's giving you anything in this race at all.
No, there's nothing given for free in Formula Ford racing, that is for sure. And let's throw some light on what we're watching right here, right now. Bailey Collins in the sandwich here between Evanet and Woods, and all three of these drivers have got a very, very bright future in Australian motorsport. Battling it out on track now for 8th, 9th and 10th, so they're really essentially battling it out for a 10th place finish in race 2 of this weekend, but it is race 5 of the season, so we're well and truly into the commitment level now and starting to eat into the all-important budget with not just tyres and not just oil changes on the cars. It's meals, it's accommodation, it's all the other things that travel.
But also at this level, you're also talking sport psychologists, you're talking sim racing, so spending a lot of time on the sim. You're looking at your nutrition, you're looking at your whole workout regime.
Sorry, Emma, Bailey goes through. Very nice move there on Evanet.
It is.
And making that stick there as well. So Lockie Evanet coming from the back of this field with Cody Mains-Ruddy has just been dealt a bit of a blow after working his way all the way forward there. So the 88 just got the 96 go through now, and Damon Woods now looks to the inside, and that's 2 spots in a couple of corners for Evanet. Has he put too much into the car trying to get back up the field, and now just starting to feel the tyres get a little bit more squirmy underneath him and not being able to respond to these pushes. Cody Mains-Ruddy now, who is in position 5, fastest lap at 1:25, and in fact he is the only one, Cody Mains-Ruddy in the number 69, to dip into the 125s, and it's a close one. It's a 125.99, so only just. Everyone else managing to do mid 126s. If you're going to be half a second faster in P5 with 2 minutes remaining, you want to start to making some passing manoeuvres. So the next one in line will be Frugus.
UV's starting to creep up too, Darren, and in an open wheeler, that's that's a big impact. We're at 3 now, which is still moderate. But it will
And these
make a
cars
big
actually
difference.
have a tiny patch of rubber on the road. They're a tiny, in the big scheme of things, they're tiny in weight too, somewhere between 450 and 500 kilos. But it's such a small patch of rubber. You can see the width of the tyre there. It's not much. It's not much more than your road-going hatch. Well, this is great
this
stuff. Cody
wheel-to-wheel
Mains Ruddy
action.
is giving it to Frugus there and just absolutely driven around. There's Fraser High with a really challenging number 91 coming through there, Everly. So Fraser High's gone through there and picked up that spot. Bailey Collins now into 8th. So plenty of position changing late in this race. Laps 7, 8 and 9 so far has been lots of position change. Cody Mains Ruddy now really just showing us a masterclass in Formula Ford racing. Don't forget, Emma, he started out of 15th and is now in 5th.
Seriously, the top 11 here, there's nothing in it. There's not a lot of comfort that anyone's got apart from maybe Boosty there with a 4-second gap to Frugus, but everyone else, this is tight. It's on. This is anyone's.
You'd have to say with a lap and a half at best, I would say, to go, maybe 2 laps. But with the lead that Bezic and Liam Lacano have got with Bussy and then the gap back to 4th, they are in some mix of that pattern going to be on the podium, albeit that they don't come together as it gets very racy down into turn 1. This is the leaders of our race. The 43 Lacano in 2. In 1 and has been all the way around. 2 laps to go, we've just been told. 2 laps to go. The 31 of Eddie Bezic led every race lap yesterday. He's done the same so far today. But I tell you what, if anything is poised for change, it is this bit of the race right now. Liam has absolutely got the signal to, yep, righto, we've got to make this win. We've got to get a result here. Could be up at this next corner here. Poised for a look to the inside. Holds on and says, right, I got one more lap, I can have a look down there. How is my car poised? Ooh, it doesn't feel real good. Maybe I just line astern here and have another go. Hopefully I can keep the pressure on car number 31 and make him make the mistake. But at this point in time, Eddie Bezic's weekend has been largely mistake-free, and I won't take anything away from Liam Lacano, Jack Bussey, or even Cody Mains Ruddy, who's now up to P4. This is very, very skillful racing we're being treated to here at Winton Motor Raceway at round 2 of the Triple Eight Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing.
At this point, Darren, I wish the steering wheels were higher and they were wearing neon gloves, because I'd love to see the work that's going on. This is fantastic positioning from these 2 guys, and all of them, to be honest. But he's not giving away anything. 1.5 tenths between first and second. Does it get better?
Just gone through on Lockie Strickland, so now starting to come into the back of the Kent engine cars, but Eddie Bezic maintains the lead. Let's have a look. What can Liam do here in the 43? Holds on. Wow, it's got to be a bit of a send at some point.
Was that even a tyre length?
Yeah, it's well, then they get out of the draft with each other, and then side by side, as we saw earlier, with the interlocking wheels. The 43 look to the inside. No, again. Obviously not feeling the confidence in the 43 underneath him there is Liam. Or has he got another spot that he thinks he's got a stronger opportunity to move on the 31? And the other thing is, is that the 31's positioning his car beautifully on the track.
Absolutely. Eddie Beswick is a professional door shutter. Loving it. He's dealing with the pressure so beautifully. I'm loving watching this. This is the joy of racing for me.
And it's
especially
not actually
watching.
a slam of the door either. It's just a nice, casual.
Gentle. No fingers at risk.
Yeah. No one's getting hurt here. We're just covering off. There's the send. Pulls it up. Positions the car nicely. Bezic just hauls it up mid-corner there. So that stops the flow of the 43. So that is some really good racecraft by Eddie Bezic there. He's just done a ripping job to take race number 2 for the weekend to Eddie Bezic in car number 31. Brings the Spectrum 14 to the checkered flag for the second time this weekend. And that's a great race. I've got to hand it to the driver of car number 43, Liam Lacano. A brilliant job there into position number 2. And I guess there was some opportunities to send it. This racing still continuing right back down through the field here. and we're just getting some shots out of the cars continuing on in this race. There is Richard Davison in the car that his family won Australian Championships in, and he is leading the Kent class at the moment and doing it nicely indeed to Coleman, Torty and Mark Zellner. Come on, Mark. Let's get you up there another spot, mate. Big tall guy, as is Richard Davison. They both sort of squeeze themselves into these Formula Fords, and we're just watching these cars come around here. This is Coleman and Torty in the Kent engine cars, and there comes Richard Davison. He'll take the checkered flag in first place in the Kent engine cars, with Coleman and Torty and Mark Zellner just off into the distance there. Great race as always in Formula Ford. Never ever fail to entertain these cars. Here is our results.
Final results: Eddie Bestwick in first, followed very closely by Liam Luiacono. Jack Busey in third, Cody Mains Ruddy in fourth, Daniel Frugas fifth, Fraser High in sixth, Logan Everly seventh, Bailey Collins in eighth, Joe Fawcett ninth, and Damon Woods in 10th place. Followed by Lachlan Evanet in 11th, Jack Winnock, Carly Fleming, Richard Davison for 14th, Malcolm Coleman 15th, Andrew Torty 16th, followed by Mark Zellner, Adrian Wilkinson, Lachlan Strickland, Imogen Radburn.
Great run there. We've got improved production on track in just a couple of moments. Can't wait to see how that race goes. A huge field of improved Proddy cars. 30 cars entered here for this weekend. Em, I reckon we've deserved a break. 3 races in a row there. Let's catch our breath.
Yeah, I might go and find a green drink for Paddy's Day. Happy Paddy's Day to everyone.
There we go. Yeah, of course. And a big shout out, of course, to the Tadon community for their push on the Good Friday appeal. We'll have an ad, and we'll be back here at the 888 Homelands Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Back in a moment. Welcome back trackside here, Winton Motor Raceway for round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Big thanks to 888 Home Loans. The biggest field of the weekend by far is improved production. Cars are on track now. Steve DeVries right alongside me. Really good to see improved production starting their championship and getting it underway with such a strong field of cars. I've got to say before we go anywhere, big shout out to Gary McKay. Like, that guy's been doing it in that car since 1990. And just keeps presenting that magnificent GTR XU1, doesn't he?
Certainly does. It's a fan favourite amongst many of the drivers here and amongst many of the spectators here. Wherever that car goes, it's coming through the shot right there. There it goes there. So Gary McKay is going to be starting inside the top 10, which is great to see, but here's the front row. Jared Tonks and James Atkinson, 2 Commodores are going to go at it, and I think James probably had a little bit in reserve and really could have thrown the kitchen sink at Jared late in the race yesterday afternoon, but unfortunately ran out of laps after a little brief safety car period. and Danny Timewell and Cade Lemon behind them. Peter Dixon, he had a quiet run there in the Motorsport Parts Australia Monaro. He's in 5th with Stefanis in 6th, Butcher and McLennan behind them. There's Gary McKay, he'll start 9th, ahead of the lead under 2-litre car on debut this weekend. Brett Porter, the D&D Radiators, bright yellow Honda Civic. Bergman and Avard, the next 2 cars behind them. Then there's Larry Merrifield in 13th, alongside Andrew Rhodes-Anderson, Peter McLean and Nick Higgins. Wayne Decker and James Garrett, who's in one of the Pulsars here this weekend. Chris Bodale in the XL. Andrew Morris, who's coming back to the category after a couple of years away, in 20th. Andre Noy and Ben Moore. Scott McLean, who had a bit of an awkward encounter with his fire extinguisher going off in the car mid-race yesterday. He's going to start in 23rd. You've got Peter Fleming, Paul Javots, who doesn't look like Paul will probably get out for this race. I believe he's got a terminal gearbox problem in the number 45 Civic. And a few drivers that didn't finish the race yesterday, the likes of Jason Fankhauser, Bruce Henley, who actually didn't get out yesterday in the blue Mazda RX-8. He's going to be starting off the rear of the grid. He's had Johnny Perkins and the team working pretty hard on that car to try and get a throttle cable linkage problem sorted for this one. So hopefully he'll be back out there and he's going to roar that RX-8 through from the rear of the grid. See Jason Fankhauser and a couple of others off the back, just taking their time just to catch up to the back of the field. So hopefully there won't be any dramas with that. Just means the front cars here are sitting on the grid for an awfully long time. A few drivers did have some heat trouble yesterday in the race. I think if a couple of cars actually got up into the 130s or low 130s on the engine temperatures behind the safety car, which wasn't great for some of these high-tuned machines. But the longer these cars sit at the front of the field, the longer that those engine temps keep going up and up and up, and they'll have to work very hard to bring them back under control.
Watching very closely car number 59, Butcher, who just went back a little bit yesterday, and away we go.
We certainly do. Butcher did go back a couple of spots yesterday. There he is, the Blue, White and Pink Epilepsy Foundation supported car in the middle of the top 10. Good start again for Jared Tonks on the inside poles. Normally not the favoured position here because it's off the racing line, but Tonks has converted 2 for 2 beautifully so far this weekend. Gets the whole shot and set sail. And here's Gary McKay. He's made a couple of spots.
He's got McClellan and Butcher off the start.
He certainly has. He's had 2 brilliant launches. Great launch yesterday. And again, the bigger, heavier car, the Monaro of Ian McLennan, doesn't particularly get off the line all that great. But the BMW should be quite a handy bit of kit off the line. And Butcher looks like he may have missed the start again. Good start from Brett Porter in there as well, behind the BMW of Andrew Butcher. Looks like he's had a fairly handy start, as we see the GP Automotive at number 63 leading this queue up through the Gumtree section. McClellan in behind him, and Butcher and Porter, and then comes the second Civic there in the queue of Larry Merrifield. So he's made about 3 spots off the start too.
Let's have a look at this. The horsepower will come to the fore now. There's at least 300 horsepower between McClellan and McKay there, but gee, the 6-cylinder puts it down well. Gary, an absolutely wily, experienced competitor, and he's not a guy that will hold people up. If he realises that they're faster, there you go. He opens it up and says, mate, there's no way I'm going to be able to compete with your nearly 650 horsepower. Just go on through. I'll get you in the twisty bits.
That's exactly right. It's about knowing who your battles with and improve production. Strengths and weaknesses and traits of different cars tend to suggest that you know who you're going to be battling against, and if you've got a slower car versus a faster car, there's no point fighting and arguing over the position.
Nick Higgins on return there in that front-wheel drive Toyota Corolla in the tribute livery, and he has done a magnificent job. It's been a long time since Nick's done some racing, and I've got to say, super proud of Nick. He's done a lot of work. He's worked for everyone in Australian motorsport on any day of the week, but good to see him back at the wheel and doing such a good job. How's this battle? Gary McKay's got them bottled up there at the moment. You get the feeling that once they pop that cork, and they can get rid of the 63. And I say that, and Gary drives away from him.
Yes, and here comes Butcher. Almost had 2 wheels in the grass there on the outside on the approach to turn number 5. And Larry Merrifield almost used some of those cars as a pick there, because he's not only grabbed Andrew Butcher, he's grabbed Brett Porter as well in under 2. So Merrifield had some throttle dramas yesterday, intermittently cutting out. We had the onboard camera, we could hear him, you know, verbally complaining about what was going on, just urging the car to go forward. So he's hoping that they've been able to rectify that drama. He was talking to me this morning. The engine's actually got some protections in it against oil and against some other things, but he's not going to do too much protecting with that. He's run off the road there at turn 9.
So Butch has gone through now in the BMW, and it's got to be one of the nicest sounding cars. In fact, there's probably the two nicest sounding cars in this field. There is Butcher and McKay. That normally inducted six-cylinder Gary McKay sounds brilliant. And charging at it now. A newcomer to improved production is Brendan Abbott. Made XLs his happy home for quite a long time, but I tell you what, now in improved production, doing a tremendous job there as he pushes through into the field as well.
There he is in behind Gary McKay. So Brendan Abbott is currently sitting in, was he there? He's sitting in 10th place overall, so he's made a couple of spots on that lap. Porter goes through on him at turn 1. That's the advantage there, bigger, heavier car having to brake a little bit earlier. And the later braking of the much lighter Honda Civic, a lot more nibble through the corners, but over and under treatment here. That's where the horsepower race comes into play. So Avard back through at turn number 3, and then he'll probably hold all the way up to turn 7 here. And then I wouldn't be surprised to see a little Civic under brakes, just trying to sneak down the inside at the next possible passing opportunity. This is the narrowest part of the circuit, and then you throw it up the inside if you can, but they're all defending. McKay defending from Avard, and Avard defending from Porter, and then Merrifield, maybe he's got a remnants of these little throttle gremlins again, because he was ahead of Porter a lap ago. Unfortunately, he's now dropped back behind car number 52, but now has got the inside line for turn number 9, and very nicely done, and grabs that spot back. So great exchange between the two EG Civics in under 2 litre, and now Merrifield straight up the inside of Brendan Abbott at turn number 9, and Porter looking to follow suit, but I'm not sure if he'll be able to get this move consolidate. No, actually Abbott decides better of it, backs out of it, and actually concedes an extra spot there to Anton Bergman in the BMW, car number 66, the livery that almost looks like it was the John Player special sort of tribute livery from back in the day. Looks very smart aboard that car. Good to have him back in the field. Been a couple of years since we saw him turn a wheel in anger. Have to go and look up the record books to see the last time he was out. That's now going to leave Brendan Avard to fend off the advances of one Andrew Rhodes Anderson, the Pakenham Tyres and More VN Commodore, starting to close the margin down to the Sub-Zero Refrigeration Services Holden Commodore in front of him. And Gary McKay still a bit of a roadblock here, but here's the switch. Here's the over and under treatment. The 6-cylinder Tirana going to have to hold Larry Merrifield's little EG Civic very wide at turn 5, going the long way around. Someone's off the road there. That's Anton Bergman getting a little bit too wide at turn 5, coming right back on, and great evasive action up there at turn 6 by the under 2 litre champion Peter McLean, having to jam the anchors on as the 66 came spearing back across the circuit after rejoining from the grass. But out of all of that, Merrifield gets through on Gary McKay, who had a little bit of a lock brake at turn 5. That was enough to allow him through, and now Porter thinks that he's got a chance to try and cut down the outside of McKay heading to turn 10. But here's what happened at turn 5. You see Anton Bergman out in the weeds in the back, bit of rallycross style. Look at the rejoin here. Check out Peter McLean, saw it happening, jammed the brakes on and managed to avoid the contact. Some great response to what could have been a nasty incident.
Plenty of action, as always, in improved production. And we go back to Brendan Avard, and he looks like he wants to get onto the back of Merriweather. And we go back up towards the front of the field here.
6th and 7th here.
And McLennan.
Two Monaros going at it. So two different types of Monaros here. So the same body shell, very different running gear under these two cars. Very much a thrown together engine sort of situation for Ian McLennan this weekend, only having about 3 or 4 days to get the powerhouse engines back installed into the Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro, and been battling a misfire, been battling a couple of little gremlins, and showing no signs of those at the present moment. Actually a borrowed front bar. It's actually a moulding for a front bar on the number 115 Monaro this weekend. That's why it's normally yellow, but that's why it's a very big black at the moment. You can see that Jason Fankhauser and Scott McLean have both come to the lane. Now, Scott McLean was given a mechanical black flag for something a couple of laps ago, but Fankhauser may have some remnants of whatever caused his DNF yesterday. I'm led to believe he may have lost part of an exhaust on the front straight. Yes, might have been like someone cleaned up something at the beginning there.
Yep, there was some debris left on the track, but a previous champion of the class as well. So he knows how to do it. It's just a matter of piecing it all together.
Yeah, unfortunately, hasn't been able to get the Iron Lion singing the way that he wanted it this weekend.
And indeed it is. It's actually a proper, it's a proper Holden, inner Holden.
That's exactly right. So just been chasing all the mechanical grounds all weekend long with Jason. So not been a happy hunting ground for him, Winton, but that's what happens after you've been away from the class for several seasons.
And he's back out now.
And he's back out. Yes, he's just left pit lane. He's about 10 or 15 seconds behind this two pair that we're looking at, but he is several laps down. Oh, this is not good. Gary McKay coming to the lane in car 63, the little GP Automotive Tirana. So some sort of gremlin for former club president. Soon, I think he said he'll probably be president again someday, but as to when that happens, we won't know. But everybody takes their turn at the helm at some point. We go back to the Monaro on Monaro action.
I reckon Gary's had his time. He's had about 12 years of it over his last stint as president. He's certainly put a lot of effort in, that's for sure.
Well, he's certainly going to be putting in a lot more effort coming up, because Gary's going to be sort of heading up the committee for the Improved Production Nationals in 2025. Victoria's slated to host that at some point next year. Not quite sure on where that's going to happen or when it'll happen, but there's still plenty of water to go under bridge for that. This year it is, of course, in Darwin, so we'd love to see as many improved production competitors as possible at the Yokohama Improved Production Nationals at Hidden Valley around about July, I believe.
How's Anthony Martin? He's coming under fire now with one of our under 1600cc cars there of Nick Higgins. Yep. He's got some pace on board this tribute livery, the Cave Hill Engines entry. And Nick, as I mentioned earlier, a guy that is there for everyone, really. If anyone needs a hand in any category at any time, Nick's there to help him out, and has been doing that for a long, long time. Great to see him having a go with this car. It's been coming together for a couple of years now, and really starting to race hard. His dad and his brother were at the track with him yesterday, so it was a family reunion of sorts. And now he's having a ripping battle with an Audi.
Yep, it's Wayne Decker.
Good job.
Yeah, Wayne Decker tucked in there behind Nick Higgins, the tribute livery to Team Toyota, as you're alluding to there, Darren. So Cave Hill Engines and Hillsville Toyota sponsorship on board. Nick's having an absolute ball in his first run in improved production. He's just great to be back at the track. This is a very, very nice little dice here. They've now lost a bit of touch with Martin, who's taken over the reins of car 22. That was the car formerly campaigned by Glenn Boyd on a couple of occasions last year. So it looks like McClellan has managed to sneak through on Peter Dixon. Here we go, with thanks to our 888 Home Loans replay. Got a good run out of turn 2. Textbook pass here at Winton. You can get the chicane at turns 1 and 2 right and get a really good exit. That's what happens. And he's going to cap him here.
Done a nice job since getting through too, hasn't he?
Yeah,
got
opened up the margin.
A good 100 metres there.
And Wayne Decker's managed to get that pass done on Nick Higgins. So Wayne was running around the outside at turn 11 and 12. He may have very well pulled the same trick on Nick at turn 2 and 3. So through goes the number 2 Audi Quattro, and he can set off in pursuit of Martin in car number 22. The Green Machine, oh, Nick off the road. Same sort of mistake that we saw Anton Berman do, but that's a little bit more serious than that. He was a little bit more committed through there. Now, where's he going to come back on? This is the hard part. He's going to come back on somewhere around about turn 8. He's just got to get himself pointing the right direction, which he's done, and follows on. So didn't quite do the old Scott McLaughlin and just go straight across the other side of the track. He's come on exactly where he needed to come on.
I'll tell you what, that'll get your attention when you understeer off at the sweeper like that. Nick's eyes will be like dinner plates right now. They'll be wide open, wondering where I'm going to end up next. But he's gathered it all up. And yeah, that's not an enjoyable ride going understeering off with the sweeper there.
He's got the race leader right behind him as well too, so he's about to become lap traffic. And Jason Fankhauser, despite getting the iron line back out, it is emitting some smoke. Now, this is signals that we saw in qualifying yesterday morning, which turned out to be the gasket seals on the engine. So that'll be an interesting thing. Have a look at Nick Higgins. So this is from the opposite part here. Oh, almost got a couple of wheels airborne there.
I like the way he picked it up. As soon as he realised it was over, he turned into the slide rather than trying to turn out of it. Probably would have ended up with a rollover.
Oh!
And here we go at the front.
Speaking of slides,
talking about turning into it.
Yeah, turned into the slide, had no choice, had some lap traffic at precisely the wrong moment. Had to turn into the slide to correct the car from drifting out there. And this is a little bit awkward here for James Atkinson in the National Leisure Finance Machine, having to go the long way round at turn number 3. Would have probably preferred to get down to the apex a little bit more there, but lap traffic at the wrong time for the 2 leaders. They've got a little bit more coming up as well. They're about to get onto the back of Tony Martin. So have a look here. So here's the replay. So had plenty of overlap there, but awesome rear locking there, I think, for the rod and gun number 91.
Could have thrown it all away there too. Great driving there by Tonks. Did a terrific job. And Atkinson as well, who has been thereabouts for quite a few years in the category. And great to see him catching it there. Now they're just starting to put laps on some of the cars just outside the 20. There's the number 22 of Anthony Martin. And he did have his hands full with some of the under 1600 and under 2-litre cars there as well. So continues on nicely. Just hearing that magnificent rumble of the 308 or the 355 stroke or whatever it is that Jason Fankhauser has, but that is a definite note change compared to the Chevy powered engines.
And he's just been given a black flag as well for the smoke, so he's unfortunately not having a good day here. We assume that there's going to be either 1 or maybe 2 more laps to go. They're holding out the last lap board now, so Tonks has got a little bit of a margin now. This is sort of what he enjoyed at the beginning of race 1 yesterday, and then Atkinson eroded it away, and the margin was a little bit less than this at the checkered flag yesterday afternoon. So Tonks has sort of just been able to get out in front, get a good launch, and just be able to manage the race. He hasn't sort of romped away like we see the likes of Adam Poole do and Luke Gretsch-Cumbo have done here over the course of several seasons. It's just all about managing the longer distance races. 2 25-minute races this weekend, and this one being the 20-minute race. So just being able to manage the tyres, manage the car over the length of the stint, and bring it home in one piece. So Atkinson still looks like he's trying pretty hard there, throwing as much of the car around as he dares, but like yesterday, he's going to run out of laps to do so. So go back to the garage, maybe smarten the car up a little bit, have another crack at it in the longer distance race this afternoon. But 3 corners to go for our race leader.
They worked the last part of the lap here. Good run for Andrew Morris on his return too in the VH Commodore. Started out just inside the 20s, up to 14th now. And interestingly enough, another old stager in Bruce Henley's gone with him. In fact, Bruce is right behind him in the 67 RX8 as well. Avar back down to 11th now, so he's just gone backwards just a little bit there. So that's a shame for Brendan on his first run in improved production in this car. And Fankhausen out of the pits after getting that black flag as well. So, yeah, good to see the return. There's Bergman, there's Andy Morris as well, a guy who was around quite some time ago. And great to see him breathe some life back into this VH. It's a very, very fast car. And I would suggest he's got the lubricant out on the knees and the ankles and the arms and the wrists and everything just to get himself back into it, because he does. He's very, very immaculate race car presenter. So he's got the car under him, and I would suggest he's just trying to gather it all up.
Yeah, certainly is. He's a third livery on that car that I've seen in my time in production. So he did say they went the wrong way on setup yesterday. They have sort of smartened that car up a bit. Looks like it has done the trick. They'll have to tidy that up a little bit more when adjust the tyre pressures for race 3 this afternoon, because it will be substantially hotter than it is right now. And here's Bruce Henley in the RX8 trying to round up the BMW of Anton Bergman. Goes the long way around at turn 10, comes out the other side. This will be a little bit of a drag race down to turn number 11, but it's almost no contest, isn't it? Almost like Bruce just backed out of it and let Bergman have the position there. So good run from Bruce Henley though, starting rear of grid, 29th out of the, actually it was 29 cars here this weekend, but it was probably about 24th or 25th with a few of the cars that didn't start this one. Oh, is there going to be a change of position here, or are they going to do a formation finish? Nope. Anton just had a bit of a tardy exit off of the last corner and still manages to hang on to what was, I think, position about 14 or 15, yeah, 14th for Bergman, 15th for Henley there, as we have a look at the results here. So good managed race for Jared Tonks in the number 91. 2 wins from 2 starts this weekend, 2.5 seconds back to James Atkinson. And Cade Lehman getting the better of Danny Timewell in this race. They finished 4th and 3rd yesterday. They're 3rd and 4th today. Mark DeFarnis, another good solid result for him. Ian McLennan moved up a spot over Peter Dixon, and Andrew Butcher sort of lost a little bit there, going back to 8th. Brett Porter, another under 2-litre class win for him on debut. Now have a look at that. Andrew Rhodes-Anderson made his way into the top 10 out of all of that. Very quiet achiever in that race.
Certainly was. Just closed in on that very nicely indeed, didn't he? Brendan Abbott ultimately home in 11. Larry Merrifield in the little black car. Andy Morris got 13th out of 20th, so that's a good run on his return. Anton Bergman, a great-looking little bimmer. Bruce Henley, as we called him, across the line with Pete McLean, Anthony Martin, Wayne Decker, and that rounds out our race. Steve, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next cars on track will be the Porsche 944s, and we look forward to welcome them to the track in just a couple of moments. We'll be back with Porsches in just a moment.
Down here with Lyndon Watson in the pit lane at Winton. Lyndon, first time here in 5 years, and last time you were here, you had some pretty good results. Happy hunting ground for you?
True, I really liked the track last time I was here. I seemed to get a couple of laps together cleanly. And then I'd hate to say that it's through misfortune of others, but we can only race the people that are on the track. And I came away with a win. That was my first one, and I really enjoyed it. And I think Winton, it's a very technical track, and I'm slowly getting back into it again, but I'm enjoying it.
You've had to spend a little bit of time underneath the car, unfortunately, after qualifying before the first race. What's been going on?
Well, I happened to forget there's a couple of curves here you can't drop over because it's been 5 years, and I managed to put a hole in the exhaust on the first practice. But fortunately, the Porsche Club, they're awesome. I've been able to lean on a couple of other competitors and found a welder, and we just managed to get it welded all up for the first race. So qualified mid-pack, but I was happy, and we'll see how we go.
So aside from unfortunately punching a hole in your exhaust, how's the car feeling around here this weekend?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I was fortunate to get to an earlier race this season, and even into Calder last year. There's a couple of really good tracks, and I'm enjoying it, and the car's doing really well. And honestly, it does pretty well. Through COVID, I'd spent a bit of time up on chocks, but they're pretty easy to dust the cobwebs off and get them back out in the track.
And it's brilliant to see the family business sponsoring the 944 Challenge as a whole this weekend as well.
Yeah, honestly, I just really want to do something for the club, and there's a lot of other participants out there that are really putting a lot of time and effort in, whether it's their time organising things for the clubs or also financially supporting the club. But I think that it's a bit of a mark for how solid of a club the 944s are, and just trying to do my part.
Terrific there by Lyndon Watson. We really applaud his contribution to Victorian Motorsport, and great to have him on track. There he is with the onboard now at the moment. Don Watson Transport emblazoned across the dashboard there of the Porsche 944, and Lyndon will be starting out of position number 5 in car number 5. Darren Smith and Jack Atley, welcome for the first time today, Jack, for the 20-minute race for the Porsche 944s. Historic day yesterday with El Presidente, Mark Torbert's taking a win.
Good morning, Darren. Good morning, everyone. Yes, absolutely fantastic win yesterday by Mark Torbert's. 10 years in the making it was, but he took the victory yesterday, so He was very emotional after that, and he will lead off the field today. So that's fantastic to see Mark in the bright yellow car there, the Pipecraft car, coming off position number 1. Next to the 4-time champion, though, Chris Lewis-Williams. So he's certainly got some competition. Just quickly, we may run out of time, but there's a bit of a story at the back of the field. Watch out for Cam Bella. Jamie Westaway had a clutch issue yesterday, so he will start from the rear of the field, and look forward to those guys charging through for race number 2.
So it'll be Ads Brewer to Mark Verdino, Lyndon Watson, Michael Westaway, Tony Westaway, Nick Carpenter, Goldman, Howe, Norris, Bella, Manny Minizelma, Westaway, Brisbane, and James Mitchell. They head down into turn 1. So it's going to be the green car and the gold car from the back of the field here. Here comes Lyndon Watson, gets Dickie Howe. Big tick. Got to get rid of the Dickie Howe out the back window there. So car number 55, that's Cam Bella charging on through. So he's made his way up to be right in there as well. So the 55, we've got the camera on board with the number 55 Bella as opposed to Lyndon Watson. Sadly, I made that mistake at the start. We'll gather it all up. There's the 55 and the 9 of Don Watson Transport close together. So the camera car is car number 55. 4 times champion, starting of rear of grid, is already up to about 7th or something.
Sensational performance by a guy that has won 4 titles in the bright green Aqua car there, Cameron Bella. A multiple champion and knows this track very, very well. In fact, has not been beaten before yesterday since 2019. So he's already charged up the field. And there's another fascinating story yesterday from Cam Bella in the green Aqua car. Just on lap 1 there, he had gearbox issues, so he pulled into the pits. The team looked at the car. They managed to get him 4th gear, and he completed the race in 4th gear alone and came home, I believe, in 12th position. So a remarkable performance. The guy knows how to drive, so he banked the points, and that was the real key, because Jamie Westaway had an off, didn't get the points. But you can see Cam Bella now with all 5 gears rearing to go in that gearbox, how much he is charging through the field.
Here's something that the people watching on at home and indeed trackside here, Jack, there is quite a mix, because the 944 was an internationally sold car, there's quite a mix of left and right hand drive cars, isn't there?
Absolutely, yes indeed. And it's a balanced thing. When they came out of the factory in Germany, these 944 cars, as we see El Presidente leading the field. Coming up over the rise here at Winton, he's got Chris Lewis-Williams, Adam Brewer tucked in right behind, and the 44 there in the sidling car of Mark Verdino. But yeah, they're beautifully balanced cars. They handle well. This is where they come into their own on a track like this, Winton, which is tight and twisty. These cars go around corners very, very well. And the left and right hand drive aspect that you mentioned there, Daz, different cars will have different left or right hand drive combinations. They're pretty much balanced either way, because they will weight them up with lead in different factors. But as they come out of the factory, they were designed as a left-hand drive car. Of course, they come out of Germany, come out of European roads, but they're beautifully balanced left to right, front and rear, and I can ascertain that they certainly go around corners very well. Well,
at the moment, those 4 cars there, the leader in car position 4 is a right-hand drive, and the positions 2 and 3 on the road are left-hand drive. So, throw the blanket over them. Verdino looks down the inside of Brewer, makes it stick. Wow, he threw that one in there for a while. In the fact that Brewer went off the track to celebrate, comes back on with a wobble in front of 55 of Bella. So that could have got interesting with the 4 times champ and the future champ to be in car number 3.
Sensational.
No pressure, Ads. No pressure.
Sensational driving there by the Vendetta, Mark Verdino, the number 44. He's a race winner from last year, and he's looking to bank the points. He had a bit of an off when he clouted a wall at Sandown on round 1, but he's looking to bank the points for this round already, as we see there, Daz, the bright green car, the very familiar picture of Cameron Bella scything his way through the pack already.
Geez, I tell you what, Bella just took it up to Ads Brewer there. Here we go. This is a replay that is Ads Brewer going off, coming in front of Bella. Bella went for the brakes there, and he's had to grab the gearbox next gear up a little bit late there, so lost a bit of time, but ultimately Bella pushed his way through here. This is a good bit of the pack here now, so we're back with Goldman, and this is Josh Brisbane in the 56 car trying to come through here yesterday. This was a very strong part of the field yesterday, and just hearing, yes, there it is, car 8, 15-second penalty, crossed the blend line at pit exit on their way out onto the track. They are very hard on that here at Winton.
They are absolutely brutal on that.
Yeah, they are, and it's in the notes and it's in the driver's briefing, so please, guys, try not to do it. It's a safety thing, but he'll know all about it. So the 55 will get that penalty. Was it 55?
It might have been 8. Was it 8? Richard Howe, I believe, got the penalty. Which is good news for Cambella in the 55.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, as I can certainly bank that up, because I got done for it myself last year and got a 30-second time penalty on that blend line situation. So it's not blend line TV we're talking about there with regard to the officials. It's crossing the blend line. So that's a shame for Richard Howe. But fantastic drive and amazing performance so far by Cambella. As I said, he's already come through the field. And also look at the performance, if I may say, by Jamie Watson. We are looking on screen at the moment at a relative newcomer to the category, Andrew Goldman, who's got some real pressure from the beautiful bright green car of Josh Brisbane. Josh is one of the category sponsors there this time around. Had an issue yesterday as he dives around the outside at turn 1. Great move by Josh Brisbane in the number 56.
A really good move, in fact, threw it in there and did not lose any time whatsoever.
No.
Now, on the way up to Carpenter, who had a good run yesterday, and see if he can tick those boxes. So Cambella, now the fastest car on track. It was Jamie Westaway. There's Tony Westaway.
Jamie. Apologies, yes. Jamie running in the Tony Westaway car today. They had a clutch issue in the gold car yesterday, so he's come out this morning in his dad's usually running car, the bright yellow and black car. That is actually Jamie Westaway in the normally run car from Tony Westaway. So
Jamie's had a ripping start and then just gone and thrown it off into the dust.
Yeah.
Here's this pack again. Now this is where Jamie Westaway's just come back in front of. This is for 11, 12, 13. Here it is. Yeah. Oversteer.
Wow. Okay. A new car. He's at high speed there as he's gone through and gone right off wide on the track as we come past the gum tree out the back of the...
How do you do that, Dad? I've just busted the bumper off your race car.
Well, exactly. He did the clutch and the gearbox, and he is a multiple champion, Jamie Westaway, so he is no slouch in any car. And in fact, he's getting ready himself to run in the Bathurst 6 Hour in a couple of weeks with Andrew Jackman and Mark Torbitz, who is actually leading the race. So how's that for a combination that's going to be happening in a couple of weeks? You've got Jamie Westaway, Mark Torbitz and Andrew Jackman.
Right now, this is what Mark Torbitz wants. He wants these guys squabbling away for the minors so that they slow each other down and start to dice with each other. Chris Lewis-Williams just there in the Vanilla Tyre Power entry. He's sort of in striking range, but at the moment, there's 7.5 minutes. Any one of these 4 cars can win the race. But have a look at Bella. He's going the long way around. Sets himself up for the inside, coming out of the S's and doing a ripping job for it there. So let's see where it all washes up. Right onto the back of Verdino.
Starting to attack Mark Verdino there. Yeah, he loves this place, Cambella. Currently has the fastest lap of the race with a 35.5. In fact, he's got the lap record at this place, Cambella, so he certainly knows how to win. And he will get some drive down this long back straight there, really trying to get the Vendetta under brakes, and I think he'll grab him. Actually, no. Mark holds it. It's so tight coming into the final corner as they head onto the long straight.
Let's stay here with Cambella and watch the master at work. Give him some silence to do it in. Oh, you can just see it. Sorry, silence.
Giving a wave to Mark. So, yeah, he's got him coming out of the final corner there, and he'll drag him all the way down this long straight. Sitting around about 180 kilometres an hour as they go into that corner there. He'll turn it left, flick it right, then drive it up over the crest and drop it down just in front of Mark Verdino, and Ads Brewer there sitting back behind Verdino.
Interesting. Just watch Cambella just giving a bit of brake balance change there, coming up the hill onto the old main straight past the control tower or the commentary booth area. Here, car off on the left there. Is that Lyndon Watson down heading into the sweeper there, just off the back of the shop there? I saw that car. Yeah,
that's a shame for Lyndon. He has left the track by the looks of him. There he is. He looks like he is okay. Sorry, it's Jimmy Mitchell by the looks of it. Jimmy Mitchell in the Martini livery car. Jimmy unfortunately had some issues yesterday as well, but that's a shame to see Jimmy Mitchell pulling over.
Apologies to Lyndon Watson there at that, but white car with blue detail on the side. Mistake can be making.
Very similar.
Made.
In the glistening Winton sunshine, absolutely. The backlight there, but...
Oh, he's underway again.
It looks like he's got it going, got it rolling, so that's good news for Jimmy Mitchell. They're all sliding off there. Maybe there's, I don't know, some greasy tyre situations going on there, or the heat of the tyres, but quite long races. We had a long race yesterday, and they're all trying to get the drive out of that back corner here at Winton. Here's the main corner as you come onto the front straight, and again, it's El Presidente, Mark Torbets, Chris Lewis-Williams, but what a performance by Cameron Balla, up to third already.
Hey, Jake, you've raced these cars. What's your advice to Mark Torbets right now? Don't worry about what's going on behind you. Just keep positioning the car up and down through the gearbox, but get the line, because look who's behind him. There's 8 championships weighing down on him right now.
Absolutely. It's probably not my place to give the president of the club some advice, I can tell you. But, yeah, look, Mark's a pretty cool customer. He's a very experienced campaigner. He's been racing this category for 10 years, and he's got the confidence now in this car. This car is... been formerly run by Tim Wolfe in Western Australia, who has now moved up to the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, which is the ladder, I guess, and this is, as you've said many, many times, Daz, it's the first serious stepping stone in the Porsche global category, really, from here up to Michelin Sprint, onto Carrera Cup, and then you're on to global Porsche campaigns like Matty Campbell. But Torbets has now got the confidence. He's waited a long time, but he's got the confidence in that car. So, yes, he's got 8 title winners directly in his mirrors, which is no mean feat, if you don't mind.
And another one just a little bit further back in Jamie Westaway, who's trying to recover.
Exactly. But what he said yesterday after his race win was he really just wanted to be calm and cool, and yes, check the mirrors, but just hit your apexes, get your braking points correct, drive the car out of corners, just keep it flowing, nothing crazy, and get it to the line. And with 3.5 minutes to go, he's really got some pressure, but he's just going to have to remain cool.
I tell you what, here's a couple of princes in waiting, aren't they? They're after the kingdom. Brewer looks to the inside of Bettino. A beautiful move for Ads Brewer. Wow, the AVI technology car slips up the inside of the Sidelink car, and that is a ripper. Gets it done, but he's not done here. The 44 looks to the inside. There's going to be another change, or there's going to be paint swaps. Either way around. The slide through the 3 gathers it all back up. The 44 gathers it all up. But wow, Ads Brewer wide now. He's going to have better flow here, but the 44 dances across the track in front of him and gathers it all back up. As I said, there's a couple of princes that want the kingdom here. They've got their swords out, haven't they?
Absolutely. You've got the Black Widow Spider, number 3, against the Vendetta, Mark Verdino. Mark's really doing very, very well in this category now. He's lifted his game from it was already a good level, but he had a race win last year. He was bitterly disappointed after round 1 at Sandown, where he was leading the race, but he clouded the wall at turn 4, tore off the right rear of the car, so he wants the points this round.
Let's watch this. Let's just give them the airtime.
Absolutely. This, by the looks of it, is the master at work. This is Cam Balla as he now heads round the back of the circuit. He's currently in 3rd gear there. He may just grab 4th. There he goes, into 4th gear there now. It's hard on the brakes, back to 3rd. He'll turn it left, flick it out of this corner. He wants the ripple strip on the right. You grab a little bit of that, and he's slipping in behind the car in front of him because he wants the slipstream. Bang, down into 4th gear there. So the majority of this circuit is 3rd and 4th. Moves to the left, back to 3rd. He wants to get the drive out of this corner because this is the corner which is going to lead on to the long front straight, and this is where he's going to get the slipstream and nail these guys in front.
I do love Chris Lewis-Williams covering him off there. He stayed right over to the right-hand side, and there at the very last minute moved over. Here we go again. Lewis-Williams looks over to the left-hand side. That's the ultimate race line. He's obviously confident, but gee, coming out to that last set of corners, CLW had him well and truly covered off here.
Baron of Benalla there, Chris Lewis-Williams definitely knows how to make that car very, very wide.
See that bias adjustment he does coming onto the on the top of the straight there, just reaches up on the dash and gives it half a turn.
Absolutely. He's fairly hard on the brakes as he hits that corner there, so he will adjust the brake bias in this car. You can definitely adjust the brake bias left, front and rear. So
I do like the way the director went away from the in-car, so he doesn't give away all his in-car secrets as he's tuning the car on the lap. So we were on for the tuning up there, but definitely he's working that brake bias, that's for sure.
Yeah, and how close is the racing just behind there, Daz, with the Sidelink car of Mark Verdino under real pressure from Adam Brewer. Adam Brewer wants to bank these points, we keep saying it, but he's definitely a contender this year, Adam Brewer. He's got plenty of pace in that car, but there's no shortage of pace from Mark Verdino either. And with probably maybe one or two laps to go, this is a real fight because these two guys want to make sure that the top front runners do not get away.
Ads Brewer just hangs on. No iteration for a spot change there, but it was coming up to this next corner where he had the big lunge at it. And car number 3 certainly did very well. But wow, that drive off the number 44 coming around in the side link car. He's getting good power down this time. Ads Brewer closes up just that little short shoot. He's also getting the power down nicely. So two very finely matched contenders here. And just up the road, we're seeing the lead of the race. Bella right into the back of Chris Lewis-Williams now. This is the 44 and the 3. They're both nearly swapped paint last time around. Just being told 2 laps to go for the Porsche 944s.
Right, and it is getting serious at the front, I can tell you. With 2 laps to go, they are nose to tail. You've got Mark Torbert's El Presidente in the bright yellow Pipecraft car just ahead of the Baron of Benalla, Chris Lewis-Williams, and the 4-time champion Cam Bella. And looking back at these 2 guys who are in an absolute dogfight.
Here we go again.
And
Bella on board. That is reigning champion Chris Lewis-Williams. Feigns to the inside. The famous Winton manoeuvre at the water tank. Feign to the inside there. All that's done is given Bella all the room he needs. Was that a nudge?
Maybe.
Did he give him a bit of come on? CLW, let me at that yellow car. Nah, it wasn't. It would have been probably indicator lens on the road if that was the case. But that was very, very close. On board the Don Watson camera. And... that's it.
No, wow.
He's thrown it all away. Cambella, the big ask at the front end of the car. It's understeered. Now he has to work very, very hard again.
Gee.
So Richard Howe has got that 15 seconds hanging over his head. And sadly for him, that's going to drop him right outside the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah.
This is our race leader. There he goes. That's Mark Torberts with Chris Lewis-Williams. They'll come around and be on the final lap now. And I tell you what, Mark Torberts, here we go. This was 4-time champion Cambella, tips it in at the corner. Oh, and that was it. A little bit of a compression lockup, I think that was, with the way the car vibrated ever so slightly there. So we won't see it again because this is happening all at the front. Yep. Mark Torberts poised, 2 for 2. I did say to him this morning, mate, this opens up the floodgates now. You win them all from here on in.
Big crush. Big incident there. By the looks of it, off the track. Sorry to interrupt us.
Matty Benazelma. And that is Josh Brisbane parked up there. Let's get back at the front. This is where it's really at now. The driver of car number 66, Mark Torberts, in Tim Fox's car. Let's hope Tim's out of bed. Be early rise for Tim over in WA to see this race this morning and get on with it. I dare say he has been. Chris Lewis-Williams celebrating his championship last year with a new livery on the Tyre Power Benalla car. And Cam Bella all but threw it away last lap round. Coming down to this corner we're heading into now, which I'm going to say was a compression lockup. But
might have been.
It's interestingly enough that we'll see what happens. Here we go. CLW, look at Torberts. He's holding the middle of the track. He's allowed to put the car wherever he wants at this point in time. CLW, no. Was going to try and do that kind of threshold of braking slide lock-up manoeuvre into the corner there. Sees best of it, and I would say CLW probably went, yeah, I really don't want to ding up Mark today. Not yet, maybe in the last race of the day. And he gets it. Mark Torberts, 2 from 2. Chris Lewis-Williams into position 2. And Cam Bella works hard to get through to position number 3. Mark Verdino ultimately beats home Ads Brewer in what was the thrilling part of race number 2.
Yeah, fantastic drive there by El Presidente in the bright yellow pipe draft car. And he's getting the applause from the 4-time champion, from Chris Lewis-Williams, as they go past the commentary box here. What a performance by Cameron Bella there, though, to get up to 3rd. That's a sensational performance. Mark Verdino, as you mentioned there, Daz, the Vendetta just holding off the Black Widow Spider of Adam Brewer. Lyndon Watson got home there in 6th, which is great to see. And he was home ahead of Michael Westaway, King Richard Howe, Nick Carpenter again. Another fantastic performance from Nick, who's new to the category and doing really, really well at Winton this weekend. Andrew Goldman, we believe, has made it home just... They're still coming across the line, I should mention. Sorry. We're looking at timing screens here at the moment, but Andy Goldman has come home in the top 10 result for Andy, which is fantastic.
John Venoris just off the lead lap there, and then the DNFs there, Manny Menezalma, Josh Brisbane, sadly, Jamie Westaway and Mitchell there as well. There's the results. Take a photo of that if you're friends of Mark Taubman and friends and family. Another race win, race 2 over Chris Lewis-Williams and Cam Bella. The interesting thing was Chris Lewis-Williams ranging up beside Mark after the race with a round of applause from the driver's seat, and then he dropped back and gave Cam Bella a round of applause as well. So full respect there. That's the measure of the man. He's just letting everyone know around them. Really appreciated that. That was a great race.
Yeah, sensational, and a lot of respect with all the drivers here, but great to see Mark Torbitz. Wow, he's taken one victory. Well, I'll just grab another one as well. So really getting the confidence now in that car, and it's fantastic to see. He's been in the game a long time. Running through the results, as we mentioned there, Torbitz, Lewis-Williams, Bella, Mark Verdino, Adam Brewer, Lyndon Watson, Michael Westaway, King Richard Howe, Nick Carpenter, Andrew Goldman has rounded out the top 10, and that'll be effectively the results from that race. As we mentioned there, we had some DNFs. Unfortunately, Joshy Brisbane and Matty Mezzerselma finding the grass on the last couple of corners. We'll be back for race 3 this afternoon, though, Daz, and we're looking forward to that one.
Certainly the Porsche 944 is back on track at 3 o'clock. Looking forward to that. Thank you very much, Jack Atley, for your injection of enthusiasm, as always. And, gee, aren't we looking good in our pit lane clothing outfits today, you and I?
Love a good pitlaneclothing.com outfit. Thanks very much, Darren.
Good on you, mate. Thank you. Sports Sedans are on track next for the Groove Train Eastland. We'll be back with more from Winton Motor Raceway.
We're here with Greg Lynch. This is a serious bit of kit you've got here in this garage. Tell us a bit about it, mate.
Oh, well, so it's a HSV GDS 300. Started life as a road car, and I was involved with the HSV Owners Club at that stage and doing lots of club sprints. And eventually the car sort of modification after modification to get faster and faster and faster. And eventually I started doing the Victorian Super Sprint Championship, and then it modified into the car that it is today, running the sports sedans.
It certainly looks very close to an era supercar, which is what I imagine you've tried to go for with a look here. How close is it to a supercar in terms of performance, would you say?
Probably performance-wise, it probably is pretty similar to a supercar. The only disadvantage is it's about 250 kilos heavier than a V8 supercar.
So what's it like to drive it around a place here like Winton, a nice and tight, twisty technical track?
Yeah, look, it's a track that's not ideally suited to the Commodores, but look, I always reckon that no matter where you are, if you're out on the racetrack, it's got to be fun anyway. So although Winton's not its best track, there's certainly enough technical aspects to perform to really reward a well set up car.
How have you gone here in the past in this car at Winton? Do you reckon, what sort of results are you looking at, or are you not really too fussed about results?
Well, it's a pretty tough field this weekend in the sports sedan. There's quite a lot of very quick cars in today. Look, I'll be happy with anywhere. I'm thinking I might qualify perhaps and finish my races somewhere around 6th to 8th. So I'm hoping for a finish somewhere around about there.
Brilliant. Well, best of luck, mate. All the best for the weekend.
Thanks very much.
Without too much further ado, this is what state-level racing is all about in the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. You've got to get your breath and you've got to get it quick as we roll out the big bangers, the gods of thunder of Australian motorsport, and we shout out to our brothers, our big brothers in the National Series down at Tasmania this weekend at Symmons Plains, having their big run down there for their opening round of the season. But fantastic field here assembled for the state round here, and this is for the Groove Train Eastland, the Victorian Sports Sedan Series. And QP Lubes, quality performance lubes, provide professional lube service for everything that needs lubrication. And National Blind Suppliers, owned by our current reigning champion, National Blind Suppliers, wholesale manufacturer of furnishing, window furnishings, blinds, shutters and awnings, South Gippsland Highway, Dandenong South. Here is our grid. It will be Dean Cam under huge threat by Travis Condon. He is saving tyres for the last race of today, the longer 25-minute race. Francois Habib out of P3. Kevy Stoopman is the next one there in the turbocharged Mitsubishi Evo. You'd have to think that the turbocharged Evo has to make hay while the sun shines, and in fact, while the sun shines, not quite as hot as what it's going to be this afternoon here locally. Really send a message out to everyone that make your way trackside here to Winton. Currently 23 degrees, we're expecting a top of 28, and sun shining day, a little bit of cloud around there as well, so well worth making your way trackside. It's actually, yeah, it's heating up past 23 at the moment. Greg Lynch out of position number 6, Corey Gillett right alongside, first time in the Victorian Championship there for Corey Gillett. John Ippolito to Michael Luff in the number 35. It looks like a white VE Commodore, and that's what it is, but boy, is it rapid. There he is coming around onto the pit straight there to line up. Right alongside Michael Luff will be, behind will be Jason Lee. Behind Michael Luff will be Warren Cleland in the 33. Mark Carr back to Adrian Reed in that beautiful Mini that just made its way onto the grid. Cam McKinnon in the 888 Home Loans car. He's our man in the 888 Home Loans Datsun 1600, a very menacing looking Datsun 1600 indeed. David Shaw and Vince Stenter in the very own Groove Train Eastland Mustang at the rear of the grid. He didn't finish the race yesterday. Sorry, I don't have any information as to what occurred there, but he is on the grid, which is fantastic because this Mustang's only done a couple of race meetings, relatively new. Great front row of the grid, 2 different iterations on a race car, and that's what sports sedans are all about. And that is Dean Cam just showing you how you get away from the start line in a sports sedan race. He's got 2 or 3 car lengths on the field. Stoopman goes around Condon as well, so the turbocharged veteran just goes streaming through into P2, and Condon comes up the inside. Stoopy gets pushed out wide there, so Condon recovers to P2, and now Francois Habib's up on the ripple strips having an attack at Kevy Stoopman in the Evo, so not settling this race, that's for sure. Greg Lynch now goes right past Francois Habib as he goes out over the back of the ripple strips on the exit of turn 4, and Ippolito's now right in his face. And they are absolutely going for it in the mid-pack as Dean Cam's got a nice gap. Francois Habib fights back, gets down the inside of Greg Lynch. 2 of the Ravage Raceworks cars, Lynchy and Francois, come together. Now Lynch is facing into the traffic. That is a horrible position to be in. Boy, oh boy, that will be nerve-wracking for the dentist from the northeastern suburbs of Melbourne. And wow, that was some. Here we go, back to the start here. There's the sweeping Evo of the Tyre Power car there, and boy, oh boy, what a wobble, hippy shake ride he had coming into turn number 2. Race continues. John Ippolito, the number 97 car is beautiful, a magnificent sports sedan, and menacing in black. It's actually a testament to the series. This is Heartland Sports Sedans, this car. And he has got some great horsepower on board, thanks to dandy engines emblazoned up on those front quarter panels. Michael Luff, another guy that's got great horsepower. Here comes Kevy Stoopman. He'll be all hot and sweaty still from his Saloon car race earlier this morning in his Falcon. And as I said, the turbocharged car really does have to do its work this morning whilst the air is not quite as hot as what we're expecting it to be. Here's the replay, the 2 Commodores come together, and that is the headlight, I would suggest, out of the Dodo car. And that is certainly a big coming together between those two, sharing a garage, sharing the prep company that they both use in Dean Lilly, but certainly not teammates on track, that's for sure. They're both fighting over that same bit of track, and Greg Lynch had a horrible view of the whole field coming through there. That is absolutely nerve-wracking when you're turned around and you're facing the wrong way. I'm not sure where to apportion blame there. It was, I would say, Craig Baird might adjudicate on that racing incident. Blow the whistle, play on, and that's what we're seeing. But Francois Bibb has not lost any places in this race, and it doesn't appear as though we're seeing any black flags or any penalties being dealt out yet. So 2 cars into one corner and one piece of track doesn't fit, and neither of them budge from that. But I will leave that to be adjudicated by those a lot more talented in that sort of adjudication than myself. Dean Cam opens up the account with a 128.53, and that is testament to the conditions here. The lap record being held by Jack Perkins in the John Gourlay Audi at a 119.87. We'll work towards that, but I don't think we'll get anywhere near that lap record with the conditions today. Travis Condon has got the bit between the teeth. There goes Vince Stenter, and there is our man from Triple Eight Home Loans. He's got his hands full with Warren Clellan in the Mark car. Warren new to the Mark cars. Of course, we saw Tony win a championship in the Mark car from Mornington Mazda and Valvoline. And there's a couple of them floating around. Disco Stewie Eustace, and now this one in the hands of Warren Clellan. And there's the number 17 Vince Stenter Mustang, and it looks pretty good. It's a new car to Sports Sedans in Victoria, and let's see if we can get a good look at that Datsun. There he is, 4 headlights, LEDs, a light, and goes through. Big send by Vince Stenter, goes through on Warren Clellan in the Mark car, and getting a good look now. There is Cam McKinnon, and that Datsun just slowly getting developed up. It's been a long old process with this car, but really cool to see it on track. Have a look at that now. Gets its power down, drives away from a Mustang, little 4-cylinder, and it comes out of the corner very nicely. And that's what you want at Winton. You want to be able to get the power down, and that's what it's doing. Massive rear wing on that Datsun. Some might say maybe offering a bit much drag as opposed to downforce, but certainly Cam's working through all those things with that car. Vince Stenter in the 17, having a bit of a wobble there and gathering it all back up. But Francois Habib is off down in turn 3, and that is bogged. You're not going anywhere there, Francois. You may as well turn the switch off, because that'll bring out the safety car. Car parked up right in that sand pit, and right near the entry gate to Winton Motor Raceway. And on that note, join us. Come down here. Get trackside. Come and have an afternoon at the races at Winton. Here we go. Francois all by himself. Rear lock-up, puts the left rear into the dirt, and around you go. That is how unforgiving those old supercars were. If you're going to do something, you want to make a good move, please don't put the rear wheel off into the dirt. Yes, we have got a safety car. Travis Condon, this is playing right into his strategy for this weekend. He is saving the tyres on his car for the final race for today. Dean Cam is trying just his best to accrue points out of every single race, and that's what he's done, and that's what Dean does. He's a magician at accruing of points in championships, and has got a number of the trophies, the big ones up on the wall at home, as they all just slow down. There's Greg Lynch, who at the turnaround at the water tank on the opening stanza of this race. There's Dean Cam. Now, what will be the issue will be these cars behind the safety car and managing engine temperatures. Some of them were well out over 110, 115 degrees yesterday. They do rely on air, cool air, or whatever the ambient temperature is, to flow through them when they're slowed down behind the safety car. You'll see them just give each other the maximum gap to the car in front of about 4 or 5 car lengths before you start to get in trouble with officialdom. So you can't let it just run out too far, but they do certainly want to try and get some cooler air, not coming straight off the back of the hot racing car in front, and try and manage that as best as possible. And there it is, right on time with the safety car out at the moment, is the big thanks to our volunteer officials all around the track. Getting a good look at the Victorian flag marshalling team that turn up, rain, hail or shine. Great group of men and women, boys and girls that are loyal, very loyal servants to the sport. And all of our recovery crews, our in particular the crew in the race control, where all the hard decisions are made. The race secretary, deputy race secretary, the clerks, of course, that do such a tremendous job. It's probably a good opportunity for me to just put some names to those roles that I'm talking about in the control tower, because we have got a first-timer clerk, of course, here for the State Series, and Christian Jackson doing a tremendous job. Yesterday had torrid of issues to deal with in the first couple of races. He's being very ably assisted by Dave Vernell, absolute veteran of the clerk of course role, and organiser of thousands of race meetings across the country. So he has got a really good deputy or assistant clerk of course to fall back on there with David Vernell. Race secretary Michael Holloway, stewards Aaron Blanchard and David Chong, the chief grid marshal Rod Shaw, chief timekeeper Darren McKeemish from the Monash University, Melbourne University Car Club. Judges of fact, David Vernell. Driving standards, Michael Stillwell. Big shout out to Michael. He does a very large amount of work at each one of these weekends. Sarah Holloway, the emergency controller. Sue Arnett in communications. Big shout out to Sue. Very experienced official is Sue. Chief scrutiny is Peter Valentine. And of course, we've got the fire and rescue at Race Safe. And doing a tremendous job. Chief gatekeeper, Chris Allen. That's a tough old job in a hot day like today. So big shout out to Chris as you come in the gate. Say good day to him. James Holloway in the marshalling area. And of course all the members across the clubs that run this series. The Australian Sports and Association, MD Car Club, Victorian Mini Club Incorporated and Fire that run them all. So a big shout out to all of those people and organisations that keep the wheels on the series. They'll be at the next round. They'll be at the next round. So each time we go racing, we really do need to acknowledge the huge amount of work that goes into putting one of these sort of race meetings together. Just over 150 entries, I think there was here this weekend. So over 200 at round one at Sandown. And of course, all the great pictures coming out of the Blendline TV crew. Big shout out to those cameramen. Let me tell you, on a day like today, it is slip, slop, slap, and do it again every hour or so. So cameramen out on points, up on scaffolds, just getting these fantastic shots that we can beam out for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, brought to you by 888 Home Loans. And on that note, if you're sitting watching the coverage and enjoying it, and you're in a position that you would like to get involved with helping this championship grow and prosper, please get in contact with the series and have a chat with us about sponsoring the series. We do have 888 Home Loans, and we're absolutely wrapped with the association there. But certainly, we certainly would love some more commercial partners to keep this level of production. It doesn't happen for nothing, that is for sure. It's a commercial reality these days. That if you're enjoying this coverage, there is certainly a big effort being put in to make sure that it continues, and that effort in reality involves commercial partners helping us to fund it. So if you're enjoying it and you want to have a chat, please get in touch with the VSRS via the Facebook page if you want to chat, or reach out to the VSRS quietly at the end of the race meeting. We'd love to talk to you. I believe safety car is preparing to come in now as Dean Cam just slows it down, and he wants to control it to suit the Corvette. He doesn't want it to suit the Corolla or the Evo behind him, as we see Corey Gillett go in out of position number 5, goes into the pits, and Dean Cam is back underway. They all get away very, very nicely indeed. Watch Johnny Bolletto. Oh no, watch Kevy Stoopman ranges up the inside. Travis Condon might be caught napping a little bit there, or was it just the pace of the turbocharged Evo stuffed it up the inside like he did on the outside, like he did on the opening stanza of this race. And now Kev Stoopman's got Dean Cam in his sights here, so Dean needs to get the Corvette, the number 66, hustling away, the 5-star fencing racer. Heads up into the sweeper here, and this is where the Corvette, with its longer wheelbase, manages just to remain nice and stable. The cars behind start to bobble around. Stoopy up on the ripple strip. Dean Cam covering him off very deliberately, and what that's doing is giving Travis Condon the room of track in front of him to fight back to Kevy Stoopman. Watch the green Corolla. It's got bulk horsepower as he comes out of this corner. And this is nose-to-tail sports sedan racing at its best. And let me tell you, 3 very different ways of achieving it. The car in the middle of the sandwich there, 4-cylinder turbo, 4-wheel drive, all-wheel drive. The car in front, rear drive front engine, or midships engine as it is in this car. And then Travis Condon, front engine, rear drive, albeit out of a K70 Corolla with a Chevrolet power plant in it. So 3 different ways of achieving it. It's 1, 2, 3 in the race, and there's Johnny Pilotto in the, I guess, more traditional type of Australian fare, front engine, mid-gearbox, rear drive outfit. So everyone has a different way of achieving their pace in sports sedans, and this is what is so brilliant about sports sedans, is that everyone has a way to express themselves, express their engineering experience. And we've had someone come off down there in the turn 1-2 complex. Vin Stenter now under fire with Greg Lynch returning. Up to 7th place is Greg. So it was John Nipoletto that put it off at 2. Put up a whole lot of dust. He hasn't lost any places because Michael Luff is still behind him. But the gap to Travis Condon has just opened out a little bit. 2 laps to go, I'm being told from race control. And there is the 17 of Vince Stenter from Groove Train Eastland, our series sponsor for the sports sedans, and part of a great group of people. Also QP Lubes, Quality Performance Lubes, down in Mattingly. Bacchus Marsh there for all of your quality lubricants. National Blind Suppliers, and that is our great mate Francois Habib, who is playing no further part in this race after a coming together at the water tank with Greg Lynch. There's Greg Lynch right there, smack bang on screen. Don't be mistaken, that is not an ex-HRT touring car. This is a bespoke built car, sports sedan, and is prepared out of Ravage Raceworks in Melbourne. Here comes Travis Condon now. He is bouncing it up off ripple strips, and he's not really answering the question lap time-wise. He is by throwing it off the track there. You don't want to do that too many times, but Travis has been quite deliberate in his strategy here. He wants the tyres for the race 3 for the weekend, and it's just as he's cracking it sideways like that, that is not going to get you there, Travis. He is now looking down the barrel of coming 3rd to Dean Cam again today, but also with Kevy Stoopman in the mix here. Kev is going beautifully in the number 82 Tyre Power car. Tyre Power Sale, I believe, is Kev's preferred dealership. 66 Dean Cam deliberately placing his car exactly where he needs to, and power down into this left-hander, and this is probably more suited to the Evo as Dean Cam now comes down. 2 more corners to go, and we should have 2 from 2 for Dean Cam here this weekend. He comes in with all the points from round 1 as well, so he's done a terrific job. Brings it in. And there it is. Dean Cam, checkered flag, National Blind Supplies, Groove Train Eastland, following him home very, very closely indeed. 1.3 seconds behind Kevy Stoopman, and a further 0.9 of a second behind there is Travis Condon. Terrific result. And the race continues here. This is the 94, David Shaw and Adrian Reed. This is your typical David versus Goliath, the big Falcon and the tiny Mini. Looks to the outside, winds up the turbo, and who gets it at line? It will be the truck right car of David Shaw, Adrian Reed, and at the end of it, it was 0.2 of a second to the gap there. So, testament to sports sedan racing. It's not over until it's over. And a terrific job there. All doing it for the Groove Train Eastland. Confirmation of results. Dean Cam takes the win, 2 from 2 here this weekend. Kevy Stoopman getting home in P2. That's a terrific result there. Well done to Kevy Stoopman. And he has to saddle up again in just a couple of moments for Saloon Cars and do the racing there in his Falcon as well. So Travis Condon home in P3. I hope his strategy of looking after tyres for the last race for the day. He'll be starting off the second row of the group with John Ippolito right beside him. I feel as though John Ippolito's about to release the ponies too. He's sort of been lurking quietly around in the background there. Greg Lynch to Michael Luff, and that rounds out our top 10. We'll be back with more here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. On next, the Circuit XLs. Back in a moment.
We're down here in the east. Plenty of action as always in Hyundai XL Racing. Some great shots there of all the racing that took place in season 2023. However, we are in season 2024 and this is round number 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And for Hyundai XL's round 2 for them in this series, with thanks to Lanatec, proud sponsors for the 2024 season for Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for Hyundai XLs. Been a frenetic start to XL Racing in 2024. A couple of different winners at Sandown. Jalen Robotham here this weekend showed them how it was done on a couple of occasions at Sandown, but couldn't quite keep up with Ashton Kadich in race 1 yesterday. Ashton actually managed to open up the margin quite nicely over the course of the laps that ensued and earned himself a first race win aboard the AMR Motorsport number 13. Ahead of Robotham, who had his hands full with Hugo Simpson for a good chunk of the latter stages of the race yesterday afternoon. And then Toby Waghorn coming home in 4th in car number 84. Jet Murray and Tice Hodge, they had a good early battle yesterday in the first part of the race, and then Jet with the upper hand sort of moved away from Tice and went home to finish 5th ahead of the 6th placed Hodge. Cisco Morales and Harry Strick, they're going to start 7th and 8th for this race coming up. And over the page we go, we've got Tabitha Ambrose will be next out of position number 9, with Jet Bloomerus, the last finisher inside the top 10. Jack Carpenter, who's taken over what used to be the battery stop car that was piloted by Harry Tompkins. It's had a car number change. It's car number 11 in position number 11 starting this one. Jack Johnson in the 129 starting next door to him.
Gareth Hodgkiss is only one of about 4 or 5 cars that participated in this round exactly 12 months ago. He's going to start in position 13. Michael Brennan, Emily Jones and James Serra made his way from 20th yesterday afternoon up to 16th. So good start to his career in XLs after being away from the sport for the better part of 14 years. Lachlan Harvey and Lucy Sidwell, they had a good exchange yesterday as well. So 17th and 18th for the 2 chargers there. Maya Bongiorno and Lee Sellenmeyer in position number 20. And then we get to a couple of the drivers that were the last ones to finish. So Carly Fleming and Jacob Wingett and Abby Wingett all finished. Lee Kennedy there in 24th. And then if he's able to take the start, 25th place will be Peter Fleming. Now, you might recall Peter's actually cross-entered for the weekend. He did have a very gentle rollover in the improved production race yesterday afternoon. Panicked a little bit. The leaders were bearing down on him at turn 1. Just got a little bit anxious and made a mistake, dropped the car off the circuit and shot back across. And the bit into the dirt, it rolled over gently and broke the front windscreen. There is a little bit of top-end damage on the roof as well. But scrutineers have given him the all-clear to race, provided that he takes out both the front and rear windows, which he has done. I've been down and had a look at that car. They are removed. And as long as he had a full face helmet, which he does, he has got permission to race from the scrutineers. So whether he suits up for this one or not, we will soon find out if he's able to join the rear of the grid. But that's great news for Peter Fleming. He was completely unharmed in that rollover yesterday. Same fashion for Brock Hamilton in the V's, who had that scary rollover exiting turn 2. Both drivers shaken, but not stirred. Definitely all okay and fit to race. So this is the last of the second races for all of the categories this weekend. So 20-minute hit out here for Hyundai XLs. And then we get into the feature races starting after this one. So 12:30 with Formula V. They're going to kick off the 25-minute races. Saloon cars and E30s. Formula Ford then on to improved production at 2:30. And then rounding out our schedule, Porsche 944s, Sport Sedans, who will be a little bit of a shorter race compared to the 25-minute ones around them, but still going to be classed as a feature race. And then we're back with Hyundai XLs to round off proceedings at 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time, and then that would be the end of round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And then it's a bit of a margin there. You can see there a bit of a gap between Benalla, where we are this weekend, and then the new June date for Phillip Island. Normally it would of course be May, so it's now a 3-month gap instead of a 2-month gap. And then on to August for Sandown. A slight date change for Phillip Island in October. It normally is the weekend around or before the grand final weekend in September, so about a 3-week or 2-week date change there. And then it's only 3 weeks from Phillip Island to Calder Park to round out the 6-round season of racing here in the great state of Victoria. Hyundai XL's now on track. Here they all come through turn 1 and 2, up past the scene of the accident from the 2 rollovers yesterday, and just keeping an eye out as they all weave through here. About 17th, 18th is about the 20th place cars in the queue, and looking to see if Peter Fleming has made it out. And see Jacob Wingett going through. There goes Abby Wingett. There goes Peter Fleming with the orange and black car with the front and rear windscreens missing. So great to see Peter Fleming's made it back out here, Daz.
Yeah, it certainly is, and certainly not a factory extra, is it?
No.
Sans front and rear screens. Just thinking back to 12 months ago, it was about now that Cadell Ambrose lined up to start the second win of the weekend and take the 3 from 3. And interestingly enough, we're sort of looking at the same scenario here this weekend. So it's going to be good fun race, as XL racing always is. Sometimes not a whole lot of fun when people get dinged up, but that's for others to decide afterwards in the pit and paddock area. From our perspective and from those watching on, XL racing has been the fun race of the day, to see what these drivers can do with daring and dash out there on the racetrack. And you've been through the whole grid already, Steve, so thank you very much for that. But yeah, look, I guess we once the XLs are on track, we always look for a good bit of motorsport entertainment, don't we?
That's right. We see the battle groups form quite early as well. So we see plenty of
There's
a few out in front.
right there.
There it is. You wouldn't tell just at a first glance to realise that the front and rear windscreens are missing from that car, but it's getting a little bit of old Craig Lowndes at Bathurst back in the day, wasn't it? Remember the incident with the tyre that bounced back into it? How cold can you get? Well, I mean, this is going to be the only Hyundai XL running around with air conditioning in this race.
And is this an aerodynamic advantage? Would air flowing through part of the car that would normally go over the top and be disturbed? I don't know. I guess there's a lot of things inside the car to disturb the air as well.
Yeah, that's right. You got the drivers in there for a start with the seat, but then you've also got the rear firewall and things as well. So they're all set with the last car getting into place now. So set for a 20-minute race, give or take, probably about 10 or 11 laps expected distance if we can get that far. And revs will rise in a field of 25 Hyundai XLs, and away we go with Robotham on the outside, which is the preferred line for turn one because it is the natural racing line. And side by side now, Ashton Kadich, race winner yesterday, and Jalen Robotham. Kadich forced to use a little bit of the curb at turn number one. Robotham leaves in the space, and likewise on the exit. Great exchange, side by side, almost bump drafting.
Hugo Simpson up the back of Jay Robotham there.
Gave him a good shove.
Whack.
Yeah, gave him a good shove through and shoved him through to the lead of the race. Simpson now will get second position. Waghorn now looking to pounce as well on Ashton Kadich as they head up toward the sleeper. Well, sorry, not the sleeper, the sweeper, who will yield. You're going to be caught asleep at the wheel here.
You don't want to be, do you?
Up we go, and Waghorn backs out of it. So it was almost a game of chicken there, side by side up to the sweeper, and who was going to see position. And in a race that goes this long, probably best to just ease out the throttle, get back into the groove. There's still plenty of time. But Robotham, he got an almighty shove into first place.
And what all it's done is really help him. He's going to have a bit of damage on the back of it, but just about lifted the rear wheels off the car. And cars going around down the back of the field. They're off into the dirt as well. So a little bit of tanglement up down there. But really what was happening was up the road a bit with Hugo Simpson into the back of Robotham. So he has now gone through on the 13 of Caddick. But I tell you what, he absolutely gave the shove and gave him all the momentum. So at the moment, Caddick is in the lead of the race as a result of a big whack up the back.
Yeah, Robotham's in the lead of the race as a result of that little bit of a shove. Now, you normally, contact of that sort of nature in XLs has sort of been outlawed for quite a while. I mean, accidental contact is fine, but they did outlaw the bump drafting that we see at places like Phillip Island and Sandown quite some time ago, preventing those sorts of things from happening. As the field streams on through, I did see there was a car looked like it dived off for the pits, perhaps, in the back of shot there, but maybe Myers might be deceiving me. But here we go, down into turn number 3 for the second time. Good group of 4 cars out in front. We got Jet Murray is trying to go with them. And then there's a next group of cars behind them as Lachlan Harvey is off the road there at turn 1 and 2. Common mistake. Seen plenty of drivers do that this weekend. Just overcommitting a little bit to the braking zone for turn number 1, which has become a bit more commonplace nowadays since they removed the marshal post from the inside of turn 2. Oh, actually, that one was not from an over-braking. That was potentially a bit of contact there.
And he came back onto the track. Obviously thought something wasn't quite right because gave it a good 3 or 4 left to right swerves just to make sure. How's this? We're getting very lively with it up the front here. There's Waghorn in the 84 with Kadich and Hugo Simpson in the 117. The car in front of him will be wearing a little bit of front to rear bumper there between those 2 cars, but Jalen Robotham just about lifted the hand to say, thanks, mate. You just pushed me through to the lead of this race on that opening run into turn 3. We've seen Harvey go round at turn 1 there as well. And Steve, as you mentioned, settle it down, guys. We need to, there's another longer race again this afternoon. This is the only race 2, the final race of the morning stanza of our race meeting, albeit that it's hit just past noon locally here. But yeah, and great advice coming from you, Steve. Settle it down. We've got a whole race to get on with here, guys. Don't cart each other off in the opening lap.
Yeah, that's right. They've got about a 3.5 hour turnaround from the time this race finishes till the time that their final race, which will be the final race for the weekend, actually starts as well. So it's not a lot of time, all things considered, to turn around cars that have panel damage or have mechanical damage. So you've got to
always think about, first and foremost, getting through the weekend and getting through the weekend as unscathed as possible.
One of the good things about the XLs is we don't often hear that mechanical issue. They all seem to have worked out a really reliable driveline and engine package, producing good horsepower, producing good gear changing and all that sort of thing. It's as long as they keep off each other, you don't really see a car go pop up in flames or in smoke very often in XLs. So they've got the mechanical package that they need. There's always going to be an engine builder or a tuner that can get just that little bit more out of it. But certainly it's about getting it to the finish line in the best possible position you can. You've got to get it to the finish.
That's right. Here we go. Lee Sallenmeyer looking up the inside of Jacob Wingett here at turn 7. Nothing can be made out of that one. You got Lucy Sidwell tucked in behind Sallenmeyer as well. And then the next car in the queue, just trying to get the read on the number there. Behind her is Carly Fleming in the 142 machine. Coming back to your point that you were just talking about there, Darren, about the mechanical platform, a lot of the things in XL racing have been standardised over the last couple of seasons. So everything to, suspension packages that are available. Of course, there's been the tyre change that happened last year, going away from the up to the Dunlop tyre. Before that, it was the Federal RSR radial. So that was a major change that happened in the off-season. But a lot of things have sort of been tightened up to try and take away a lot of those freedoms and try and take it away from the haves and the have-nots and try and close that gap and try and make it as competitive as possible with minimal changes available in the package. As you said, an engine builder is going to find a way to get, an extra horsepower here or there, but then the drivers themselves are the ones that they really want to separate themselves on track.
The other thing is when you do get that extra horsepower, you're putting it through a gearbox that was never designed to have that horsepower shown to it, and a clutch and drive line that was never supposed to do that. So then it becomes, again, some mechanical sympathy from the driver. Use that horsepower advantage, and it may only be 1 or 2 or 3 kilowatts, but that's going to make a big difference. And what we're seeing here today is cars that are so evenly matched right through the field. Like that battle group we were just watching was for 17, 18, 19 and 20 on the road. We happen to be at the front of the race right now watching Toby Waghorn go through in the 84 car. Let's hope he stays out of any trouble here this weekend. In front of him, the number 13 of Kadich. And he was on the front row of the grid, so in fact out of pole position, and just was gazumped out of that by the time they got up to turn 3.
Well, while we were watching a bit further down the field, the leading group of 4 cars is actually broken apart. So Robotham and Simpson are going at it, and they've kicked away to nearly a 2-second advantage over Kadich and Waghorn. So this was the battle we were watching, and while that was going on, the lead group of 4 cars has now become 2 groups of 2. You've got Lucy Sidwell here looking at the outside of Jacob Wingett. So number 32 Snaffle machine, just locking a brake there into turn 10. Been quite common, I've noticed this weekend, Darren. A lot of cars locking brakes into turn 10. And that's across the whole entire field. I know a lot of drivers have sort of been pushing the limits and things at a lot of the parts of the circuit, but turn 10 in particular, it is the slowest corner, or one of the slowest corners on the circuit. It's not exactly a 90-degree left-hand corner. It actually goes a little bit further than 90 degrees, so it's a very patient corner. You've got to scrub off quite a lot of speed, get through the corner, and then patiently pick the throttle up on the other side and try not to understeer too wide and kick up too much of the dust by going beyond the limits of the ripple strip on the corner exit. But turn 10 in particular just seems to be getting the best of a couple of people this weekend. Still able to make the corner, but plenty of lock brakes going in there.
Yeah, and it's testament to how hard they're trying here. I do like this. I'm tipping that's a tribute livery to the Sierra of Alan Moffat that we've got going on here with car number 89.
That's it. That's Brendan there going through. Can't see what place it is. Our timing's actually just given us a little bit of a whoopsie here at the minute. But then that's the number 6 machine. I think that's Emily Jones tucked in behind the 89 of Brennan. It's actually sporting an extra name on the window on the side of that car. That would have been left over from probably one of the Enduros. That was contested last year. We did mention, of course, the David Lowe Memorial Enduro does take place here at Winton in the latter stages of the year.
There's been a number of Enduros. There was one at Tailem Bend.
There's one at Queensland, I think, at one point a couple of years ago as well. So they're very, very popular. And it actually brings out quite a number of, not of the likes of Jay Robotham, but even see a few of the supercars drivers decide they want to come and have a go at Enduro as well. Andre Heimgartner did one. I think maybe Anton De Pasquale was one there as well. So it does attract a few different types of drivers. And I think that's actually good for the category in a way, having seeing some seasoned drivers in the upper echelons of motorsport in this country coming along and pairing up with some of the drivers that are, you know, starting out in their career and being approachable as well, being able to get some feedback and offer some tips and advice.
Gives you a good measure where you're at, too.
Exactly.
Where you're climbing, if you're climbing. The other thing is that we do get a little bit confused with the likes of XLs and Formula Ford, that people are on their way through to stardom, and often they're not. Often they're just like, I'm really enjoying this. This is a happy home for me. Let's get the rules cemented in and make sure that things are going along nicely, and then we can see how things are going to pan out. But at the moment, it is Jalen Robotham leading the way. He got well, we can see the margin. It's 0.2 of a second. We don't have to take too much of a guess at that as we have a good look at these cars here. This is the battle pack, 4th, 5th and 6th, Waghorn, Murray and Hodge.
Yep, and you can see here as well, Kadich has managed to drop Waghorn. He's about a second clear now at the moment, a little bit further up the road. And then Jet Murray sort of running all on his own. Tice Hodge has got Cisco Morales for company, and that's for 6th and 7th. So we go back to the front of the field. This margin has not gotten any bigger, and it has not gotten any smaller. It is pretty much
precision driving team at the moment.
Basically following the wheel tracks. You see Kadich is actually catching up. So let's have a look at the lap times this time around. Kadich was the fastest on the circuit last time, 1:42.36. Lap times coming in here, 42.8 for Robotham, 42.8 for Simpson, 42.3 for Kadich. So he goes quicker again on that previous tour. So he's now starting to reel in the leaders here. Has he got enough time to be able to make a pass and grab another race win? This will be interesting here because he was about a second and a half behind. He's now right with them.
Certainly is, and that is testament to the competition. And in fact, what we're starting to see now is right back to 5th place with Murray. It's just under 4 seconds, the gap between them there. So, or just over 4 seconds, sorry. And looking fantastic there with the 29. We're getting a good look at where Jay Robotham's hands are in there. The number 117 as well there with Hugo Simpson. And it's still battling with Kadich, Toby Waghorn, just easing off the back of this group here. I would dare say he's not easing. I would say these guys are just driving away a little bit corner on corner.
A bit further down the field, Carly Fleming with Lachlan Harvey in tow. I did hear some tyres protesting in the background there at some point. I'm not sure where that came from, but a number of drivers asking a little bit too much of the Dunlop Dereza rubber underneath them at the moment.
Same rubber, I believe, that they're using in the Toyota 86 series.
I believe so.
I reckon that's a really good choice because there will be some of these younger drivers that will be looking to Toyota 86 for their next... sorry, just holding my breath there as the 327 was looking to the inside.
Yep.
As our champion from last year, Cadell Ambrose, he's already moved on to the 86 Scholarship Series. And if he does well in that, I dare say will find himself in the main game. Quick smart.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series with us at Phillip Island last year as Lachlan Harvey has a little bit of a wild ride on the exit of turn 9. He's not the first driver to have done that across the weekend. It's caught plenty of drivers out. That's one of those corners, again, you have to be rather patient, get around the corner and bring the throttle on nice and steadily.
Interesting, James Serra is not taking any further part in this one, Steve.
He might have been the one that I saw dive off at the pits at the end of lap 1, potentially, because he's the only one that's registering as in the pits. And the 199 of Kennedy, who was starting, I think, in the upper echelons of the outside the 20, didn't actually take the start. So already two cars down out of a 25-car field. Still a good showing. We've got a minute and a half, or better part of, left on the clock here. No change at the front, although Kadich is really starting to give Hugo Simpson quite a hard time. Simpson hasn't been able to find his way past Robotham, but has he been biding his time with probably about 2 laps to go after they complete this one? And has Kadich got his tyres into the right window, the right operating window, to mount a serious challenge in the next 3 or 4 minutes? Something that few drivers have been talking about in some of these longer distance races is preserving the rubber, setting it up, getting the pressures right, getting the cambers and the toe adjustments right, setting the car up so it comes on at precisely the right time. And some drivers want it to happen a bit earlier than others, get out in front, build a margin. Some drivers would like to have it set up to start out a little bit slower, but then be able to try and hang on to the cars in front and then catch up to them as they go. Here's a replay of what happened down at turn number 3. Oh, it's a bit of almost interlocking wheels there. Almost a roll for another car.
That was nasty.
That was nasty.
Cars have just managed to continue on.
Big
Thanks to 888 Home Loans for the replays here this weekend, doing a top job.
Wondering if that might have been Jacob Wingett and possibly Lee Sellenmeyer there getting together. Might need a second look at that one. Possibly cars 200 and 327 might have been involved in the contact. There's still some lingering dust in the air at turn 4 as well after all of that. Robotham still leads. Has not been able to shake the 117 of Hugo Simpson, who has a half-hearted look, almost just put like the driver's side of his car out to see if there was a gap there. There was definitely an opportunity there. He wasn't quite close enough to go full send at turn 7. We understand that this will be probably the second last lap. Down to turn 10 again. Good run out of the corner this time, but Rowbotham's away to it. Oh, trying to make a gap there. Hugo Simpson, square peg in a round hole situation. And down the inside, he commands a bit of space. So Rowbotham realised he was there, had to move over a little bit, had to leave the required car width where the space. Now it's a drag race. And have a look at this. Kadich gives Rowbotham a little bit of a nudge, like what Simpson did to Rowbotham at the start of the race, just to push him through. That creates a wedge. A little bit of a gap here. So Simpson's now going to leave some room. Hold your breath on the outside of turn 12, because it's going to be 2 by 2 for second and third. Cross the stripe this time around. Last lap board is out, so gloves are off.
Certainly are. This is XL Racing. This is good stuff, boys and girls. Keeping it off each other, but certainly flowing it nicely. There it is. A little bit of a lift up of a wheel there, so a little bit of a return of favour there for the 117, getting a little bit of a lift off the ground there. The 13 starting to come through. Kadich. Now, have a look at that. Now, that is willing racing. That's what we like to see. I'm pretty sure the umpire said play on. I heard him in the background. And let's go. Last lap.
Some witness marks there on the right side of the 117. The wheel making a bit of contact there. Hard racing from Simpson and Kadich, but that has given Rowbotham the break that he needed while these two are busy. Big defensive move from Simpson. Going to force Kadich to go the long way around at 7. There's going to get a run out of room there pretty quickly, and he does. He dropped the left-hand side tyres off the outside at 7, but he manages to keep it in there in the groove for 8. Now he's on the wrong side for 9. Contact again between Kadich and Simpson, and Waghorn's right there to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong. But this is the break that Rowbotham needed. He has got a comfortable margin now from here to the checkered flag. He's already through 10, and this battle for second and third encompasses 3 cars. And this time, Kadich has got the inside. Awesome contact again. This is starting to get a little bit too close for comfort. And Waghorn is going to look to capitalise down the outside. Is he going to get 2 here, or is he just going to be able to get the 1?
There's going to be tears from someone here. This is going to play out interesting.
Some contact.
Waghorn gives him a whack. Waghorn runs off there as well. Kadich comes back on. He's got broken something there. That's not going well. How's it going to play out on the line, though?
Rowbotham will be home from Simpson, and then is it Kadich actually ahead of Waghorn? So I think there might have been a late decision there for Waghorn potentially just to back out of it and just let Kadich have the position. I'm not sure what the umpire's going to say after that.
Yeah. Here we go. This is how it played out. Turn 1. There was wheel-to-wheel contact here.
Understeered a bit through
the car
corner
on the 117 up off the ground. The Adam Macro racing car number 13 at Kadich there, continued on nicely. And that was the way the game played out. That was a rugged battle. The battle still goes on, in fact, in the field, because there's Pete Fleming. He's now Sands front and rear windows now goes off into the dirt there. So he's playing it out down back in 20th position there. And is that Carly Fleming in front? No, it's not 327.
That's Lee Sellenmeyer in front in car 327.
Carly Fleming's just in front of these guys.
That's right. I think Lee might have been involved in the contact we saw a little bit earlier at turn number 4, where they were on the infield as well. That wheel-to-wheel sort of contact that sort of took them both off into the infield of turn 4. Then he's dropped down the order a bit there.
I got to say, Steve, we've seen some questionable racing over the years in XL, really questionable. That what we just saw then is racing.
Yes.
That is
hard and fair.
3 cars trying to go into a spot, the 2 are there, no one backing off, and the result was contact. They all went on and continued on. This will be nice. We're going to get a replay of what it is. Thanks to 888 Home Loans. Here it is. Got 3 corners left to go. 2 cars turn into 3. And there's the first rub. No, in fact, that's the third rub that we witnessed. That's the first rub in that particular corner. The 117 leads them up there. Then each side under attack. It's only that these cars are so narrow you can fit the 3 of them on that bit of track. Now busts loose. Waghorn gives the bump there. Now that was, that's acceptable-ish, I guess, from Waghorn. But the 13 goes to the inside there, and they just line up behind each other to the finish line. Ultimately, the race win going to Jalen Robotham, and that was a good win. There's the results.
There you go. So Jay Robotham got a comfortable win at the end of the day, but only after how many laps worth of racing? After 10 laps worth of racing.
Tell you what,
it
was
9
only 4
laps.
seconds of a comfortable win.
Yeah. It was 9 laps of too close for comfort, and 1 lap of cruising home from here. So he'll get a win. So we won't have a 3 from 3 winner in Hyundai Excels this weekend. 2 wins split between 2 drivers. Robotham from Simpson, Kadich and Waghorn, Jep Murray and Tice Hodge, Cisco Morales, Harry Strick, Jet Bloomerus, and Tabitha Ambrose jumped into the top 10 after starting just outside the 10. So that's a good result for Tabitha there in the 119 machine. And I believe that was at the expense, I think, potentially of Jack Carpenter, I think it was, who was inside the 10 at the early going. So that's a good result there. Fastest lap you can see on the bottom was Ashton Kadich, and that was happening when he was reeling in the 2 race leaders. So we go over the page with Jack Johnson and Jack Carpenter there. Emily Jones, first of the ladies home. Michael Brennan and Gareth Hodgkiss. Maya Bongiorno picked up a couple of spots there, so she started 19th and up to 16th, so that's a good drive.
By the 51, yeah, she's done well.
And then Lucy Sidwell recovered after being sort of off the road at turn number 1 and 2 at the beginning of the race. She recovered to almost where she started the race in 17th, so good job there as well.
That rounds out our field and our morning stanza of racing. We've got a couple of minutes break now between now and we go racing for the afternoon session. We'll take a few minutes break here live trackside here at Winton Motor Raceway, and we'll be back with the afternoon's racing, which will see us with Formula V's on track at 12:30, the longer races. Saloon cars, BMW E30s, Formula Ford, improved production, Porsche 944s, the Sports Sedans, a 18-minute final race for them, and the XLs will round out our afternoon. A big thanks and a big shout out to 888 Home Loans for all of their support across last season and this season going into the future. But if you want to get involved and you want to be a big-time commercial partner in Australian motorsport, join the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Get involved, be a commercial partner with us, come to the racing and have some skin in the game and see who the next big star develops as they come out of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We'll be back soon, trackside. Enjoy a little bit of a lunch break. Back in a moment.
We're here with Greg Lynch. This is a serious bit of kit you've got here in this garage. Tell us a bit about it, mate.
Oh well, so it's a HSV GDS 300. Started life as a road car, and I was involved with the HSV Owners Club at that stage, and doing lots of club sprints. And eventually, the car, sort of modification after modification to get faster and faster and faster. And eventually, I started doing the Victorian Super Sprint Championship, and then it modified into the car that it is today, running the sports sedans.
It certainly looks very close to an era supercar, which is what I imagine you've tried to go for with a look here. How close is it to a supercar in terms of performance, would you say?
Probably performance-wise, it probably is pretty similar to a supercar. The only disadvantage is it's about 250 kilos heavier than a V8 supercar.
So what's it like to drive it around a place here like Winton, a nice and tight, twisty technical track?
Yeah, look, it's a track that's not ideally suited to the Commodores, but look, I always reckon that no matter where you are, if you're out on the racetrack, it's got to be fun anyway. So although Winton's not its best track, there's certainly enough technical aspects to perform to really reward a well set up car.
How have you gone here in the past in this car at Winton? Do you reckon what sort of results are you looking at, or are you not really too fussed about results?
Well, it's a pretty tough field this weekend in the sports sedan. There's quite a lot of very quick cars in today. Look, I'll be happy with anywhere. I'm thinking I might qualify perhaps and finish my races somewhere around 6th to 8th. So I'm hoping for a finish somewhere around about there.
Brilliant. Well, best of luck, mate. All the best for the weekend.
Thanks very much.
Down here with Lyndon Watson in the pit lane at Winton. Lyndon, first time here in 5 years, and last time you were here you had some pretty good results. Happy hunting ground for you?
True, I really liked the track last time I was here. I seemed to get a couple of laps together cleanly, and then I'd hate to say that it's through misfortune of others, but we can only race the people that are on the track, and I came away with a win. That was my first one, and I really enjoyed it. And I think Winton, it's a very technical track, and I'm slowly getting back into it again, but I'm enjoying it.
You've had to spend a little bit of time underneath the car, unfortunately, after qualifying before the first race. What's been going on?
Well, I happened to forget there's a couple of curves here you can't drop over because it's been 5 years, and I managed to put a hole in the exhaust on the first practice. But fortunately, the Porsche club, they're awesome. I've been able to lean on a couple of other competitors and found a welder, and we just managed to get it welded all up for the first race. So qualified mid-pack, but I was happy, and we'll see how we go.
So aside from unfortunately punching a hole in your exhaust, how's the car feeling around here this weekend?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I was fortunate to get to an earlier race this season, and even Hendon Calder last year. There's a couple of really good tracks, and I'm enjoying it, and the car's doing really well. And honestly, it does pretty well. Through COVID, I'd spent a bit of time up on chocks, but they're pretty easy to dust the cobwebs off and get them back out in the track. And
it's brilliant to see the family business sponsoring the 944 Challenge as a whole this weekend as well.
Yeah, honestly, I just really want to do something for the club, and there's a lot of other participants out there that are really putting in a lot of time and effort in, whether it's their time organising things for the clubs or also financially supporting the club. But I think that it's a bit of a mark for how solid of a club the 944s are, and just trying to do my part.
I'm here in the pits with
Adam Nicholson.
And he has been on track already. He has done qualifying. How did you go in qualifying?
Ended up qualifying P4. So it's a tight group of drivers up the front. So yeah, I think we were half a second off pole. But I think we have more time in the car if we get with the right people. But now it's obviously race time. So I think, yeah, we can battle for a podium today, hopefully.
Out on Winton, is there any things on track that you're a bit worried about or places you feel strong?
Yeah, I love Winton. It's probably my favourite track. Yeah, I just love tight, twisty corners, braking zones. It's every driver's dream, really. So, but yeah, it feels strong probably through 7, 8, and 9. I think it's probably my favourite part of the track. But yeah, there's nothing like pushing braking markers as far as possible. So, yeah.
Going into the race, do you have anything you're going to take or make changes to the car with, or is the car feeling good? Tell me about the car.
The car feels good. Just longer, on the long run, it sort of fades a little bit, so it becomes a bit understeery. But my mechanics and that making changes to make it better. So yeah, Kura Motorsport couldn't be more happy to be with the team. So they've got the best mechanics on the grid. So yeah.
What's it like being in a big team? Is it good to have all these competitors around you, or do you feel a bit pressured by that?
Oh, it's awesome. Like, there's so many people around, such a good environment. Everyone's friendly, and there's 5 other drivers in the team this weekend. So I think we make up like a quarter of the grid, or just over a quarter of the grid. And they're all lovely people. We just bounce off each other, work well together. So yeah, it's all positive.
I wish you best of luck for this weekend's races, and hope you have a great day out on track.
Appreciate it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A very short lunchtime break here. I think it was about 7 minutes and 18 seconds, just long enough to not get lunch in. Steve and I here, Darren Smith, Steve DeVries in the booth, and we are waiting for the Formula V's to come out for, well, the trophy race, the main race for the weekend this afternoon. It's going to be 25 minutes to go, and they're being wound up down there. James Holloway, veteran of the Bathurst 6 Hour, just running that whole marshalling area, doing a tremendous job. Big shout out to James and the couple of helpers that he's got down there. He did yesterday. Looks like he's doing it all by himself here today. And being led out by, well, the 2 from 2 guy at the moment, Lee Partridge.
Certainly is. And you've got an onboard camera here for this race. Thanks to Blendline TV, it's going to be on board with Ash Quiddington, who's going to be starting out of 4th place. But all the races now this afternoon are for the big points. So every race that's happened so far, the race winner has accrued 30 points. These ones are worth 40, and we'll be able to track who the round winners are going to be, because the points will start to arrive on our timing, and we'll be able to call the 1st, 2nd and 3rd overall for the round. As it stands right now, Lee Partridge has the maximum at the moment in Formula V, 60 points for the weekend. So he is in the box seat for round honours in car number 28. You then got Andre Kieran starting alongside him in the number 32 AC Motorsport entry. Jake Rowe and Ash Quiddington directly behind them in 3rd and 4th. So going to be a closely run thing, I think, for 1st, 2nd and 3rd overall for the round. But the man to beat is, of course, Partridge. John Casamati and Adam Nicholson 5th and 6th. With then Silver Fox's Nicholas Jones in car number 11 will start 7th, with Malachi Windsor alongside him in 8th. He's having a really good weekend, some good qualifying and some great racing from him. Ash Clifford, who's recovered from that spin in race 2 this morning in the StarRes.com machine, he's going to start out of 9th alongside Rocco Spinley. Josh Munro and Gavin Stubbs will be in 11th and 12th. Cameron Bell's starting to work his way through the pack as he gets up to speed with the Sabre 02. The second weekend they've had that car with them, so he's out of 13th. Charlie Richardson's been setting some personal bests and been racing well throughout the weekend. In 14th, Darren Power and Rob Vile, 15th and 16th. And then the remainder of the field, you've got Mick Fisher in the Builders Crane Hire, number 33 and 17th. Claudia Lennox, who had an issue in qualifying that wasn't found, and they didn't get it out on the grid for race 1, but she got out for race 2. She'll be there for this afternoon's hit out. Samuk Rudrapatna, who didn't finish the race, his car just cut out on him up at the top part of the circuit, so he starts 19th. Brock Hamilton has been given permission to jump into a spare car, which is the spare car, there it is there on the screen, the blue and green machine. You would have seen that piloted by Nick Kerr for Silver Fox Racing at Sandown. That's the spare car for the Silver Fox Racing team. They've given him permission to jump into that Sabre 02 and start off the back. So Hamilton, who's normally in car number 5 for Acura Motorsport, is going to jump aboard the number 40 for Silver Fox Racing, starting 20th, and let's just see how far he can get in the 25 minutes that follows. He's, as I said, a bit shaken up, but he's otherwise unharmed from the rollover yesterday. Good to see him back out there, and I guess, Darren, the hard part in anything when it comes to having an accident, whether it's a car accident or having a motorsport accident, is being able to get back on the horse as quickly as possible.
It certainly is, and you need to do it as quick as possible as well, and that's what he's done here. The team have done very well to get that. And, well, the big shout-out too to Race Fuels now. They've been here all weekend, 8:30 to 5, Friday and Saturday. They're finishing up and packing up at 3, so if anyone in the pit and paddock area needs fuel, get down and see Matt at the Race Fuels compound down in the pit and paddock area. Big shout-out to the Race Fuels guys. They are everywhere this weekend. Tasmania, Queensland, New South Wales and South Australia. So great to have them here and keep us going. Race 3 for the weekend is underway for Formula V.
Certainly is. On the outside, it was Andre Kieran, and he got the whole shot here on Lee Partridge into turn number 1. Great onboard shot from Ash Whittington, who's got a similarly good start, and he has. So through goes Kieran. That's exactly what they wanted to do. They started 4th in race number 2 this morning, got their way to 2nd. That was the goal, because it puts them on the clean side of the grid for the race start, and they've used that to full effect. So too did Ash Whittington. He was on the clean side of the grid next door to Jake Rowe. So 2 changes of position. 1 and 2 have swapped, 3 and 4 have swapped, and they're doing their best to kick away from Casamati and Co, who are trying to stay with them. We're looking at Rocco Spinley, who's had a good start as well, over Ash Clifford in the number 17 entry. So Clifford started 9th, and Spinley and Car 82 started in 10th, so that's an exchange of positions there as well. So a couple of spots swapping early here in Formula V as Partridge applies the pressure to the rear gearbox of Andre Kieran in the AC Motorsport, number 32. Heading down to turn 10, forcing the defence early on. Now straight down the inside. Partridge not wasting any time. Crossover, switch over as they exit turn 10. Little bit of overlap here for Kieran, so Partridge will have to give him a little bit of space up to 11, but he holds the high ground on the inside and should consolidate P1. So led for all of about 9 3/4 corners, I would say, Darren, in car 32. Partridge back to the front at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, this is a very, very strong weekend for Formula V, and it's certainly been strong for the last few seasons as well. But to tell you what, this the way they're going at it at the front at the moment, they're really playing for keeps, and this is good. This is the sort of racing you need in Formula V. It's got to be good and it's got to be hard and close, and that's the magic formula with Formula V. And if you ask any of them out there, they'd rather it be good, hard and close than to be drawn out and boring, that's for sure.
Kieran just missed the apex a little bit there at turn 3. That sort of invited Ash Whittington to have a little bit of a look, and he wasn't quite close enough to stick his nose down the inside at turn 3. This leading group are starting to get away from Casamati. He's going to be caught fairly soon by Nick Jones and Adam Nicholson, who themselves have swapped positions from the start as well. I'm interested to see how far Nick Jones can go in this 25-minute race. I'm expecting him to really catch back up to the rear of this group before and really start to try and challenge it. Oh, look at the understeer for Whittington as he came through turn 8, and the car slid wide on him, car sort of dancing around on the rear a little bit. He's still managing to keep in touch with Kieran and Partridge, though. No, there's no room down there, Andre. You need to just pull back in there, a little bit too far away from Lee to really make a pass. Good exit out of turn 10, though, following right in the wheel tracks, but Partridge will park it in the middle of the road. He knows the gig. He's been here a lot of times before, many, many more times than what Andre has. It's only in his 3rd season. Partridge has been around the traps for many, many years and knows how to play defence. There's Casamati, there's Jones and Nicholson literally running nose to tail, if you don't mind me saying it, as they came out of turn 12. And they're bearing down on the Beecham Racing number 25 quite quickly. Looks like Ash Clifford has managed to get past Rocco Spinley in the Acura number 82 and is running away from him quite quickly. So over the course of the first 2 laps, Clifford now moves up to 9th. They actually lost a spot to Malachi Windsor, who jumped them both at the start. As we're looking down here, a bit further in the pack, Rob Vile and Charlie Richardson, car number 7 and car number 16, going through turn 3 and 4. There's plenty of drivers that haven't had a lot of the airtime this weekend, but they've been doing personal bests and they've been having some great exchanges, but plenty of action up and down the field. We don't know where to look. There was just a quick exchange there on the exit of turn number 7 with Whittington slipping through into P2 ahead of Andre Curran. Jake Rowe now back to 4th, and a little bit of a small gap there for Lee Partridge. Just a little bit of breathing room, probably for about, I'd say, half a lap, maybe give or take, until they catch him back up again.
Great competition here. Let's just have a look at the way they have gone over the last 2 races. It's Lee Partridge, Andre Curran, Ash Whittington. Getting a good look at this Whittington manoeuvre.
So that's what set it up. Out of turn 4, they both ran a little bit wide. Andre dropped his left-hand side tyres off the back of the turn 4 curve. This is turn 5, and this will be up the inside of turn 7. So getting really close through this tight section here, and then the door becomes open, and Andre saw it coming, I think, and just sort of sidestepped the argument. And it's a long race, so plenty of time.
Big shout out to Triple Eight Home Loans for the replays there on Glenline TV today, doing a tremendous job. So that's what happened on track, and they come up across the old finish line again now. Big dive up to the inside there.
It's Nick Jones down the inside.
Spot. So Nick Jones, who early this morning was off the back of the grid, has raced really, really hard to get himself now back up into position number 7.
And so too Adam Nicholson just in front of him as well. He was off the rear of the grid earlier this morning as well. So they've now made their way past Casamati, and now the next target for them is going to be the rear of Jake Rowe. So it's about 2-second margin from 5th place to 4th place. So still a lot of time to go in this race. So they don't need to turn the afterburners on just yet. But they just got to slowly start to work their way up to the back of GR Motorsport Electric's number 66. So there they go through turn 10. There goes the number 95 of Nicholson, Jones, and then Casamati. And then behind them, here we go. There's a little bit of an over and under there between Malachi Windsor and Ash Clifford, who himself is on a bit of a recovery trail here. That moves him up to 8th place. Good racecraft between the pair of them. Malachi's had probably his best weekend, I would say, in the last sort of season and a half. Qualified 9th, finished 7th yesterday, 8th this morning, and currently sitting in 9th. So he'll walk away at this stage with 3 top 10s. He'll be pretty pleased with his weekend's work, as will the family down there in the Acura Motorsport stable. But the Star Res and Silver Fox number 17 now through to position number 8, Ash Clifford.
Fastest lap there to Curran. Fastest lap there to Curran in this race. And sorry about this, our timing screen has left us a little bit ajar at the moment, but it's Curran at a 1:35.017, so he's doing a good job. Jake Rowe is also inside the 5 there with Nicholson as well. Just looking for where the push for Brock Hamilton is, and that's up to 18th at the moment.
Yes, I think they probably will have set some realistic expectations for him for this race, just to slowly get used to the car, because it's foreign to him. It's going from a a Bentley to a Volkswagen. It's a massive difference between the 2 cars. He was in a Jacer. It's now in a Sabre 02. So, of course, getting used to the quirks of the Sabre versus the quirks of the Jacer is going to be very, very unusual for him. So put some realistic expectations on it. Just drive the car, drive it straight, bring it home in one piece, and just be sensible with things. As Jake Rowe's now gone through to position 3 ahead of Curran. And this leading group of 4 just stretching out just a little bit. Still a long way to go, better part of 12 minutes, so a lot can happen in 12 minutes.
It's essentially just past half race distance, that's for sure. So the lap's completed at 5, and you would have to suggest that it's going to be out over about 12 at the end of this journey. And that will also depend on green flag running as well, but there's been no reason to suggest that the Formula Bs will put us into a situation where there is either a safety car or some sort of other intervention. Interesting little side note that's been handed to me is that Lee Partridge is now part of the athletes being supported by Pit Lane Clothing. So is it testament to the fact of Pit Lane Clothing that he's taken 2 from 2? Probably not, but he's certainly looking smart in the meantime.
Certainly will. We've got Gavin Stubbs here chasing Josh Munro in the car 76. They're trying to mow down Rocco Spinley for the last spot inside the top 10. And these three that are just on the screen are quite evenly matched at the moment. It's Cameron Bell in the number 4 Sabre 02 off the back of that group as well. And he's running around in 13th place. And Munro was the recipient at the awards presentation day in February, just before the Sandown round, of a piece of orange, actually a roll of orange race tape after having to put his nose cone together on several occasions last year. So his trophy was there's no more orange race tape in the state of Victoria, so they gave him a roll of orange race tape. Don't know where they acquired it from, if there's none left in Victoria. Leading groups close back up again.
Stubbs and Munro, we were just looking at there in the middle of the pack, smack bang in the danger zone, where normally there's a lot more action. And we go back to the front of the field.
Being harassed here, Lee Partridge really starting to come under some pressure from Ash Whittington in the Oasis number 12. Also part of the Silver Fox stable. We've got 4 cars there. Oh, a little bit of an awkward bobble in the braking zone there. Caught it nicely.
Ash Whittington knows as well as Lee Partridge do. A couple of, I'm not going to say veterans, but certainly well experienced in Formula V, these two, and both of them over the last couple of seasons making a return to the category. They know what it's all about, and I certainly think they know that you don't interlock wheels in Formula V racing, but he is coming under massive fire now from Jake Rowe. That is massive pressure out here. Great shots over the shoulder of Ash Whittington, and what a fantastic return to the category. There's one of those horrible ripple strips here at Winton Motor Raceway there. It's like a half sausage type of affair.
Yeah, the inside ripple strips are the ones you typically want to avoid here because they are that raised profile. A lot of drivers will use the outside ripple strip. You'll see them here. They'll run wide at turn 10. Just take a little bit of that curb, but not too much. Oh, Andre Curran just sort of went a little bit too far there. Lucky to get the right rear of the Dunlop there back onto the black stuff. They do use the corner exits more than they use the inside. The only inside corner that's a bit flatter here is turn 3 and 4, because that, of course, was reprofiled a couple of years ago, just in that sort of COVID hit years, to invite a bit more passing. The leading group picked up their act, I think, a little bit here. They're into the 35s. 35.2 for the race leader, and Nicholson's in the high 35s, so 35.9, and Jones in 35.5. So that sort of charge from the drivers in 5th and 6th place at the moment has just started to fade a little bit.
This is the part of the race in Formula V racing where everyone takes a breath, pulls down on the belts, ready for the last 2 laps of the race. It's where the injection of enthusiasm will come back. It's about feeling what's under you. It's about observing the car and in front, and if you get any chance in the mirrors, just to see what the car behind is doing, and just to settle things down and work out where your car's got its strengths versus the guy in front of you, and or the girl in front of you, and make sure that you have got your A game ready for the last 2 laps of the race. Interestingly enough, we've got this race in 4 again between Partridge, Whittington, Rowe and Curran. Nicholson is just off the back of that, and then we go back to Nick Jones and Casamati and Windsor. But I've got to say, even at 6th place, Nick Jones has done a tremendous bit of racing today. A big whack to get back up through the field.
Yeah, he certainly has. I'm just wondering, I think, have we potentially lost Ash Clifford? Looks like he may have had a moment somewhere out there on the circuit too, because I've noticed he's dropped out of the top 10. That's elevated Spinley to 9th and Josh Munro into 10th. And Clifford had a lap of 146.8 last time around, so he's come off the circuit somewhere, possibly had another spin or another moment. So all that hard work he'd done to move himself up to 7th or 8th has unfortunately come unglued. Have a look at this, nose to tail, nose to gearbox, nose to gearbox, nose to gearbox. All 4 of the top 4 cars literally line astern. But this is important because they're not holding each other up. They're sort of working together at the moment. They realise that if they don't sort of try and fight and argue with each other, that's a little bit awkward for Whittington. Dropping the left rears off the outside of turn 4, and Rowe was through in a flash, so good run out of turn 4 and got it done well before he needed to turn in for the sweeper. So Rowe to 2nd.
So just watching on that last lap around, Rowe and Curran have upped the ante here. They've dropped into the 34s, whilst our leader, Lee Partridge, Whittington's now gone back a spot. So Jake Rowe's absolutely arrested that spot away, and he's now out after race leader. And I get the feeling that Andre Curran's got more car under him than the guy out in front as well. So car number
66.
So the 66 of Jake Rowe. We're just hearing smoke out the back. It's also got a bit of smoke out the back of Curran's car.
Here
we go.
Pass. Yeah, watch the left side tyres. Both left-hand sides off. That destroys your momentum out of that corner. It was opened up deliberately so you could try and carry the momentum. But
it's a harsh form of the game, isn't it? Formula V, you just go off the back of the ripple strip. You cover yourself, quarter of a second. He's up on the ripple strips again now in car number 12 is Quittington, so really getting right into it. But it was Jake Rowe who's arrested that position. He's into P2. Quittington getting a little bit desperate, actually, getting up on the ripple strips like that in a Formula V.
He's still
seen the 66 flow through.
You've got to use the ripple strips a little bit at most of the circuits that we go to, Phillip Island especially, because a lot of it's all about momentum. So you need to keep the momentum up through the corner, but you need to use all the road available to you. So you can see some of the drivers do use a little bit of it. Some drivers like to stay away from it, but then a few drivers also like to try and push the envelope a little bit too hard. You see Ash Clifford now back through on Rocco Spinley for the second time this race. Gavin Stubbs now looking down the inside. That's car 72, the Gippy powder coating Spectre. Looking down the inside at 3, but Spinley will hold that position. Great exchange there. And that's allowed, actually, Josh Munro, who was in the 10, looks like he's made a mistake somewhere as well. He's dropped out of the top 10. In fact, he's actually come to the pits on that last lap. So that's a bit of a shame because he was up into what would have been, I think, probably one of his career best finishes inside the 10. That has elevated Spinley to 9th, which has now been surpassed by Clifford. So Clifford up to 9th, Spinley to 10th, but coming under continued pressure here from Stubbs. Another one of the Beecham supporter drivers. Then you go back to Cameron Bell, who's got Charlie Richardson right on his hammer, going through turn 8 and 9. And then here's Samuk Rudrapatna, Darren Power. And there's Brock Hamilton tacked on to the back of Darren Power. So Hamilton's managed to get himself up to 16th, looking at our timing here. And I'm not sure if he was looking to size up a pass there down at turn number 10, but sizing up a pass and executing a pass at turn 1 is Ash Quittington. So back through to second. So not a lot of swapping and changing in the leading group of cars. There's only been about 3 or 4 changes of position in the leading group before this race. It's not like Phillip Island or Sandown where you've got the slingshot assistance from the draft, which is very powerful at both of those circuits. You haven't got a lot of that effect here. You need to really ask quite a lot of the car at a lot of the turns. That's where the lap time is made. Can you take that corner a couple of kilometres an hour faster than your driver? So here's Quittington and how he got that move done. So he set it up at turn 11. So he was asked Jake Rowe for a bit of space at 11, which Jake Rowe gave him. That then, there's the smoke we've been talking about for Rowe. There'll just be maybe a little bit of overflow onto the exhaust manifold there. And then Rowe moved over and Quittington got a very good exit out of 12, and that was enough to execute the pass at turn 1.
Great shot here when you see the drivers hit the brakes, how the body compresses into the chassis of the car there. That was really evident at turn 10 there when he hit the brakes and the helmet dropped about 4 or 5 centimetres into the tub of the car, which can be arrested a little bit with a different pour of the seat where they sit in the car, so there can be that, but certainly you do see the forces that are going through the body in these cars when you look straight over their shoulder like that for it. In the Formula V, 2.5 minutes left remain in this one.
So 11 laps completed, so better part probably of about maybe 3 or 4 laps, I'd say, give or take, is probably what's left on the table in this feature race, first of the feature races for the weekend, for round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, with thanks to the Triple Eight home loans.
This 4 that we're watching on the screen now, it is absolutely magnetising for us viewing this, because the leader hasn't changed, but the 3 behind have, and at the moment, Lee Partridge is... and there it is.
Andre
Throws
Curran.
it away, Andre Curran. So what we had 4, we now
Nicholson.
have 3.
Nicholson shot through the gap that was left there, just absolutely pinned it to the floor and shot through at a vast rate of knots. So that's the first victim out of this group. So for Curran...
So 4 into 3.
4 into 3. So 4 down to 3, we should say.
And this track, you were just touching on the nuances of the Winton Motor Raceway. This track is hard on cars. It is up and down the gearbox. It's hard on the brakes. It's hard on the power. You're asking the mechanical package to do a lot of work here, albeit that there's not the same sort of wide open throttle you see at Phillip Island. Here's the pass, the setup on our leader.
No, Lee's
Sees
parking
better
it.
for it. Lee holds the corner. He can put the car where he wants, and he does that absolutely fantastic there for Lee Partridge. But Quiddington has got his measure. This is game on with 54 seconds on the clock. So we're going to get another 2 laps here easily.
Yep, I'd say we've got 2 to go this time around.
Oh,
lost
the
his
nose cone off.
Quiddington has lost the nose on the Oasis number 12. So that's gone flying. It's departed to the left on the pit straight. I'm not sure if there was a bit of gearbox contact to the nose there, but whatever it is, he's gone through to the lead. He doesn't care about the nose. The aero's not as important here as at places like the Island and Sandown, so you could almost
In fact, this is going to play to his advantage. He's going to have his feet cooled down over the next lap.
There is the nose, and yeah, you're right. It'll be an air-conditioned Sabre 02 for the next 2 laps, I think. The nose cone, thankfully, has fallen safely on the infield, so that's a good sign. But he's got the lead of this race.
We didn't actually see any touching that was going to tear the nose off, but clearly there's been something in contact with Lee Partridge's car. Unless it was something earlier on in the race and the battling earlier on in this contest. But Quiddington has gone through. Partridge led all of the 12 laps until that point. In fact, to the line of the 12th lap.
This might give us an indication here. It was already coming loose. You can see it there. It's already visibly loose on the front of the car.
It's missing one of the Zeus clips. Or
and watch it. 3, 2, 1, and right about now he gets a bit close to Lee and just pulls out the slipstream. Oh, actually, very lucky not for it to run under the front tyre there as well. I'm wondering if he got a little bit too close to Lee when Lee was defending into turn 11 because it was very, very close. So maybe the slightest of contact there has just upset the nose. All right, last lap board is being hung out, so it's a race in 3. Partridge, Quiddington and Rowe. Not just for the race win, but for Partridge, this is important because it'll be round honours for him. He only needs to stay where he is, importantly, in second to get the round win, but he goes deep under brakes into turn 1, effectively a block pass on Quiddington. Now he's going to move over and defend, but Quiddington's right there, so he has to leave the required car's width of space, and here comes the number 12 for Silver Fox up the inside. Lee leaves him the room, but Jake Rowe now wants a piece of this up the inside at turn 4. He can't make that move stick. That gives a little bit of breathing room to Partridge.
Doesn't it ever? It will give Partridge exactly what he wants at this part of the lap, because this is where Quiddington has been strong, and he's not even in the strike zone now. In fact, he's falling into the clutches of Jake Rowe. Car 12 sands the nose cone, got at the highest speed part of the Winton Motor Raceway, got overtaken. Here it is, coming up to challenge for it. There it is. Partridge puts it in there. Beautiful bit of driving by both of them. Brave move by Partridge. It was a calculated risk, and it was one of those 50-50s. There's no way that was the 1%. This was the one where it really started to tell. So Lee knew he could hold the car out wide. With this newly reprofiled corner, it gave him an absolute and distinct advantage to be able to press on through.
Certainly did. Last chance for Jake Rowe here at turn 11, but he's a bit too far back to send the Sabre 66 up into position 2. So he's going to have to settle for third unless there's a mistake on corner exit here. But the first person this weekend to chalk up 3 wins for the second round of the VSRS is Lee Partridge.
He's very happy, isn't he?
He's very happy.
Fist pump across the line there. So Partridge celebrates 3 from 3 in round 2, thanks to the Motorsport Electric's online sponsor for this round. The race continues right back through the field, Steve.
Yeah, so Kieran looks like he held off, I think it was Nick Jones there for P4, which is a good result. Looking back here at Cameron Bell and Brock Hamilton in the number 40, that's, as we said, the Silver Fox Racing spare car. Charlie Richardson tacked in here as well. Now, this is Bell, who, according to our screens, is currently 11th. Will that change hands before the flag? It'll be a bit close. Not quite close enough. Actually, there's been a little change. So Bell actually is 10th, Hamilton 11th. He actually did get Bell 11th. Hamilton did get Charlie Richardson on that lap as well. So he actually got himself up to 12th at the end of that. And I'm on board here with Ash Quiddington, some good camaraderie, and just, yep, there's the old, hey dude, great race.
Yeah, it's the hang loose, isn't it?
The hang loose.
Hang loose. That was That's cool, and good to see that at the front of the field in Formula V's there is some good camaraderie. Lee Partridge, as we said, Steve, takes 3 from 3.
Certainly does. So he's the only multiple winner of races in Formula V this season, and he got all of them this weekend. So he will lead the championship heading to Phillip Island at the end of June. And Ash Whittington, Jake Rowe and Andre Curran, they're all still within striking distance. It's still a very closely run Formula V championship this year. And we go to the island where plenty of drivers are going to be looking forward to that one. So Nick Jones home in 5th. That's a good drive from him. Positioned the car well from this morning's race and converted that into 5th. Casamati 6th. Windsor, Clifford, Spinley and Gavin Stubbs gets the last spot inside the 10. Nick Kerr is actually Brock Hamilton there in 12th in car 40. Cameron Bell at 11th. What happened to Adam Nicholson in that one? We didn't see him come off the circuit. He was sitting in 5th at one stage, so possibly a mechanical DNF for the number 95. But Lee Partridge will be happy with that. Silver Fox Racing will be happy with that as well. And I'm sure Jake Rowe will be pleased as well to be standing on the podium for the feature race for Formula V. So we bid them adieu. We have a short break here, Darren, because now, from one exciting category to another, saloon cars are coming up next on the other side of this.
I'm here with Kieran Pridmore, and I'm going to talk to him about his morning on the track. Tell me about your morning.
So far, we missed the first practice session because we're running a bit late this morning. We were fixing Kevin Stootman's cars all night, so a bit of a long trip up here last night. But we got here about 1 o'clock this morning. So we missed the first practice session, and then the second practice session we had a few little dramas with the car. So hopefully we got them sorted now, and we're just about to go out for practice 3. So hopefully we resolve those problems, and we'll see how we go.
So what are you taking in from the previous practice into practice 3?
Just trying to get the car set up, basically. Just trying to get it within a window where it's pretty good, where we're happy with it. Hopefully tomorrow, if we put some new tyres on in qualifying, we have a good run. We'll see how we go.
So compared to Kevin, do you think he is like a good person to be around in the pits, as he's quite different in mindset?
Kev's got a lot of experience and shares a lot of knowledge, so it is quite good being close to him, and he's been very helpful for me with my racing. So yeah, I'm very appreciative of that. So yeah, he shares a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience, so it's very handy to have him close. Yeah.
Do you have any other racing mentors or legends you look up to?
Well, obviously, V8 supercar drivers like Van Gisbergen and McLaughlin and all them, they're pretty talented sort of guys. But as far as what we do here and this sort of stuff, yes, Kev's probably the main one to gauge. As I said, he's the one with quite a lot of experience, and you look at all his results over the years, and he's done very well. So yeah, definitely a mentor for me. Yeah.
Good luck, and wish you the best for your practice.
Thanks for that. Have a nice weekend. I'm sure we'll see you around.
We'll see you around.
Saloon cars on track now for their final race for the weekend as well, and they have turned on the entertainment, the Ford versus Holden battle that we have loved over so many decades here in Australia. And when We get viewers watching the live streaming from around the world. This is the category they got the most questions about because clearly they have no idea what the cars are. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me, who is our new resident expert in saloon cars. Dan McCarthy, you can stay in Adelaide. And Emma Dean has
Please, Dan,
joined
come
me
back.
right alongside. He is definitely not watching. He is very busy at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival right now.
Well, just in case any of my family in Ireland are watching, happy Paddy's Day.
We do go out to Ireland. We have had engagement with the Irish before.
You'll have more now. I've got a large family there, Darren.
Awesome. We've got viewer growth right there just by having Emma Dean.
Just my family.
Part of it. Here is the grid for the final race for round 2 for the saloon cars, and if anything like the last 2 races, in fact the last 20 years of saloon cars, they turn it on for us. Kane Baxter-Smith out of pole position. Adam Lowndes, the number 19 Pro Plum Racing Commodore, out of position number 2. Then it will be Travis Lindorff to Kieran Pridmore, back to Daniel Johnson in car 1, who's had a challenging weekend this weekend, pushing hard, right alongside Kevy Stoopman, fresh off a P2 in sports sedans in his Evo. Jackson Leach back to David Wilkin in the Lightyear Holden Commodore VX. James Jetski in the AU. Kerry Bright in the VY Commodore. Dylan Green in the Green Frog Services Ford Falcon EU. EA, it's not EU. Chris Jackson, the PRD Automotive VT Commodore. Out of 13, Justin Shembry in the AU. Keegan Gaunton, the VN, so the older cars there. Andrew McSwain, we're looking for bigger things here, and we're just watching Travis Lindorff's got his driver's door open, obviously trying to get a fresh air in. Delayed start. There is still a clean-up going, so they will go around again.
That's a bit unfortunate.
I wonder if that means they will stop the race clock going. That'll be very interesting. Nash Harris out of position number 17. 18 is going to be 18th is Jacob Prestopino. I don't think Jacob's playing any further part because he stopped in that last race. So there's certainly row 3 next to Daniel Johnson. Kevin Stoopman not there, so Kev probably tried to bring the Evo out that he's running in sports sedans and realised he's got the wrong bit of kit. No, Kev would never do that. He's been around long enough to know what race car you put the helmet on and what race car you get into at any given time of day or night. So additional form-up lap, there it is from the Motorsport Australia Race Control. The combined clubs event here, by that I mean the 4 clubs that promote the other rounds. Everybody gets together and runs this race meeting as they do at Calder. So the next round of the championship for the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, which is promoted by the Victorian State Race Series, will be at Phillip Island on the 29th and 30th of June. We look forward to getting down to Phillip Island in June. It will be cold. Let me tell you, the action will be hot on track. The colder the conditions of Phillip Island, the faster the race cars go. 23rd, 24th and 25th of August, we go back to the suburb of Sandown, which is a little sub-suburb in between Dandenong and Springvale. It's not. It's just wet between Dandenong and Springvale. The 4th, 5th and 6th of October, we get back to Phillip Island, another new date. If you're wondering what that is all about, Phillip Island had a track inspection just before the World Superbikes there by the FIM, and the FIM didn't like some of the resurfacing additions to the track there, and they have to be done again, so the track gets shut so that the works can go ahead, and then it needs a month of curing to make sure that the track is right. And we will be racing on the 4th, 5th and 6th of October. The good thing is that it also takes us out of that Sandown 500 sort of clash of calendars there was, so that's been rectified as well. And then we have our final round, 25, 26, 27 of October at Calder. What a really cool spread of months. February, March, June, August, October and October. So some good time in between rounds for cars to be worked on, for improvements to be made, for upkeep to be done, any damage, mechanical or panel that might have occurred. And there is our current weather situation, 27.8 degrees, 56% chance of rain. And the clouds have started to form. In fact, it was quite nice before. We had a big cloud overhead and gave us a little bit of cool air for a minute or two. And 12.4 kilometres from the north.
The UV has shifted into 8, Darren, which is extreme.
It is extreme.
So for these guys to be held on the grid, let alone the dummy grid, getting in the car and sitting on the dummy grid before they come out onto the track and then doing another formation lap. That's hot.
You know, we haven't called it the dummy grid for at least 40 years. It's the marshalling area.
Sorry.
I call it the dummy grid
I
because as
call
a
it the
kid
dummy
I
grid.
worked in the dummy grid.
All the drivers call it the dummy grid. All the teams call it the dummy grid.
Oh,
So
that's-
I'm here for the dummy grid.
That's a reflection of their intelligence, though, isn't it? If
Maybe
the
it's a
dummies go to the
reflection
dummy
of
grid.
mine, Darren.
It's a reflection of your decades, I would say.
Yeah, thanks, my generation. I've got a good vintage, don't worry.
The 70s were good.
Yeah, they were to me.
I just snuck into the 70s, actually, right at the very beginning. And cars coming back around again for the restart of this race, and we are about to get underway. Now, we have got a reset of the race clock, and it is right at 20 minutes for this one. So let's get underway. And Baxter Smith sitting on the front row of the grid there and trying to make hay while the sun shines here at Winton Motor Raceway. And the sun is shining. It's very dry off track too. It's almost like a bull dust when they drive off on more the common places. It just goes up in the air and covers the whole venue. Very, very dry month or so has been February and March in this part of Victoria. In fact, we've had heat wave conditions down in the suburbs of Melbourne over the last week or two. And we are away. Huge charge down into turn one. As always, Baxter Smith, a nice start there. Puts it up on the ripple strip. Cuts that corner beautifully. Lowndes, magnificent start as well. Travis Lindorff, Daniel Johnson's got away very, very nicely indeed. And still, we have no Kevy Stoopman out on track. So the 51 hangs in there. And that's Travis Lindorff. Go back down through the field for 888 home loans. And there is some of the older cars there, the EA and VN cars that started out. There's Andy McSwain. Now, this is really interesting to see him back in the field in the number 34. Haven't really covered off what's going on there for that AU, but at the front there is one AU that is being fairly dominant here this weekend while the two blue Commodores battle it out behind.
Yeah, I'm still amazed that these guys are. These cars were rolled off the factory and in homes for a long time, and now they're on the track.
I wonder how many kids were dropped off at school in one of these Falcons or Commodores.
Too many, way too
lots.
many.
I wonder how
But
many
you
were
can see,
conceived.
like, the body roll isn't much different from what it was out of factory. But these guys
It's
are
controlled.
It is nose to tail. I still can't get over how close these guys are to each other. They don't have the sophisticated racing brakes and all the electronics and all that kind of stuff that other race cars we're used to seeing have. And this is nerves of steel, this stuff. 2 by 2.
They're going to try and dive down the inside there. Adam Lowndes has a good look at Baxter Smith. Lindorff's hung out wide there. He has to cover it off. He moves slightly over. He's going to shut the door on Lowndes, on Lindorff there. So Lowndes manages to hang on to it. But have a look at them all lining up to have a crack if something goes wrong at the front. They're very much in contention there. The EA and VN battle is alive and well. And McSwain off the back there. So Baxter Smith, waving the blue flag feverishly from the front of this race with Lindorff, Lowndes, Pridmore, Daniel Johnson in P5 in car number 1. He must be looking forward to getting down to Phillip Island, the wide open expanses to stretch the legs of the inline 6 of car number 1. Then it's Leach and Jeske. And rounding out the top 10 is car number 2 there, Davey Wilkins, and the 45 flowing through there as well. So keep an eye out there for Kerry Bright.
I'm still in shock, Darren. We almost had 3 wide going into turn.
It'll keep happening.
10.
We've got, what have we got? We've got about 16 and a half minutes left of it. They'll keep doing it until the conversation comes to some sort of an end. Normally the checkered flag. Let's hope no one ends up in tears. But I tell you what, Travis Lindorff now has found a really good bit of heels. Have a look at this. Out wide the VN.
Oh.
Wow, the 94 goes out very, very wide indeed. That's gaunt. You don't want to do that for a second lap in a row.
New jocks, please.
It's the 51. Travis Lindorff right down now into Baxter Smith. And these guys are certainly driving very, very well. Emma, you've been surprised at the level of skill that these drivers bring to this sort of racing. It is grassroots, and it's racing on a budget, whatever it might be.
Yeah, look, this is not to take anything away from the drivers at all, but these cars have less control. So you have to actually almost be a better driver.
It's analog racing.
It is.
The GT scene, let's say.
It is, and we're at Winton. This is a highly technical track. It's narrow as well. These cars are not little. To have too wide going into a turn, it makes me nervous to watch. I can't imagine what it's like in car.
Absolutely enthralling to be inside.
Yeah.
That's why they strap on the onesie and the booties and the helmet, isn't it? They get out there and have a ball.
They're
You've been down at the paddock. You've been socialising with these teams. They're a happy bunch of racers, aren't they?
They are. They're actually really, really cool. And you know what the best thing is about it? And this is what I love about racing and motorsport in general. They're all helping each other out. Someone breaks a control arm. Someone needs a new, I don't know, some discs or even a tyre. They're all lending each other a hand. They're down here with their wives and kids, and some of them with their parents. It's actually a really cool vibe down there in the garages for
and
these
here
guys.
we go. This is where it all comes unstuck, because when the boys put the helmets on and the switches in the back of their
No
head
more
go to
friends.
off mode. Yeah, that's right. Don't know who that guy is behind that helmet, but I want that spot. And round the outside, go Travis Lindorf. He puts it in there, and that is the long way around, and Baxter Smith just goes, yep, okay,
Hail
I'll see
Mary
you
to
next
the
time
brakes.
round.
Let's see what the brakes do here. Oh,
Yep, there it is. I'm
nice
here.
little kiss.
I'm still with you. The Casey Accident Repair Cars, doesn't matter. I'm sponsored by Panel.
This is like being in a tank of sharks. They've got no problem nibbling you.
That's a good analogy. I'll give you the push. That is for sure. So down into turn one, Baxter Smith poises the Falcon, gets right out over the ripple strip. In fact, over the back of it there, the Falcon just rides it like no tomorrow. It's pick-up time in the back streets of some country town, and the kids need to get in and get a lift home.
It's definitely pick-up time, because what I've heard down in the garage is there's a lot of pick-up over the track by this stage, and it's making things a little bit hairy and a little bit interesting with the tyres and the heat.
By pick-up, we mean the bits of rubber that have been torn off the tyres of all the categories, and they start to sit offline. And when you go offline, and we're seeing Daniel Johnson do that just now in the sweeper, he's actually trying to find a spot where the Falcon has an advantage over Pridmore's Commodore in front of him. So he's using the early part of this race on lap number 4 just to feel where he can put the car to try and make inroads onto Kieran Pridmore, who's driving a terrific weekend this weekend.
And mixed in with that pickup, there's a fair bit of dust. Every time one of these guys goes out offline a little bit, the dust comes up, the wind's picking it up, putting it on the track. So it does make for challenging driving conditions along with the heat.
And I guess the condition that the drivers feel with that when they come across the track. Here we go. This is back down into the field. This is the Jackson Shembry battle.
Nice.
And Gaunt goes through. In fact, there's no Shembry. He's up the road. It's Gaunt that gets through in the Falcon. And they're going to go at it again. This is the big battle going on right back down through the field.
Great, that was a great clean pass.
The Gray and Nash Harris car number 52, sorry, and the 20 is Nash. Apex written on the side. So yeah, this is the older cars class lead. And you see in our timing screen, the older cars are in the lighter colours. So you can pick up the different classes that we've got running, and this battle is the Ding Dong battle. Just to extrapolate on that point with the dust, Emma, is that when that dust comes back down, it's like hitting sand, and the car just slides across the surface. You've got boiling hot racing rubber, in this case not racing rubber, road rubber that's going racing, so the condition is exacerbated because the tyre is operating right at the optimum end of its operating range of heat and pressure.
And you notice the cars do a little bit of a dance, especially coming out of the sweeper and through the cleavage and then back onto the main straight. They do a little bit of a dance because you've got that sand there, and it is a little bit unstabilising for the car. But these guys are fantastic drivers. It's nothing for them. They handle it with absolute ease.
Under brakes now. Nash goes in on the number 20. Let's have a look at the lap times that these guys are setting. Nash has done a 1:43.64. Gray has done a 1:43.7. The guys out in front are running at a 1:38. So Travis Lindorf, fastest car on track, leading the way on a 1:38.27. This battle, by the way, between car number 52 and car 20 is 4, 10 and 11 on the road, and you can't tell me they're having any more or less fun than car 1 and 2 on the road with Travis Lindorf and Kane Baxter Smith. They are operating in this own little section of the lap two EA Falcons. They'll know each other very, very well. They've probably got one of each spare between them, and they share them in between races and in between rounds and go racing together. Something hanging down underneath.
Car 20 seems to have a muffler hanging
Nash
down.
Harris.
Yeah.
It looks like it's in that muffler type of area. Let's hope there's no issue. We might just get a bit of an ear on the car as it comes past the commentary booth next time around. Looks to the inside. There's a move going on here. Nash Harris has to open up the steering. A very, very brave look at it. You can't sell him out for not having a go. And we'll get a look at the car as he comes under. No, that's just an exhaust system hanging down, and he's sliding it through turn 3 like it's now a drift competition. There's Shembry in the number 10. That is for position 13. Andy McSwain just up the road, and Gaunt behind. Jackson also just behind them as well. So a good look at the number 10.
It's worth noting, Darren, too, and I seem to bring people to the track that don't know much about racing because I want company when I'm here. But it's interesting, there's never just one race happening within a race. There's always a few races, whether you've got split categories, so trophy categories, etc., or whether you've got grudge matches between drivers. But every driver will be racing themselves in their last times and trying to beat them. So there's so many races, as many cars as there are, that's how many races are happening out there and more.
I do like both those that you described, the trophy race, because that is a different race indeed. But certainly those grudge matches, they can happen anywhere in the field, and sometimes it takes a little while for everyone to get the pulse of those grudge matches and how serious they are on track. And sometimes races will be races, sometimes they're grudges off the track as well. And you'll see that in the competitor groups when they get together. There's the look down the inside. McSwain's going to go back a spot as Shembry asks the big question to the AU Falcon from Bayford Ford, and gets the job done on the drive events Falcon there. And the 34 goes one spot further back. It'll be Jackson next in the number 97 that will start to weigh in on this. So we'll just see how Chris Jackson goes. Baxter Smith fastest lap now at a 1:37.95 in position number 2. So has just brought that lead back down under half a second. So there's Travis Lindorff leading the way. It's visual. The numbers there and the gap between them is almost irrelevant. We can see how close that Baxter Smith is now to Travis Lindorff. I guess the main thing, Emma, that we need to look at now is, can Travis Lindorff match that last fastest lap on lap number 6 that the guy right behind him?
Well, I never was a huge fan of the AU front headlights when they brought them out, but I would hate to have them in my rear view on a racetrack. It's kind of haunting. So, I think these guys have been trading blows all weekend, and I think it's quite possible. We've got 8 minutes left, and there's only 7/10.
Yeah, there is. And gee, this battle is heating up too between Kieran Pridmore and Daniel Johnson. This is Australian motorsport through the decades, isn't it? Holden versus Ford, and bouncing it over ripple strips. They're honouring the traditions left, right and centre at the moment.
Absolutely. It's kind of eerie but cool having a Lowndes and a Johnson out there and Holdens and Forwards.
Isn't that? Yeah, that's something I didn't see, but yeah, certainly you can say, oh, yeah, I commentated a race between Lowndes and Johnson. Oh! The 52,
more
giving
than a
Nash
kiss.
Harris a big touch up behind the wheel there.
Front right.
And that's some big damage on that, just behind the right front wheel there for Nash Harris.
Oh, I think we're going to get
big Nash.
We might see a replay on that one.
That is very, very interesting indeed. That got pretty willing, and I'm sure that race control will have trackside communications radioing that one in to get a good look at that. But what it's done is it's opened it up the gap there for Shembry. Gone through. Nash Harris is like, yeah, I don't know, I can't feel anything different. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to get out there, and this Falcon's just handling like it did earlier on.
Wow.
How do I tell the difference?
I'm amazed he's still going around. I thought he did some damage to that front right.
Tough as nails, these Aussie-built cars, aren't they? Out there and at 'em.
Fantastic.
Continuing on, we have got 6.5 minutes left in this journey. Around wide and side-by-side action coming up. Nash moves over just to put the pressure on. And there's a bit of a touch, a bit of a disturbance of air. And boom, Shanker. There we go.
Yeah.
Off you go, off I go. And at the end of the day, we try and squeeze 2 into 1. And I got to say that probably no one was really past either one there, so they had to sort it out somehow, and it ends up coming to blows just like
And
that.
the gift of more pickup down there before the main straight. It's fantastic.
Well, here we go. This is the battle in this race, just outside the podium positions, and Daniel Johnson would dearly like to start getting some more podiums out of this one, and to take away and head off to round 3 as we go to Phillip Island on June 28, 29, 30, which is quite some time away. So let's face it, if you get some panel damage, there's plenty of time to get that fixed up. Not that I would ever endorse that, but that's what can certainly transpire. Sean Jamison leads the championship. He's got no points this weekend. Daniel Johnson came in on 84, Kieran Pridmore on 84. So this is a championship battle on
I've got to say,
screen.
Darren, Pridmore's rear tyres look like they're feeling the pressure from Daniel Johnson. He's doing a little bit of a dance here and there.
So Adam Lowndes came into this round on 74, Baxter Smith on 61. He's done a really good job to gather a lot of points this weekend, Baxter Smith. And Travis Lindorf out of 5th. He's leading this race. So there's some, at the end of this, there's going to be a logjam of cars on very similar points going into round 3.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff. I'm just waiting for Daniel to take an inside moment on Pridmore.
He will leave it until the very last bit of the race. Daniel will size it up. I'll have noticed that the gap to the front runners now is almost unassailable unless there's some sort of untoward action that goes on in front of them, but he would certainly like to take P4 back, because these two coming into this round had exactly the same points, and I would say that Pridmore is up on points for the round, so Daniel wants to try and grab at least 1 or 2 or 3 back.
So it goes to my point, race within a race. This is fantastic to watch this, especially when you know there are points up for grab and there's a narrow margin there. It makes it even more exciting.
So around into the sweeper, Daniel Johnson will be sick of looking at the back of this silver Commodore. I can't say I am, Dan. Sorry, mate. I think they're doing a great job there. There's the 91. Now, this has been a long battle this weekend. So 91 of Jeski and Bright just in behind here in the 45. Magnificent looking car. They go to a lot of painstaking time and effort to make sure this connected car looks the goods.
The
and good
livery
on them.
looks fantastic on that.
Yeah, it really does. They've gone. It's a busy livery, and that's really hard to do. You've got to keep it clean and you've got to keep it looking good, and it doesn't seem to be a task for them. They just love to present the car. In fact, this whole field, they do like to present their cars. They do have, at the time of rubbing panels and tearing mirrors off, that happens, and we've seen that with Nash, who's going home with a big dent in the right-hand front guard.
Yeah, livery is actually, it's not important to the racing, but it's important to a lot of spectators.
It's important if you've got any commercial partners.
Oh, absolutely. But in terms of design, some people get it right, some people don't. It's actually a real art to get it looking fantastic and speedy on track.
I guess one of the advantages for these type of races is that they've got a whole library of liveries they can look back to when the supercars were running these shapes.
Wouldn't you be so tempted to just copy them? I'd love to do tribute liveries. Some of them were fantastic.
Nash Harris, 3 curbs, and then, whoa, right in front of us, gives the wall a bit of a scrape. And he has got the bit between the teeth, Nash Harris. Where is he? 11th on the road, and just did his fastest lap of the race. So there you go. Use all of the ripple strips, and you get your fastest lap, a 1:43.09. Here's the 91 again for Jeski and Bright. And you can look at this Falcon and this Commodore. And into turn 3 they go. Down into the re-profiled turn 4. I've said it numerous times. I really like what they did there. Here's Nash, and he has got his absolute hands full now with car 10 of Shembry. So this is for 11th and 12th in the race.
His front right is definitely touching on that panel. He's doing so well. How many laps since that little off? It's been 2 laps or 3?
2 laps, yeah. Yep.
Oh, God, he's doing well to drive that. There must be some instability through the column on that as well, steering that around.
Yeah, it'll be given a bit of feedback.
A bit of feedback, yeah. That's a nice technical term for wrestling the hell out of it.
Biceps up, forearms
having an
pumping.
argument on every corner.
It's not dirt bike riding with arm pump. It's circuit racing with arm pump.
Exactly. 2 laps to go, Darren.
Yeah, what are we going to get dished up here? Travis Lindorff is commanding this race very, very well at the moment. And just watching Adam Lowndes, he's got it all to his own as well. So out in front, Travis Lindorff's got a 1.8 second lead over Adam Lowndes. And then Adam Lowndes is actually, Kane Baxter Smith. Then Adam Lowndes is some 8 seconds further back there as well. So you would have to suggest that with 1 3/4 laps left to go. Here's Nash Harris. He is battling got some battle scars here on this weekend, and this is it. This is mid-pack racing in any category.
Yeah.
Still not sure what it is hanging down underneath the side of that car on the passenger side, but obviously not affecting performance too much because he's holding up he's racing well with the Shembry car number 10. And there's Jackson coming down the straight there as well, just filling that in. The 10 looks to the inside here. That's going to be a big dive bomb to try and make that happen. The biggest problem with that is it now slows that car on the flip-flop over to left and right, and will be suffering from speed up the hill there as well. So Nash will have a half a lap breath because Shembry's had a go at him there in the Bayford Ford.
Because there's not enough to keep your eye on in a car. You've got to save tyres, you've got to look at your temps, you've got to look at your brakes, and now he's got some damage that he's got to manage through all the corners and straights and fend off some pressure from the rear. That's fantastic driving.
So here they come. Time is up. This is the top end of the course here at Winton Motor Raceway, past the old control tower, down into turn 3 and 4. Daniel Johnson, I am going to say, this is it, mate. You've got to make it work over the next 30 seconds to get an extra spot. And he is defending the title, car number 1, which he's displaying ever so proudly. It was kind of like Mark Torbitz, who's just had 2 race wins in 944s. He's worked at it. And it's the old testament. He goes, I didn't realise how hard you had to work to get the championship. I thought you'd just get it. But it's not. Now he knows the commitment he needs to make. And here it is. He's heard the 30-second call, and he is showing it to Kieran Pridmore. Left, right and centre. He is now showing him what he's got. And Pridmore's driving down the left-hand side of the track at the last second, moving over to take the racing line. That is great defence there by the Holden racer. And he will now drive down the right-hand side of the track here. So Daniel Johnson's going to have to make a move, and it's too far back. Great to see that slower car get out of the way. The red VN there just dropping out of the way because you can see the race happening. Checkered flag drops, and it's gone to Travis Lindorff. Takes the race win. Kane Baxter Smith gets home to second. Where are our next contenders? There goes Adam Lowndes, lonely in third. But fourth place goes to Kieran Pridmore. Daniel Johnson home in fifth there. So in the end, really close finish for fourth and fifth. But Travis Lindorff takes a dominant victory, 2.55 seconds over Kane Baxter Smith, who'd won the 2 previous races. So Travis Lindorff and Kane Baxter Smith, your winners over this weekend. Adam Lowndes fighting really, really hard towards the end there. He had his track to himself. And this battle is still raging out on track between the 91 of Jeske and Bright. And they've been doing it for 9 laps now.
Leaving it down to the wire. This is fantastic. I've loved watching these two as well. Just another battle going on.
Battling out 7, 8 and 9 on the track here. And to the line, it is going to go to Jeske. Bright will be the next one then, and then Wilkin in position number 9. We're waiting now for 10th to come to the line. This is Nash Harris and
fighting to
Shembry,
the death.
and they are going to swap positions all the way to the line here. And right in behind there is the 97 of Jackson. Gray gets to the line. This battle all the way to the line there. Nash Harris with a bloody nose and a black eye out of that one, that's for sure.
Well, every centimetre and every second counts in this, and he got them.
He absolutely did. So that is a really good round of saloon car racing. Doing a tremendous job is Travis Lindorff in car number 51. Takes the final race for the weekend in the saloon cars. Kane Baxter Smith home in P2. Adam Lowndes, Kieran Pridmore, Daniel Johnson in car number 1, defending his title. Jackson Leach, James Jeske, Kerry Bright, David Wilkin and Dylan Gray rounds out our 10. Travis Lindorff takes the fastest lap of that race, which is important because he got the fastest lap and the actual victory. We're going to take a quick break now because we have got BMW E30s making their way onto track in just a moment. Back soon. BMW E30s lining up in pit lane as we just see the saloon cars making their way back. And nice round of applause from the pit exit official there to the saloon cars. BMW E30s make their way out onto track. Darren Smith and Emma Dean staying with you for this race and the next with Formula Fords. But Emma, we had quite a chat about the livery on
Car 51.
Yeah, Car 51, the car out there as well. And you've done your homework. You've been down and you've spoken to the driver.
I did. I couldn't let it go. I was very curious. So I went and had a chat to Simon Leach, who happens to be the ex-keyboardist and guitarist for Little Birdie, if anyone out there is a fan of Australian band Little Birdie. The livery on that car is a tribute to Steve Jobs' 935 K3 Porsche. Google it. Fascinating car. Really cool. I didn't know Steve Jobs was actually that cool. But also, Simon...
I bet you he didn't get a handle of it. They were beasts.
Maybe someone else set it up for him and
drove it for him.
Yeah. But also there's an extra tribute on that livery, and it is for Simon being on the spectrum. So autism spectrum, and Simon and I were having a good chat about it, and he said this is when he's in his flow state. He's actually very calm in the car. Probably more calm than he can be on the outside. So we were having this chat at dinner last night. There'd probably be quite a few people on the spectrum that motor racing would be very suited to.
Yeah.
If not already.
Steely focus is often something that is talked about in motorsport, and that's not just in the cars, that's in the garages as well. You know, the mechanics and the engineers and things like that.
And interesting, Simon did say it's his superpower. He's able to switch off and just be in the zone
Have
completely.
you watched Drive to Survive? How many of those guys?
Have I watched it?
How many of those guys? Seriously.
I don't think you can do this without being obsessive and a little bit mad.
A little bit mad.
Not saying that autistic people are, but definitely the focus is what is their superpower.
Well, that's some great work. Thank you very much for finding that out, because it was irritating me trying to work out where I'd seen.
It was irritating me hearing you guess.
It's an iteration. It's an iteration of the scheme, but certainly you can see it when you look at that car. When you Google it up, it's every bit of that. Ash Rogers with a Westvic earth-moving car, number 50, is on pole position in this one. Brian Burke is next in the 27. He sits in P2, and that's where the races have been fought out here this weekend. Ben Munro to Simon Leach, Brett Stevens and Shannon Cooper, Martin Wright and Peter Knight round out our very compact 8-car field, 4 rows, and away we go. Ash Rogers gets beautiful clutch take up there, and it looked to me like the second row of the grid, and that would have been Simon Leach that had a double dip at the clutch. And that may have helped him because he's kept the revs up, but will drop back into P4. The 66 lines up behind Brian Burke, or does he? Looks to either side here. Burke is not going to get the run down the inside of Goose Rogers as he goes through. I do like the little touch there that Brian's got the quarter vent windows open there. It looks like he's got wings on his BMW, but certainly evacuating the hot air inside the cabin so that he can create a little bit of positive pressure to drag the hot air through and try and keep himself a little bit less hot and sweaty as we've got the 25-minute journey on this race. But car number 50, Ash Rogers, is doing a brilliant job. And the number 66 ranging up in behind is Munro there as well.
At the risk of repeating myself, I still am amazed that these cars were pretty much not much different from what your mum might have had or your dad might have had back in the 80s or 90s. The airflow in them is pretty much non-existent unless you put a bit of Aggie through from the window into the car pointing at the driver's face. So sitting out in these temperatures...
You mean ducting?
Sorry for anyone that doesn't understand what Aggie is. I shouldn't have said that. Aggie drain that we put to water our trees. But it basically got a bit of piping with a moulding from the window, delivering airflow into the driver, which is pretty rudimentary.
A NACA duct with ducting is what it's called. There you go. You learn something every race. I'll help you. I'll hold your hand and help you through the
Thanks,
technicalities.
Darren. I hope people can read between the lines of what I'm saying. Maybe I need subtitles.
Anyway, this race continues on with Ash Rogers out in front. Brian Burke gets across the line there as well. It's Munro, Simon Leach, Brett Stevens, Shannon Cooper, and just waiting for the others to come to the line, Taylor and Knight. But the excitement factor is always going to be within this top four for this particular race. And at the moment, Ash Rogers has got himself a 1.2 lead in the first lap of this journey. So that is sending a very clear signal. The number 17, as you found out, Em, is returning as well to the sport. So Brett Stevens, a couple of years off, is now right into the rear bumper of Simon Leach in the Steve Jobs tribute livery from the Porsche all those years ago.
Yeah, Brett Stevens hasn't been on a track for 2 years. So this is his first race in that car. And it's his first race in 2 years. So the last time he was out on track was Bathurst in a Triple S Pulsar.
Oh, this will be a whole lot nicer than the Apra car. It's,
the balance is much better in this car.
It's rear drive, so it's proper.
Yeah, proper.
The garagistic BMW E30, sorry to those front-wheel drivers out there, big apology to Nick Higgins in his Corolla and Improved Production doing a tremendous job here this weekend on his return as well. So Leach now knows he's alive with the 17, the returning car of number 17, which is Brett Stevens. And boy, he's big under brakes, isn't he?
Yeah.
17 closing right up there onto Simon Leach in the 51.
Yeah, I was having a chat to Brett and he said, I had some niggles and I won't disclose what they were, but he was like, I wasn't even sure that I was doing that well. I said, Brett, it doesn't even show.
Yeah.
Putting on a good display for us.
He was piling on the pressure in the last race, wasn't he?
Yeah.
This is ripping stuff. And I didn't realise that we were in the presence of rock and roll royalty there with Simon Leach, but it takes all sorts and from all backgrounds. And to be a motoring enthusiast, and some people mistakenly call us petrol heads or rev heads, then you can come from anywhere.
We've got a guitarist, a keyboardist, a singer-songwriter. You know, that little birdie was known for Come On and Relapse. So, yeah, they did really well. I think ARIA award-winning too. But Brett Stevens, he's not driving like someone that hasn't been in a race car for 2 years.
No, that's true. Yeah, no, he's certainly switched it back on and done nicely. And anyone that goes with yellow headlights, they're serious. Yellow headlight covers means you're ready for the fog.
Yeah,
if it
exactly.
comes in, and often when the helmet goes on, the fog comes down. And that's certainly not. He's seeing the car in front very, very clearly. Probably because it's just off the front of his bonnet there too.
3/10 between them. It's the race to watch in this.
As they get back up through the gearbox in the E30 2.5 litre 6-cylinder inline out of the Bavarian Motorworks. So many fantastic racing cars over the years. This era was an era in international touring car racing that BMW just owned, with the M3s in Super Touring and Group A in those eras.
Just watching the Euro touring and seeing the -3 camber on the BMWs, and it just looked like the panel was sitting over the tyre. Just such a mean look. These guys are actually running 2.5 to 3 negative cam on these, which is really cool. I love the look of it, but it also makes the car feel a foot or two wider and a lot more stable, considering they've got a great balanced wheelbase anyway, but it's just great handling.
Wait till the pre-production cars come out. They're running between 5 and 6 on the front. So
I love it.
There's a little bit of difference in that as well. And they run on the exact same tyre. They're all running on that AO50 Yokohama. So they can run some fairly demonistic settings. They're not great for long races, but they certainly perform well on turn-in when you get that sort of camber. You just got to be careful your caster doesn't get out of whack as well.
Yeah, and in comparison to watching the Saloons, there's a little less roll on these, but also these guys aren't complaining of grip. And you certainly can't see them suffering from that at the moment either. So,
well, that, I guess, has got something to do with the 50-50 weight distribution, and they're probably 500 or 600 kilos lighter as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And beautiful looking race car, that number 51. I'm so glad you found out that it was that Apple
935 K3.
Yeah.
Such a great looking car too. Munro's putting some pressure on, Leach is putting pressure on Munro now.
There's only 0.01% of the entire population of the world that can do anything any good in one of those Porsches. They are absolute demonic monsters.
Oh,
Leach now.
Jeez.
Throws it down, sees that wide
places.
open, then 66 gives it the old switchback and just lifts the finger up off and gives it a bit of thanks, mate. I'll just jump straight on back through here.
Munro caught napping a little bit, but took it back straight away.
What is interesting is that Brett Stevens, who was in the thick of things this morning, is just sitting back and going, "That's a good race unfolding in on me." Any minute now, it's dawned on him that he needs to be in there and part of it.
Yeah. Well, I hope none of the gremlins that he thought might be going on in the car are. I hope it's just a matter of a bit of pace. Leach is having another look in. These three are going to be bothering each other for the rest of the race.
Here we go, the 51 lining it up. That's a long way back. And he's got the pace gaining under the acceleration. Wow, that went early on the 66 on the brake.
Yeah.
But not early enough that it was really much of a problem. Gave Simon Leach a bit of a look at what it looked like to be in position number 4.
Well, you take a dive like that, your brakes have to respond. So you have to go a bit wide.
Yes, they do. And then everything else, we're just talking about the negative camber and your settings there. Wow, this is back at the front. This is on between these two. They are, I'm going to say, and I'm not being rude, they're head and shoulders. They're operating at a different level, these two out in front at the moment. 139s is the where they are in. No one else is in the 139s. In fact, the closest is Munro, and well, actually Simon Leach there as well at a 140.0. But these guys are running at a 139.1 and a 139.4. So the best part of 0.6 of a second lap faster than everyone else. And Ash Rogers now is doing a strong job. But in the last lap and a half, Brian Burke has clawed the lead back from 1.3 down to 0.8 of a second. So
on those
he's
straights,
starting to come on good again. Brian is coming on good
those
again.
straights, though, it looks like Rogers has a little bit more pull, little bit more power to get away.
I'm wondering if Brian's been playing with the incoming tyre pressure, because in that last race, it was at about lap 9 where he started to come right back at him. It's a bit earlier now. We're only on lap 6 in this one, and we've still got just under 12 minutes left to go. But maybe Brian is saying, right, I've got to respond a bit earlier. I can't let Ash get away from me, so he's going with him. But certainly the tyres on the Spearmint car, the car of Brian Burke, the number 27, which, as I always say, carries a weight of expectation, that number in Australia, ranges up now onto the back of the 50, and it is on for young and old between these two.
That looks like a lot less than 6/10 between them.
Yeah, they're a lot closer than that now.
Yeah.
Brian Burke has got the Trans-Rock landscaping car is really good around this part of the track. And this is where we see Ash Rogers just get that power down. And I've been saying it for 30 years here at Winton, no matter what track configuration they run, you have to have the car set up to roll onto the drive wheels, whether it be front or rear, and get all that drive. In these cars, pinion angles will be critical to get that drive out of the corner.
Yeah, there's just that little bit of extra pull away, and then Brian comes in under brakes and closes the gap.
Doing a very nice job here in both of these cars. Both of them are very, very switched on and aware of their surroundings, and are just asking everything they need to of their BMW E30s. And it's not for us to even know at this point whether they're reaching beyond the capabilities of the car. And you'd have to say they're not, because they're not spearing off and they're not sliding through corners. I'd say Brian is feeling the car underneath him for when he knows, and he's been doing it long enough, for when it is in and it's absolute optimum. Just watching out of the window here in the commentary booth down at turn 3, both cars behaving beautifully. There they are, right smack bang in our broadcast window.
These guys don't have Motec. They don't have any kind of telemetry to speak of, really. So it's all feel, where their brake pressures are, where their throttle response is. This is all feel. So if they were driving outside of the capability of the car would be showing us.
Correct. We'd find out at exactly the same time they do. That's for sure.
But
if the car goes sideways or locks a brake or something like that.
Yeah, Ash and Brian have been so consistent all weekend. This is just a beautiful, consistent drive, and we've got to wait till the last couple of laps for them to make a move.
So we're quite a way off that. 9 minutes remain in this race. Of course, the next field up will be Formula Fords. Their race starting at 2 p.m. And wow, have a look at this. Brian is right now in the back door, the back bonnet, back boot, one of those, of car number 50, the West Vic earth-moving car of Ash Rogers. And this gap is now pretty much glued into position. Have a look at that.
Yeah.
The Brian Burke car just lurching back onto its drive wheels, and then almost points the nose up in the sky and transfers the weight and gets the power down off the corner. It's that upper rev range in fourth gear that Ash Rogers is able to just drive away. Got the car going nicely. There it is. Brian Burke, a 1:39.00 on lap number 7. Here it is. This is the slide, Emma, into the performance window for this green car on our screens. This is exactly when he did it in the last race.
Yeah, totally. I was going to say their exit from turn 1's carbon copy, one after the other. These guys have got great position, great steering. They're so consistently good, and like you said, they are kind of showing themselves to be a level above what's happening in mid-pack. But I'm really liking watching this. Just as a side note, Martin Taylor, newcomer to the category, his car was a road car a few months ago. So he's in the midst of getting it up to race standard and having all the extra bits on it. I don't think fuel surge is going to be an issue for him this weekend, but he's waiting for that part to come in to stop that. But I'm still blown away that these cars were all daily drivers at one point, and now we're watching them doing this, performing like this.
I wouldn't be
really
surprised
cool.
if you saw one of these cars de-stickered doing the pickup run, if they've got to test a component or something between rounds. You never can tell. It would blend in quite nicely.
They actually are registered historics.
Yes.
So you can actually have this on the road with a little bit of tweaking here and there. But the problem is getting another one of these cars off the road. A lot of people now, enthusiasts, are buying these, doing the negative camber for road driving, wanting it to look like the old BBS cool cars.
Yep.
So it's harder to get a hold of them, but God, I love seeing them on the track.
So Ash Rogers has just escaped away again now, out to 0.7 of a second. Brian has eased up. He did set the fastest lap of the race. He still holds that. 1 lap ago, but Goose has answered. In fact, Brian's gone out the back door at a 1:40. So last lap around, 1.2 seconds faster was Ash Rogers. So, and now Brian's responding. Have a look at that.
Yeah.
In the matter of 2 or 3 corners, 2 or 3 short straights, he's certainly climbed all over the back. There's this ebbing and flowing between these two.
And there you go, Darren. We've got Ash Rogers air conditioning on show there in the windscreen. That's it, guys. That's all they get for ventilation.
Certainly is, and we're just watching, as I noticed on that outlap, that Brian has opened the 2 vent windows in the back there. And in the 80s, as a kid in Mum and Dad's BMW, that's all you had. These are fresh air kids.
Yeah. Interesting, in Brian's car, he's got some lead ballast because he doesn't have the 4 doors, so he's got a little bit of weight to make up for the other guys.
There is only a couple. I think Rory Plant's the only one that regularly runs the 4-door E30. Pretty much everyone else running the 2-door. But yeah, you would have thought as a production run that the 4-door might have been the more popular one. I have no figures to base that on, no data, no stats, no nothing. I'm just surmising.
Might come down to availability.
A lot of these things.
It might just come down to availability, which it would be now. There wouldn't be too many of these hanging around waiting to be raced.
They all came into the country with a very, very thick wax coating on the exhaust system, and that had to be removed before they could go to the customer. Otherwise, they'd just disappear in their own smoke as it all burnt off down the road. So it wasn't fun to remove that.
Right. Well,
Being the apprentice, that was my job.
Oh, great. You got to start somewhere, Darren.
You do.
Munro's pulled away from Leach and Stevens is still on Leach, so this is another battle that we're watching as well.
Brett Stevens has not left the shadow of Simon Leach for 9 laps now, and has been absolutely ever present in the mirrors. And at this point in time, I reckon Simon Leach has just gone, whatever, number 17. Show your nose or be gone.
He's just looking forward. Not a bad thing to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If he's with him, and at any point now, the 17 is going to show the nose very much to the 51.
It takes some, you know, it's good racing to be able to take a car with a standard brake system on it from a road car and be nose to tail.
Yeah, particularly around here for 10 laps.
Absolutely.
Still have a brake pedal.
Yeah, the concentration level is high, to say the least. And the fitness has to be there as well.
There's certainly something to be said about brake pad technology or material technology that helps all that out. Oh, the 17 down there has a big look. Brett Stevens on Simon Leach. They live to fight another day, and this is the one. Is he going to look up the inside here at 11?
Might
Time to do it.
Simon's just pulled away slightly.
Not going
no,
to, though.
not quite.
We've still got 3.5 minutes left, so there's the best part of 4 laps we're still going to see for this race. But wow, that will be getting very, very hot in behind that car number 51, particularly now 9 laps. Down to the inside at turn 1. It's a big look. It's not going to happen, though. Too far off. And it's probably stay in the slipstream until the last minute, then jag over to the inside of the corner there. But the number 17, I would suggest, wanting a bit of fresh air by that point.
They all are. It's a really good show of racecraft here that these guys, especially Brett Stevens, hasn't raced this car before. This is his first time racing, and he, from what I gathered from talking to the guys in the garage, because they've got no data to reflect on and look at their brake and their throttle traces, it's all feel.
It is feel. It's the old seat of the pants thing, isn't it?
Yeah, this is as analog as you get. So this guy, first race in 2 years in a car that he's unfamiliar with, and this is feel, and he's doing nose to tail with Simon Leach.
The good thing about that is it gives you the opportunity to go and have a nice sit down for lunch, not trolling over data and your face stuck in a computer screen. Get to go and socialise and enjoy a good feed. And
You get to have one of the Lions hot dogs.
Yeah.
On offer down here.
Yeah, absolutely. Or not. So, this race continues now. 10 laps done, 2 minutes remain. And we have a ripping battle for the lead of this race. It is now back down under a second between Ash Rogers and Brian Burke. Right smack bang in this race is the Munro car. And just sitting there in P3. Here we go, and this looks like it's Peter Knight in the Bell Motorsport car there as well. Sadly, the only one sporting the Bell Motorsport livery here this weekend. There's a number of cars with Bell Motorsport on them, and we would love to see them back at the next round of E30 racing on the Victorian State Series. Jess and Graham and the family, and we'd love to encourage them to get their cars out at the Phillip Island event on the 29th and 30th of June. So plenty of time coming up to all of the competitors. Rory and the crew down there, Rory Plant, get the 4-door out and be part of the action. So great to see Peter out there.
This category, Darren, is really a cooperative because the drivers are owner drivers and they generally are their own mechanics as well. And if they're not, they're getting help from the rest of the team.
That's exactly right. Shannon, we see on screen now Shannon Cooper, and a guy that's been around for quite some time. A good livery there, clearly done by the Rap Studio, and the car number 90 giving a good run, running all the right stickers for the series, the Yokohama tyres there as well, the Garagistic series as well. And Shannon, one of these kind of guys that comes to the racetrack for the fun of it, and that's how he'll say it. It's, I come here for fun. And he does. He has the best of times. Currently running in 6th place. This is a good showing. As we go to the number 39
Martin
as well.
Taylor.
Michael Taylor.
He's the newcomer. He's the one that's just, this car was a daily driver up until I think a month ago. So he's converting it to being a track car. It's funny going back to the...
Martin Taylor.
Martin Taylor.
Martin Taylor.
Yeah. Going back to the gold bunny teeth, I'm having flashbacks of people spray painting those in the 90s and the noughties.
As Martin Taylor comes round, he's a Scotsman. He's got the sticker that David Coulthard always ran on his Formula Ones.
There's only a slight accent remaining, though.
Is there?
Yes.
So an expat.
Yeah. 2 laps to go.
Brett Stevens in the number 17 really has just lost touch now with Simon Leach. Simon Leach is now trying to push up onto the back of Munro and reignite that battle. So Ben Munro really is sitting, I guess, in no man's land, but Leach is trying to catch him here. Now these guys are closing up again, 1.1 seconds last time round. I reckon it's a bit closer than that this time round, but Ash Goose Rogers. Donovan Mollenhagen, where are you? I know you're watching. Donovan Mollenhagen, who called a lot of E30 races with me and finally returned to the game, and not here.
That's why I'm here, Donovan.
Shout out to Donovan Mollenhagen. I'm not sure whether to say as a driver made a great commentator or the other way around, but you've got to be on track, Donovan. Come back. We want to see you. We can mix it up with these two out in front. So Ash Rogers now doing a tremendous job as we head off on the final lap for the weekend for round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships and round 1 for the Garagistic BMW E30 Series as they take part in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. They do also share their series around a couple of other different race meetings, but do a bulk of their racing as part of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And we can certainly see that that ducting that we were talking about in the earlier bit of the race there, right inside car number 50. So Ash likes some fresh air coming into the car, and you can see those orange ducts just flapping around a little bit off to
Unfortunately for Ash, it's not going to be cool air.
No, it's not. It certainly isn't cool air out at the moment, although that cloud cover has given us just a bit of reprieve on the ultimate ambient temperature.
UV might back off a bit with the cloud cover, but these guys, he's closing the gap by 1/10. I'm just wondering if he can manage to close it by a whole second before the end of this race. I'm not confident going into this turn. This is turn 9, isn't it, Darren? 110.
Yep, sure is. And power down. So 2 corners remain. Ash Rogers will have taken the 2 races today. And Brian Burke sitting there 1 second behind, scratching his head going, well, I've had some fun this weekend. I've just got to work out over the next couple of months how I can abate the pace that Ash Rogers has, because Brian has certainly tried all the tricks in the book to get there. There it is. Ash Rogers takes another win here on Sunday at round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships in the Garagistic BMW E30. Brian Burke greets the checkered flag in 2nd place. Home in 4th place is going to be Ben Munro. Simon Leach home in 4th and Brett Stevens in 5th as quickly as that across the line. Those 3 cars covered by just over 1 second at the end of that race. And at the end of 14 laps, Emma, that is testament to those races that they've managed to stay off each other and bring it home line astern with each other at the line.
Really clean racing. Clean, competitive racing without nudging is difficult.
It is. It certainly is. And look, there has been some time in any given one of these classes. Improved production seems to be one nationally at the moment where some of the drivers that have often been in the national scene and I'm going to say being budgeted out of the contention there have found a happy home in state series type racing, albeit in faster cars. We see those, those Holdens at the front of the field in improved production, and of course, like what Butcher does with his BMW, which is just a fan favourite, the Epilepsy Foundation sponsored car there. We're seeing some, some of these races that I guess they're being just toppled out of the national series and find a happy home with a lot tighter budget racing within the state series, and that's what it's all about. You can come through the series on your way to stardom, but you tend to meet the same people on the way up as you do on the way down.
Exactly. It is, even though it seems to be that we've got a lot of drivers, it's a very small industry, so you do meet people around the way that you've seen before and over and over and over again. So finishing up first, we had Ashley Rogers, Brian Burke, very close behind in second. Ben Munro, Simon Leach, Brett Stevens all having a bit of a battle in third, fourth and fifth respectively. Shannon Cooper coming in sixth, Martin Taylor seventh, and Peter Knight eighth to round out the E30 Garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup Race 3.
And we'll be back with Formula Fords in just a moment. Stay with us. Formula Fords make their way around on track now as we grapple with some technology here to get some sort of form of live timing. And I'm getting nothing. Emma's got something, so we'll go off the off the telephone timing there as well. So Eddie Bezic will line up on the front row of the grid, and as a result of a really good weekend so far for Eddie, Liam Locano, who will line up right alongside. And these two finished very closely to each other at the end of the race earlier today. Jack Bussey in position number 3 to Cody Mains Ruddy as well. The Synergy Motorsport Spectrum there. Daniel Frugas in the McGale, Fraser High, and has fought his way all the way back to pretty much where he started yesterday's race, driving very, very well this weekend in the number 11. Logan Everly to Bailey Collins in the Spectrum 012 there as well. Joe Fawcett, the reigning champion, in position number 9. Car number 23, Damon Woods in 56. Apex JB Racing Aviation Components Services Spectrum. Lachlan Evanett for BF Racing Auto Style McGale. Number 30 will be out of 12. That's Jack Wynack in the EDM Motors Spectrum. And we continue on the field slowly, no, not slowly, fastly coming into their grid positions. Carly Fleming, Lachlan Strickland, Imogen Radburn out of 15. The 48 of Jamie Rowe next. Then it's Richard Davison, the first of our Cat Engine cars, to Malcolm Campbell. Andrew Torty, Mark Zellner in the number 36 Revolution Race Gear McGale. And Adrian Hooks in the Van Diemen RF 89. And away we go. The field goes plunging down into turn 1. And they all line up to get a crack at it. Sweeping across the front there is the 43. And getting into the lead of the race there. So a great start. The scream, the hum as it goes past us of the Formula Fords getting through there as well. So Liam Locano for the first time this weekend into turn 1 leads the field, and Eddie Bezic for the first time this weekend doesn't have a clear view right in front of him. And it is certainly a battle on for this, the longer race for this afternoon. And we're sort of a little bit hamstrung here with data ourselves at the moment. So just watching as the field makes its way around the top end of the circuit. We'll get them back into view. It's the 43 that's leading us away and doing a tremendous job here. Has held on all weekend long behind Eddie Bezic. and is trying to get this victory. And by leading into turn 1, doing the hard work is certainly paying off. So that's a nice start there to Liam in the car number 43. But the battle is on now for second place because Eddie Bezic has got his hands full with the 24 coming down there as well. 74, by the way. That's Jack Bussey, not the 24. And there's Cody Mains Ruddy, and also we see Frugas in there, and Fraser High also coming through. So they come across the line. It's Lucano, Bezic, Bussey, Cody Mains Ruddy, Frugas, Collins, Everly, Damon Woods, Joe Fawcett back to position number 9, and Fraser High back to 10. Cody Mains Ruddy goes onto the track at turn 1, and in any form of racing other than Formula Ford, you might lose 3 or 4 spots, but I just reckon he's lost about 15 and falls into the clutches of the car that he had the battle with earlier on this morning, the JCB entered outfit, and he's doing a terrific job keeping it all together there. But wow, Cody Mains Ruddy has just undone all of that great work, and there's Fawcett down the inside, the 23, showing the nose to Woods and Everly, trying to fight his way back. Goes around the outside, puts him to the inside for the run onto the back straight, and the 74 has got concerns, that is for sure. That's Jack Bussey. So he was sitting in P3, now gone out the back. Here we go into turn 1, and there's our P2. Whoa! And that was a violent occurrence, wasn't it? I mean, not coming together or anything, but near enough, slipping the car sideways. Bit of nose to gearbox there, so just go with the big flick, like a old school pinball machine. Flipper belting the ball up, and the Kiss ping pong machine to give you all the points, but to get around to complete lap number 2, and it's been a feverish start of this race.
Yeah, these are highly technical cars, high risk cars. And I was walking around the garages, Darren, and these kids are not small. They're tall, they're fit, and the cockpits that they're sitting in are tiny. There's no getting me in them. So this is amazing. They're driving under amazing conditions, and it's open wheel.
Wow, have a look at that. Defending champion, multiple champion across many decades. Richard Davison has got a blend line infringement, so that'll be 15 seconds. That'll sit over his head. Not sure that it's going to be too much of an issue because Richard's been very quick in the Kent engine cars here this weekend. Will he be 15 seconds ahead of the entire Kent field? Maybe not, but he might end up dropping back to maybe 2nd or 3rd in the Kents. There's Cody Mains Ruddy now starting to fight back through the field, currently in 9th spot, trying to get onto the back of Fraser High and get back into contention for this one, and then it'll be Joe Fawcett to go there as well. So Fraser High in the spectrum, and Joe Fawcett also in the spectrum. So
Eddie Beswick's just posted a great lap of 126.95 in lap 2. Yeah, it's fantastic, fastest lap so far.
Malcolm Oastler set the lap record here last year at 122.32. So we'll keep an eye on how that one
Bailey
goes.
Collins just beat it with a 126.6. So we're going to see the times come down, which is unusual for the. I mean, it's not unusual for the start of a race, but it's quite hot out there. I wouldn't have thought that the times are going to come down that much more.
Joe Fawcett pushes through there as well. That makes up another spot on Damon Woods in the 56 Apex Steels supported entry. And around the sweeper they go. Joe starting to get this car working in the window that he wants it to be in. We're on lap 4 now, and we've still got 15 minutes left to go in this journey, but all the temps are starting to come up. The tyres now jumping straight into that operating zone where they do best, and Joe, with his experience of winning last year's championship, knows when the car is best to go, and it looks like this lap he's chosen to go with it. Cody Mains Ruddy looks to go with him there as well, and take the number 11 of Fraser High. This is Richard Davison, we're now having a look at, with Coleman and Tordy in behind, and Mark Zellner in the McGale just off the back of this mob as well. It's the red McGale off the back shop there.
Race 2 and race this is kind of similar to race 3. We've got a lot of place swapping. It's really competitive. A lot of movement in the placings.
Mark Zellner just down there in position number 19. He's the man that you want to buy all your race apparel off down at Revolution Race Gear. Very, very experienced man in motorsport. Worked at Motorsport Australia in technical roles 15 years ago or so. And now back at Revolution Race Gear for the second time. And a very, very knowledgeable man around motorsport is Mark Zellner. So get down to Revolution Race Gear, say good day to him. I know all the improved production racers are now big fans of Revolution Race Gear. And look at this battle is absolutely turning it on for us at the moment. Too wide, the 56 and the 11 of Woods and High. And High doesn't want to do anything to jeopardise a top 10 finish at the moment. So right now sitting in 9th, so wants to hang on, in fact, wants to make up places throughout this particular journey. So Carly Fleming has withdrawn back to the paddock there as well, so not just down pit lane, headed into the paddock area there. And those two cars continue fantastic battle just inside the top 10. So this is that all-important bubble, Emma, isn't it, really? You want a top 10. Where did you finish in the Bathurst 1000? 10th. We're inside the 10. Finished in the top 10. We were lucky to get there.
yeah, points are everything. It's not everyone can win the race, so you need to take some points home and see where you land at the end of the season.
Cody Mains-Ruddy's now got Joe Fawcett as well, so the 69 goes through on the 23, and that will have certain ramifications with the point score for the series. Cody Mains-Ruddy up and down the field this weekend, like a yo-yo at the moment, would not be enjoying the highs and lows of advancing in the field, advancing and then going backwards when you come off or something like that. So Cody Mains-Ruddy, an exciting and skilled race driver. Just getting a good look back down through the field here. This is Mark Zellner, this is the number 36, and he's got a very, very colourful helmet. And that'll be a testament to the fact that the guy sits on the counter at the Revolution Race Gear. And as I said, get down and speak to Mark. Revo have been around for a long, long time now, got some good gear. And they certainly look after as many people as they possibly can in motorsport. And you can see why. They're from it. They do it. They put the seatbelts over their shoulders and the helmet on the head and go racing. This guy started off in a Volkswagen Beetle that was faster than any 911 you could possibly think of. It was immense. Absolute immense Beetle. Had a rag top on it. And he advanced from there into a Golf. They did Formula Vee racing for a long time. And I'm talking early 90s here, even late 80s. Used to run up the Doncaster freeway in his Volkswagen to work every day, and he was fast. And now finding his way into these open wheelers and absolutely loving it. That McGale, which has got a very distinct and strong history in Australian motorsport.
Notice, Darren, that Jack Bussey has made it back out on track, although Carly is still in the pits, but Jack's made it back out. He's got a bit of work to do. He's 122 down.
Yep.
And I just noticed that Bailey Collins is just set at 126.35, so it's the fastest of the race so far.
Bailey Collins has been operating off that podium all weekend this weekend, and that's an unfamiliar position. A very talented race driver with a strong future, and just struggling, I would say, to get the setup of the car right in the window, and by the end of the weekend, that's sort of when you want that to occur, and it seems that's where he's happening. As you've pointed out, Em, he's done a 126.35. There's a couple of cars in the front that are operating in the 26s. In fact, the entire top 10 now is operating in the 26s. So he wasn't pioneering into the 26s, but certainly the fastest one, or the first one, is 126.4 this time around for Bailey Collins. So that's pretty much where everyone is operating. So matching the pace, there's the car we're talking about, and that was Bailey Collins.
Well, you'd hope at least that it's an indication that he's liking the setup and he can only get faster and faster.
Yes, that is, you'd like to think that. Oh no, Cody Mains-Ruddy. More issues there. What happened there? Did not see that. Was looking at the timing screen at the time. And Cody Mains-Ruddy, more ups and downs. This one's a down this time. Let's hope that he can get it all gathered back up and get out on track. And no, he's not
he's
out
of
on the car.
Oh, what a shame.
That is so sad. And great promise, and look, we'll fight on another day. And here we go. Yeah, just slowed down, went to go off to the driver's left, driver's right, and then went, no, hang on a minute, I need to get over to the other side of the track, and did exactly that. So just having a rethink of where the safest spot to stop was, and getting out of the way of everyone else. So thank goodness no need for yellow flags or safety cars. Wow, this is a great battle. Side by side, they run up to turn 10. And this is strong stuff. Fawcett and Everly. There's the 23, there's the 91. Everly in the mix here, and this is a real bottleneck at the moment. There's 6 or 7 cars starting to bank up with, we've got a long time left, there's over 8 minutes left in the journey here. Fawcett to the inside now of the 91 of Everly, gets the spot. So Joe Fawcett, 23, goes through in the spectrum, and they're jostling, literally jostling for positions behind, and that encapsulates Woods, Fraser High, Evident, Lachlan Strickland and Jake Rowe.
Yeah, that mid-pack is tight. Look at those times.
Very tight, isn't it? Sorry, Jamie Rowe, not Jake Rowe. The 48 Fabcon car of Jamie Rowe. Jake Rowe is in Formula V. So here we go. Fawcett leading this group, and this is a very, very angry group of Formula Ford racers. Have a look at them line astern with each other. Fawcett at the front. They all want him. He is the one with the target. He's the one they've got in the crosshairs, the reigning champion. Everyone wants to beat their teammate and the reigning champion.
Oh, like I said earlier, there's a race within a race within a race.
It certainly is, and this battle is, what are we racing for? 6th place. 5th place, sorry. Joe Fawcett's now in 5th. So Liam Locano has got a nice lead, just under 1 second to Eddie Bezic, which is over a second back to Frugas. Bailey Collins now about half a second back as well. So pretty tight at the top. And they come streaming across the line. There goes Locano, completes 9 laps. So, gee, these guys are going to reach out to maybe 16 laps in this journey.
That's a
I
lot.
don't think they've got fuel on. All the tanks are big enough to carry them that particular distance.
It's a demanding race this late in the afternoon. Peak heat, peak UV, and these guys are doing a great job. Nothing in it, first, second, and third, and
At least they
fourth
get a
now.
bit of fresh air, Em. They get they can just clip the helmet open a little bit.
You mean hot wash from the car in front?
Hot wash in front. That's
Turbulence.
Right. Yeah,
Never
fumes
refreshing.
from the car in front.
Yeah. Hot neck.
They're good fumes though. Race fuels provide the good juice for us right through here. This is pretty strong. Okay, so
The red flags are out.
Red flags. We have no idea. There's no dust going up in the air anywhere. This could be the only time I've seen
We're
this
trying
where
to
we
figure out
can't
what's
see
happened
what's
to
going
cause a
on.
red
This could
flag.
be an official that needs some attention trackside somewhere around the track. We're not seeing the safety cars move in any shape. The recovery cars haven't even got their flashing lights on at this point, but we have got a red flag. We are combing our eyes, our cameras are combing the circuit as well. As I said, there has been an incident where I have seen this before, where there is an official with an injury. We do have from time to time calls from trackside officials that they've had visitors that are brown or yellow-bellied or red-bellied. So that could be, I'm just surmising. I have absolutely no information or data being fed to me at this point in time, and I know our director on the cameras is feverishly trying to find why we've got a red flag. And we've got a service vehicle coming out of
Pit lane.
the pit lane very slowly. Oh, they're stopping right where that car was parked up, which was Cody Mains Ruddy. That's right where Cody Mains Ruddy's car's parked up. No, the car was parked right off. The car was right off onto the grass, and we've got a declared race. So we did get 8 laps in. That's enough to pronounce it. And there you go. So we will wait for some feedback from race control on that. But there it is, Em. There's our results there. Eddie Bezic.
Wow.
In the lead. Took the lead. Actually, they're saying, timing is saying Liam Locano gets the win. So this has thrown confusion across the entire property here at Winton Motor Raceway. I would suggest we may just take a quick break to gather our thoughts here. There's Cody Main's Ruddy being hooked up. There's no need to put a red flag out for that car parked there. It was off the other side of the pit.
And he exited the car safely as well.
So
we're being told the race has definitely been declared.
Red flags being waved, and one of the few tracks around the country here at Winton, we've got that automated digital flagging system with the red LEDs flashing around the track as well. There's been absolutely no movement of emergency vehicles whatsoever. We do have one emergency vehicle parked in the infield there. That's just getting ready to chase the field for the next grid, and the next grid will be improved production cars. We're a little bit early on the call for that. 2:22 currently, and improved production starts at 2:30. So I wouldn't have thought that all the cars would even be in the marshalling area. So we are none the wiser right now. We'll take a quick break and we'll work feverishly in the background to try and get something for you. Back in a couple of moments with improved production, hopefully.
I'm in the pits with Brendan Advard. How are you going this morning on track and practice?
Yeah, really good. Just come back in from qualifying then. It's only the second time I've ever driven this car. First day I had a whole heap of troubles and just took a full second off my time from yesterday and qualified 13th. So I'm absolutely wrapped with that.
That's very impressive. There's a bit of a story behind this car. Can you tell me a bit about it?
Yes, it's an old Commodore Cup car. It was Brett Holdsworth's championship winning car. It went off and went into hiding for a long time. It sat in a factory on a mezzanine floor for 8 years before I bought it. And I've just gone through and pretty much restored it. It's in full Commodore Cup spec as it was raced back in the day.
So tell me, how are you feeling for today's race and tomorrow's race? Do you have anything you're going to take from the qualifying into the race?
To be honest, I got no expectations in there. I come in for the weekend just to have some fun in there. As I said, really first time I've driven it in there. So I'm just going out there for fun. To be 13th, the middle of the field in IP, I think I'm wrapped with that. With, as I said, full Commodore Cup specs in there, old car, everything. So I'm wrapped.
So what were you driving before this car?
Before I moved into this, I was in the XL Series. And I was there from the start of the XL Series when they got going. And then before that, I used to race HQs as well. So, yeah, been around for a little while.
Great, that's really exciting. So the transition from going from XL Series to this has been quite a big difference. Is there a change in your pre-car training, pre-race training, or is it quite the same idea and mentality?
Pretty much the same, to be honest. Just get out there and rag it in there and have some fun. So, yeah, I mean, it's obviously a fair bit different than an XL, only twice the engine than an XL. But the XL, they're an awesome category in there. They really are. A lot of fun in there. And just I wanted something new, a new challenge, and come up to this and a bit more grunt. The older you get, the faster the car you need to get.
It was great talking to you. We wish you best of luck for this weekend, and I hope you have a lot of fun.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Steve, I want one of those T-shirts. It's on like Donkey Kong. I've been saying that for 30 years, and Brendan Avard's got the T-shirt right there. That's fantastic.
Yeah, where did you get that from? I think we need to go and
I reckon
organise
just Google it. I want a T-shirt. Oh, it's on like Donkey Kong. That's an absolute ripper. And I got to say, that's kind of the personality that guy has too. It is. He is on for it. That is for sure. And well, after such a long time in XLs, getting into improved production, and I'm going to say a real fast car too, doing a tremendous job.
Absolutely. So a little bit of a short delay here. We are running a couple of minutes ahead of time due to the red flag being called in that Formula Ford race. But the next category up will, of course, be improved production with thanks to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer, and been proud to sponsor the category for the last couple of seasons. Great to have them back on board in 2024. We thank them very much for their continued sponsorship of IP. Let's have a look at the grid here. So Jared Tonks and James Atkinson, same front two drivers that have been leading the charge all weekend long. Jared's got both the race wins this weekend. James had something for him yesterday afternoon. Didn't quite have the opportunity to go with him over the course of 20 minutes this morning. Has he got anything up his sleeve for the warmer conditions this afternoon like he did yesterday afternoon? Kay Limon and Danny Timewell, they've both had a third and a fourth place each, so depending on how things play out with them in this race, whoever finishes ahead of the other would be in line for third overall for the weekend. Mark DeFarnis has had a good return with the new engine in that car and all the new Go Faster bits from when he had his run at City Motorsport Park in the Improved Production Nationals last year. So good, quiet and solid weekend for Mark. In fifth, there Ian McLennan in the Pro Cut Monaro in sixth. Peter Dixon in another Monaro in seventh. Andrew Butcher due to start out of eighth, but believe that car has unfortunately had a wheel bearing fail, so will not take the start in eighth place, which is quite a shame because he was the round winner here in 2023 in that very car. Brett Porter, what a debut for him in improved production in under two lead-up, leading in under twos and ninth outright. It's a fantastic effort. Andrew Rhodes-Anderson starting in 10th in the Tyres and More Pakenham VN Commodore, number 96. Keep an eye out for him. Brendan Avard, who we're just talking to, in 11th. And Larry Merrifield has been fighting some dramas with the throttle cutting out intermittently on that Honda Civic. They figured out what the problem was, but unfortunately they can't fix it here at the track. So he's going to be fighting with one tied behind his back in an effort to try and get a win over the other Civic there of Brett Porter. Andrew Morris, he's made his way through the field. That's a good run for him. So he had a bit of a shocker yesterday, went the wrong way on the setup direction, made a few changes today and smartened that car up. So that's more like the Andrew Morris that we've seen before pre-COVID. Anton Bergman there in 14th. Bruce Henley had a good run from the back of the field. He started about 26th and he's up to 15th, so it's a good starting spot for his new Mazda RX-8. Great job there by the Perkins guys to get that turned around this morning. Peter McLean, your under 2-litre defending champion, hasn't sort of been able to keep pace with the Civics, hasn't quite got the horsepower he normally does underneath the BRZ, so he's out of 16th. Anthony Martin and Wayne Decker, and then the two Pulsars from New South Wales of Ben Moore and James Garrett. They're cars number 139 and car 888. Nick Higgins, he had a bit of an off-track excursion in that earlier race this morning. Andre Noy's got the Ford Falcon still going along quite nicely. And then Chris Bodale in the XL. Jason Fankhauser, he's had a mechanical failure and doesn't look like he's taking any further part in this. He's unfortunately already put the car on the trailer and headed for home. Gary McKay due to start out of 25th. He was the surprise DNF out of race number 2 this morning. That car is usually well prepared to within an inch of its life, and unfortunately it was a bit of an unexpected retirement for him. Scott McLean had some power steering dramas, and then the rest of the field that's there has had some sort of dramas or another. Callum Jensen's had a gearbox. Peter Fleming didn't run this morning, but he may or may not take part in this one. He's got the rear windscreen and the front windscreen out of that XL, and Paul Javots is a gearbox as well. So been a little bit of attrition in improved production as the weekend has worn on. 29 cars started. We're probably going to start with about 23 or 24, and we'll see how many more we can get home from here. They're still coming out of the pits. Chris Bodale's at green XL. You're just seeing coming around turn 1 and 2 there. Then behind him, Scott McLean. Looks like Peter Fleming is out, which is great to see. That's the orange XL there in behind the black Commodore of McLean. So Fleming will be the last of the cars on the grid. So it looks like we're probably going to start, as I said, maybe with about 24 to 25 cars. We have lost a couple throughout the weekend, which is a bit of a shame, but Winton, as we've already pointed out on several occasions, does tend to be a bit of a car breaker.
Yeah, it's hard work here, but I tell you what, rewarding. It is one of those tracks where it's power down, and we get to this shot. It's a really good shot, shows us the marbles offline, and that's one of those corners where you can come offline to make a passing manoeuvre, but you've got to grapple into it and make sure you're well a part of it. Great field of improved production. This is their first round, so everyone is super enthusiastic, and all the builds and rebuilds done over the year. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo not taking any part here this weekend. He's clearly got Mount Panorama on his radar, so I'm sure he's watching. Big shout out to Luke. You know, he features in the entertainment package before every round, flying through the air behind the old pit here at the round last year. So he did a terrific job to win the championship, particularly after the damage that particular incident caused to him. So it's a big shout out to Luke. G'day, all the best at Mount Panorama, and of course the whole improved production, let's call it community, going up there. Great to see Andrew Morris. You already touched on that. This guy's been around a long, long time. Was right back in the day. Was part of when Gary McKay, you know, was early days when he was racing in club cars. And I said earlier, and I'm sure Gary doesn't mind, he's been racing that car since 1990. I'm proud and lucky enough to say that we've shared the Victorian Sprint Championship together in '93, and we couldn't be separated. We both ran in different classes, but there was equal amount of points and wins, and we were unseparated. So he's managed to race on, and I gave up 23 years ago. So good on Gary.
Here we go. I think we're about to get ready to start for the last of the improved production races for the weekend. Pole is on the clean side, but Jared Tonks on the pole has got the whole shot on both occasions so far. That's a fairly good start from the Ronica, number 91 as well. And he should be able to seize control of the race pretty quickly from here, and he does. Little lock up for Atkinson. Runs a little bit wide at turn 1, but that's not too bad.
Lehman right in the hot seat there. He just grabbed that, snatched that. He's going to look to the inside. Doesn't make it stick, sadly.
No, he doesn't quite get that done, but importantly for Cade, he has managed to get the jump over Danny Timewell. That's very, very important for third place overall for the round. Check out Andrew Rhodes-Anderson. I think he's made up at least 2 spots at the start there. There he is, the number 96. He's latched onto the back of the number 21 of Peter Dixon in the Monaro. So if I count it, he's up to 8th place. So good 2 spots off the start for Andrew Rhodes-Anderson.
Yeah, Peter Dixon coming under fire here. There's Danny Timewell. The time well spent, and our shout out has reached its message. G'day to Luke. We've just had a message. I hope you enjoy this race, mate. I hope you're moving in your seat nervously. You should be here.
Yeah, big field of 55 cars due to tackle the mountain in 2 weeks, and he's going to be front and centre in that one, I'd imagine. Probably up the pointy end with a number of other fancy competitors. So I'm looking forward to that, heading up there myself. So very, very good to see. The first time in about 6 years we've had improved production on the mountain to support the Easter Classic. And a few drivers in the field this weekend were using Winton as a bit of a shakedown to just make sure they got all the gremlins out of the cars before they load them up on the trailer and make that 10-hour drive from Melbourne to Bathurst. So here's Brett Porter, under 2 litre. Great debut for him. The weekend didn't start all that well, Daz. He did leave a pretty long trail of oil that on the track, and it actually into the pits and all the way back to where he is garage, which was next to Paul Javot's. So for him, he's put all that behind him, which is really good to see, and just got his head down and got on with the business.
Andrew Morris up 2 in this one. He's inside the top 10 now, so that VH Commodore showing its performance. Pete looks up the inside of Danny Timewell in that magnificently livered Timewell Racing car, and he has a right front lock up down into turn 4 there, so I wonder what Danny was up to there, taking evasive action. But the 21 filling our screens now, that magnificent look Monaro. Here's Lehman. whoa, right into the back of Atkinson here. I have got a feeling that Lehman has got more pace than being able to unleash right now.
I think so. He's got a new gearbox in that car as well this weekend, so gone to the sequential box after going away from the H-pattern shifter from the last time we saw him, which is about 12 months or so ago. Coming back to Danny Timewell, he was right behind Lehman in lap number 1. He's already lost 2 spots in that. McLennan's gone through, DeFanis has gone through, so I'm wondering if that lock-up we saw him have coming out of turn 4 is maybe a symptom of something else he's trying to come to grips with at the moment, because the car doesn't look too happy.
Higgins and Decker, they're glued together like they were earlier on. There's that EL Falcon in the mix too.
Yep, that's Andre Noy back there behind Nick Higgins in the 68 machine. Wayne Decker has just gone through, I think, on Nick Higgins there as well. Good to see the 2 Pulsars. We've got Ben Moore and James Garrett. They've managed to get ahead of them as well. Check out Nick Higgins getting 2 wheels almost airborne on the turn 10 curve. Big time penalty. I've just seen that flash up. 30 seconds for James Atkinson. Is that right?
That's a big penalty.
That's a big lick.
I'm not sure what a 30-second penalty is dished out for. Maybe there's a number of penalties that have just been stacked on top of each other for him once the decisions have been made. We will we'll anticipate a message from race control on that as we get a good look at this bunch of under 2 litre and under 1600 cars. Here it is, Andrew Morris. Have a look at this Dave's Workshop car. Oh. Bergman down the inside there. Andy Morris just opening up the steering wheel there. I wonder if he's got an issue where he just went, yep, I can't fight with you right now, number 66. I'll bring the 61 back to you once I've got myself sorted out. But it's been a long time away from the wheel for Andy Morris, a fantastic racer, great motorsport guy, and if he's not at the event, he's in the background supporting it at someone. He's always watching the broadcast and things like that. And I've got to say, fantastic to see him back at the wheel, around the sport for a long, long time. And sometimes these, races, life takes hold. You have a family, you do all that sort of thing, and then you go one day, gee, I haven't used that bit of iron in the shed for about 5 or 6 years. Best I give it a birthday and go and do some racing. So welcome back, car number 61 with Andrew Morris at the wheel. Great to have you here, mate.
Yep, certainly is. So Andrew Rhodes-Anderson now, he is still in the top 10 there, so he's 8th. Brett Porter obviously had a little bit of a better run through the top part of the circuit, a more nimbler under 2 litre car. And Rhodes-Anderson, he's actually been battling some second gear problems in race 2 this morning. He's probably got the same issue again, having to hold it into second gear, wanting it to jump out at the wrong time. All the section at the top of the circuit, so turn 7, 8, 9. It's all second gear for a lot of the heavier cars, and when you need it, you do not want it to pop out of gear. If you want to try and use third gear, the car labours a little bit too much and it just can't get into the sweet spot to drive off of from one corner to the next. So he's fighting a little bit of a difficult battle here as well. And you'll watch here, he'll open up the gap a little bit coming off of turn 4, but then has to slow down for the sweeper at 5, and then Brett will be all over him up the top section of the circuit. So right here, Andrew's got a fairly decent gap. Then you'll see they'll get to turn 7 and it'll be pretty close. There you go. Second offence for crossing the blend line at the pit exit. Now that's something that's been hot on the radar here at Winton for quite a number of years. So it's actually a fairly easy thing to do here because it's a fairly short blend line at the pit exit, and the drivers just have sort of like, they just, we'll just move over, open up the next corner, they just wander. So that's quite a nasty penalty there for 30 seconds.
At the moment it's going to put him back to position number 14.
Yeah, so, that's not good.
What would have been a really good points haul for Jamie Atkinson is going to be a rude awakening once he realises the results sheet at the end of this weekend.
Now that could be major implications for his second position overall for the round too. He's finished second to Tonks on every occasion. At the moment he's running third. Lehman has gone through in the last couple of minutes, so there'll be some frantic point calculations I think after this one's over. The longer the race goes though, the important bit, here we go. There's Gary McKay there. That's the reason why he's not out there.
And his wife Peter sitting up on the deck chairs there. They haven't gone home. They've found themselves in the shade.
I bet you he was behind. Actually, no, where was he? I thought he was behind us for a moment, but in the commentary box. But I'm looking frantically out there for him now. I think he's actually down at turn 7 on the back of the trailer there.
Yep. Great to see. They are a huge motorsporting family, and what a couple being together. I'm going to put the label on it. Go racing together as a family and you stay together. What a marriage over many, many years with Gary and Peter. And they're sitting down there enjoying a refreshing beverage
before they
We'll
head home.
obviously head home after this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Life members of the Improved Production Victoria Club as well for all the dedicated work they've done over many, many years and thoroughly deserved. So good to see that they are supporting the category. Even though they're not racing, they're still giving their support, and they'll head home after this one. So there's Larry Merrifield, I think. Is that Larry Merrifield being lapped there? Yes, so Merrifield's had some dramas. So through goes DeFarnas, through goes McLennan, and that's a bit of a concern. Merrifield's still got those throttle problems that have blighted him for the majority of the weekend so far. So Mark DeFarnas trying to close in here on Ian McLennan, so both of them have gone through on Danny Timewell in the early part of the race. There is Timewell going across the line in 6th place. Danny's had a fair old few gremlins to sort out since the new engine went back into his car at the beginning of the year after the failure at Calder. There's James Atkinson. He's got a problem. So not only has he got the 30-second penalty, he's got some sort of an issue as well on the National Leisure Finance number 53. And I'd say he maybe has some sort of gear selection problem. He's just cruising around probably in 2nd gear to get it back to the pits. That's going to be a shame.
New gearbox on board that car too.
Yeah, the car's had a decent freshen up as well as the livery change in the off-season and aiming to do the full season. So the car got most of the way through the first round. Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to come up a little bit short. And there's the car we were talking about a few seconds ago, the clean duct car, number 50, belonging to Larry Merrifield. As I said, has had nothing but trouble with that throttle this weekend. I was just hoping to bank a good solid haul of points, and he's now going to go a lap down. So that will leave, I guess, Brett Porter with an unabated run to the line here in his debut to take the honours in under 2s. That should also elevate Peter McLean to 2nd overall if he can finish this race with Larry Merrifield potentially at DNF, depending on if he exits the pits or not in the next couple of minutes. So he's got to get going again to get some points and keep that going on the board. He'll take 2nd overall in unders, but if he doesn't get out of the pits, there'll be a problem. More smoke here. Andrew Rhodes-Anderson. I'm wondering if that's some issues with the gearbox that he's been talking to me about.
Right under the middle of the car, so that rears its head again.
Yeah, if it'll be happening probably out of 2nd gear corners if we're going to see it. So 2nd gear out of turn 10 is usually where you would use it, but yeah, it looks pretty. Actually, it almost looks like it's at some angle. It looks like it's a tyre rubbing on a bit of bodywork or something there, because it seems to disappear when the car slows down, and that gets a little bit worse when he picks it up, but showing no signs of disappearing anytime soon. Yeah, that angle shows that it's coming from underneath the car. So, yeah, I think that's possibly going to be some sort of related drama to what he was telling me about earlier with the gearbox. And Brett Porter's going to be copping an absolute faceful of this. So, yep, mechanical black flag now on display for car number 96. No surprise there. Officials have been quite onto a lot of the mechanical issues this weekend. Good to see for a first-time official there, and Andrew realises, yep, I've got the black flag. There's no point holding up the traffic anymore. I'll let everybody go through. So he's going to pull off the racing line here. Whoops, as Bergman went to make the pass on Rhodes-Anderson, who got out of the way. Brendan Avard sees that one back and picks up a spot there. So very good situational awareness from the driver of the Sub-Zero Refrigeration Services Commodore. And on he goes towards turn number 10. So there goes Peter Dixon. There's a big margin back there to the little Civic of Brett Porter. So pretty much won't be a contest, I'd think, there.
And Rhodes-Anderson continues on, though.
He's coming down to turn 11 now, so if he's got the black flag, he'll see it this time around. I'd expect him to be peeling into the pits the next lap, because they do hold out the black flag only at the control line, so he'll be given that right about now. And you can see, usually at the start-finish line, they usually can see them hanging the board over the start-finish gantry, so you should have seen that now and expect him to be in the pits the next lap.
Certainly eased off, let Bergman and Brendan Avard through the Sub-Zero transport outfit. And boy, that Bergman car, what a great livery. That's the JPS type of livery that's synonymous with BMWs, typically in the Australian Touring Car Championship of the era. And this is getting very, very willing as the 33 looks to get very racy with it. Mark DeFarnas.
Yep, 2 VF Commodores going at it. Danny Timewell taking the spot off Mark there. Wondering if Ian's tyres are just starting to go off a little bit here, because he did have a little bit of time in his pocket. If you look at the timing graphic there, you can see there he had a better part of 0.8 of a second last time across the start-finish line. That margin has effectively evaporated, and it looked like he was possibly struggling coming through the sweeper. Maybe he had a bit of a bad run, and that put Mark and Danny right on his hammer. So for Danny, this is important to try and pick up as many points as possible.
Ian McLennan always equips himself very, very well. Always fast, but really does, when he comes to the track, he comes here with a purpose. It's not just to compete, it's here to try and win. And I think some of my favourite improved production racing over recent times is when he's been as fast as Luke Gretsch Gumbo is. And these two guys who are pretty good mates, when they go at it, it's like the mateship just gets hung up on the door on the way in for a little bit, doesn't it? Gets very willing.
Yeah, the first half of the last year for Danny Timewell was absolutely, tick, 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 tick all the boxes. There was the first race win, the first round win, and he was leading the championship coming out of this very event last year, because Improved Production did both Sandown and Winton last year at the beginning, and it all started to go a little bit pear-shaped when we got to Phillip Island.
The big accident at Eastern Creek, was that 2 years ago?
That was 2 years ago, yes. Yeah, because that car was a reshell in 2022.
Yeah, but certainly, you're right. Last year was quick early on in the season, but at the moment we haven't seen Danny on the podium. He's currently fighting with Ian for the third spot on the podium, but at the moment, Tonks and Lehman. Tonks has got a 6-second lead over Lehman, and then it's another 6 seconds back to this guy on screen, Ian McLennan. So they're putting on a bit of a show for us, these guys, at the moment, because 1 and 2 have certainly jumped away.
They certainly have. Tonks has actually got probably the biggest margin he's had all weekend long at 6.5 seconds as well. So he could effectively cruise from here. He's got 5 minutes on the clock. He could, bleed a little bit of time each lap and just bring the car home. The old adage of mechanical sympathy, isn't it? So you've got that margin. You've worked hard for it. You can afford to be a little bit, back it off, 5% or so, and just look after the car a little bit. Make sure it gets home in one piece for the next round. So he's got that luxury in his pocket at the moment with a 6-second advantage, and there's another 6 seconds back to this group of 3.
Nick Higgins just drawing right alongside the Falcon of Noise. They've let the race leader go through, and Nick just gets that one spot back as well in the little Corolla. Yeah,
they're not too far ahead of the cars on screen we're watching here that are about to lap one of the Hyundai Excels in Chris Bodale, and then Nick Higgins and Andre Neuer probably about 500 metres up the road. There's Bodale on the outside. Good space given, good situational awareness again. And I tell you what, throws it up the inside of Timewell here.
He had that lined up coming into the sweeper, and he does it beautifully.
Great job.
At the water tank there, and that is a great run in the 33 onto the 77. It was very much a line astern with each other. Sorry, the 11 of Danny Timewell, not the 77. And that's what he did. And he looks now, Mark DeFarnas, right into the back of Ian McLennan. And I'm going to say Ian McLennan's got a long brake pedal. He went for the brakes very early there at that very difficult corner. And gets the power down as well, but he was hard on the brakes early. And I would say he's starting to have a little bit of issues with the brake pedal there, because the 33 and the 11 are right with him here.
Yeah, it was almost very like he needed the confidence.
Sweep, very much like a NASCAR type of freight. It was like the GM freight train coming.
Now here we go. They're going to catch some lap traffic here. Andre Neuer's Falcon is the first one. They're going to round him up at turn number 1. Good bit of lap traffic there. Very, very kind to them. Nick Higgins is the next one they're going to come across. Probably at turn 3 and 4. He's just disappearing out of shot at the bottom of the hill there.
Just noticing Tonks, the gap back to Tonks is now at 3.6 seconds, and it was a 36-second lap last time for Tonks, and Lehman at 1:34. So yes, he's taken 2 seconds in that last lap out of our race leader. So we've got this going on now. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remain.
He's got traffic, the race leader. That was the problem. He had one of the, I think it was the Pulsars up at the top part of the circuit, or he was having to lap some traffic, so that's where the time has disappeared to.
Well, he's the pioneer, isn't he? As the leader, you're coming across the back markers sight unseen.
Wakes
if
them
they're
all
not
up.
checking their mirrors, it certainly does play into it. But what it has done, Nick Higgins now trying to get out of the way, and really what he's done is parked himself on the apex there, and he's moved right over to the right-hand side now. So Nick tried to stay out of the way there, and And basically, as he tried to stay out of the way, the next corner put him right on the apex there. So did the right thing in the end and got right out of the way. So credit to him. But these guys are fast when they come up on the back of you. That gap, though, Steve, that's what I'm looking at. Tonks to Lehman was 6 seconds, is now 3.6 seconds.
Yeah, we're about to get another read on that in the next few seconds or so. The leader's gone across the line. It was 3.6. It is currently still 3.3.
Oh, and off goes the
Stefanis
car. Loses all of the margin that he'd made up.
Did something let go on that, or did he do that all on his own?
No, did it on his own.
Oh, what a shame. He had fought so hard to get past Danny, and he was sort of lining up the back of Ian McLennan at some point. Unfortunately, a little mistake at the critical moment. He was probably thinking about turn one. He was probably thinking 2 or 3 corners ahead and just lost a little bit of concentration there. But
the car coming past us, Steve, sounded good, sounded real good. Here it is on the 888 Home Loans replay. Tried to gas it up early, and he did, but that drove him off to the right-hand side of the track there. So the 33, not short of power there, that's for sure. And what it was, drove him off. Danny Timewell now comes right back into the picture as the lap traffic. Car number 2 of Decker just getting out of the way there. I've got to say, these cars getting lapped have been really wise, really clever. They've seen it coming. They've seen the blue flags. They've looked up in the mirrors and gone, yep, I can see you coming, guys. I know you're faster than me because I qualified on the same track as you, and you're seconds down the road faster than me.
yeah, that's right. That's the important thing about improved production, is knowing who you're racing and what your pace is like. So knowing how to let the lap traffic through and when to do it is, how to let the faster traffic through and when to do it is crucial in improved production. 2 laps remain. There's the visual margin from first to second. It was 3.3 and it is now 4.1, so it's going back the other way here. So a little bit of a mid-race crisis for Jared Tonks. A little bit of lap traffic involved in that as well.
Albeit Cade Lehman was 0.3 of a second faster than Jared on that last lap, so that's interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking at the timing same as you are, and the margin went up, so that's a bit of a curious thing there.
Maybe
as to what's going on.
Needs a refresh.
Yeah, I'm going to have a look at my screen as well. Maybe I think timing actually may have stopped, because I can see on mine it says 50 seconds frozen, and we're now at 0 on the clock here. So I think that timing is not quite right at the moment, but we are on
what's on our
lap
screen
12.
is correct. Yes,
yep.
Under the Prestige Hino banner there, that is correct.
There we go. We've got it actually. It's up to date now. It was a 1:33.7 for Tonks last time and a 1:34.5 for Lehman. So that makes a bit more sense. The timing just playing a little bit of catch up in the later stages of the
have a look at
race.
this. Danny Timewell is right with it here. The 1.5, the 15, the 1.15 of McLennan now coming under fire. Danny Timewell has left his run at it very late in the contest, but he's right with him here, and I'm going to suggest that he's still struggling with the brake pedal in the Pro Cut Free Services outfit. No shortage of power down. Have a look at the Monaro. Transfer the power to the road. That is a brilliant stuff.
Yeah, much more power underneath the 115 machine, so he's able to make that headway on the straights, but in the corners Danny's got his measure at the moment. He needs to think about lining up a pass somewhere that's going to be under braking. I think that's the opportunity that Danny needs to seize, but he can't get close enough at the moment to make it happen.
Yeah, Andy Morris, I just noticed, has turned off in the black and chrome green VH Commodore. That's a sad ending. Great to have him back at the track, and certainly will have whet his taste for more improved production racing in the series later on in this year. But Danny Timewell now is turning up the wick, isn't he? Have a look at the response though. The power on board the 115 is just immense.
Up to turn number 5, now onto 6. If Danny's going to have a go, it's got to be here. It's got to be here now on this lap. Ian defends. He was awake to that one, just as I say it was going to happen. He knew precisely what to do. Now he can hang Danny out wide here. Round turn number 8, round the gum tree for the final time.
He's got him where he wants him to. He's going to push him wide onto the straight here. But Danny is hanging on. He has to hang on. No, that's it. Too much real estate to cover. But he's got the inside run now. This is where McLennan has exposed himself as a weakness. The brake pedal is long. He dives on the brakes there, and Danny is locking up a left front now. Here is our race leader.
He certainly is. 3 from 3 for the weekend, just like Formula V. It's Jared Tonks clean sweeping the weekend.
Great race win.
Pole in all 3 race wins. Take nothing away from Cade Lehman. That was a great run for him as well to finish second. Oh, a bit of Morse code on the rear bumper at the end of that. And Mark Tefanis is brought back into this as well. The rear bumper might come detached from the Pro Cup Monaro in a few seconds. He's going to hang on for third. But, what happened there in the last couple of corners? A little bit slow, perhaps, off of turn number 11. And Danny has done 90% of the job of removing the rear bar from the 115 Monaro.
I got to say, it's taken a while, but I actually do like the black bumper on the front of the Monaro now. I like the yellow. The black has given it a bit more of a demonic appearance from the front angle. Just as an aside to the race victory.
Yes. So let's have a look at the last couple of corners. So this is where
we know this Pro Cut car has had an issue with brakes. He's certainly been on them early. Dives in there. There's the braking zone. I'll tell you what. Don't know.
Yeah, a bit hard to tell because we can't see the brake lights and see where he actually put the anchors on there. But Danny was definitely a lot better in that race under braking and under cornering.
Improved production royalty applauding the field there and letting them know, very, very happy, Gary and Peter McKay. We give you a round of applause too, mate, and a big thumbs up. That beautiful Tirana, very, very happy. They'll head back to Melbourne now. And
notice he's already
celebrating.
Notice he's already in appropriate bush attire as well with the thongs.
Several work boots, that's what they are.
That's exactly. So there we go. So improved production, done and dusted for the very first round of their championship and their state series for 2024. Great to have them back on the schedule as always, with thanks to Prestige Hino. Jared Tonks, clean sweep of the weekend, ahead of Cade Lehman, who will be elevated to second overall for the round, importantly, with James Atkinson's retirement from this race. And despite finishing 4th, Danny Timewell will be declared 3rd overall for the round in overs. And then your lead under, of course, is going to be Brett Porter, who went on to finish 7th after all of that. So great result from Brett there as well.
So that brings the round to a finish for improved production. Steve DeVries, thank you very much. You've done a heavy load of work here this weekend, mate. Fantastic to go to air with you, and Formula V's an improved production. I know they make your heart beat, and I've got to say, to see Gary and Peter not taking part in it, but up there on the hill, thumbs up and supporting the whole field. It's a good part of the weekend, isn't it?
Certainly is. Good to have a family club like IP back on the schedule. Good to see that all the families are still here supporting the club, even though they may not be racing because their cars are on the trailer, as we saw just there.
Thanks very much, Steve DeVries. We've got three more races to go. Porsche 944s, Sports Sedans and Circuit XLs. Porsches will be on track in just one moment. We'll be back in a moment. I'll get my breath at some stage before I go to bed tonight. We've great days racing here at the round 2 of Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, promoted by the Victorian State Race Series, and of course proudly presented by 888 Home Loans. Porsche 944 presented by Don Watson Transport here this weekend, and a long list of commercial considerations for the Porsche 944s. They do such a good job. Porsche Cars Australia are on board, that's why they all run the windscreen banner. EJM Advice, Campione Electric, Stratton Finance, Hobart, 1-800 Lasagna, everyone's favourite lasagna. Butcher's Diner, so if I'm ever looking for a diner, it's the Butcher's one I go to. AVI Technology, LK Diesel Service, promoted and supported the first round for the year. 888 Home Loans, and of course we're all looking very, very smart in our pit lane clothing, the world's fastest fashion brand. And on that note, Jack Atley, welcome to the commentary booth for the final race for the weekend on round 2 for the 944s.
Good afternoon, Darren. Good afternoon, everyone, wherever you're watching the Blendline coverage all around the world. George Bush, Donald Trump, Barack Obama and Mark Torbitz, you have to say, are now some race-winning presidents. So what a weekend it has been for Mark Torbitz in the bright yellow Pipecraft car. I'm not sure if Obama or Bush have done many races in the 944 category, but certainly Mark Torbitz has done a lot of races and now will lead this field off for race 3.
The president won the race the same weekend as Putin rolled back into the presidency. One legitimately, the other one's in Russia.
I'm not going to touch that one. Thank you very much, Daz. Getting back to the racing. Right, let's go. We've got Chris Lewis-Williams on the front row next to El Presidente Mark Torbitz. They're pretty much all set for a start. Look out for the green car of Cameron Bella, number 55, as the guys head off on race 3 here at Winton Motor Raceway.
Charging down into turn 1. Everyone looks... Don't stare at it. Torbitz looks to the outside, but it'll be CLW, the reigning champion, will lead the cars up the hill for the first time. Torbitz goes with him. He's going to have to go around the outside, and the biggest problem is that Bella's going to take the real estate from him. No, he's not. Mark Torbitz, he has found his level. He's going to go wide. Lewis Williams says, there's no way we can go 2 through here. And Torbitz says, I agree, but I'll get you at the next one. Bella now ranging in the mirrors of these two, as well as Chris Lewis-Williams leads the race to the sweeper for the first time in the longer race for the weekend. 25-minute journey.
The Baron of Benalla, number 37, Chris Lewis-Williams in the tyre power car. They're just ahead of the race winner from this morning. Mark Torbitz really pushing hard in that yellow Pipecraft car. Cam Balla, the 4-time champion, is right on the bumper as well. And here comes Verdino and the Black Widow Spider, number 3 of Adam Brewer. Very exciting driver. Looking to grab some points this weekend. And he's ahead just of Lyndon Watson, who's had a great start as well. It's always close racing in 944 championships, and this race looks to be no exception.
Great to see Lyndon Watson hanging with the lead group here. Bella just goes for the fog lights because there's fog imminent. We've had indications from air traffic control that it's fog lights on landing today.
Look out.
There you go. Watch out, Cam Bella. When he goes for the fog lights, that means something. And I'm not sure that everyone else's fog lights are working, but he's just proving that he can go over the roadworthy pit and have fog lights working. Or is he low flying? Well, that's probably more likely.
He may well be low flying. He's got the eyes on, that is for sure, because he wants to just jag one of his wins here. He has been unbeaten since 2019 at this track, Cameron Bella, apart from yesterday. And this morning, when, as we've mentioned a number of times, Mark Torbitz took victories in both of those races, so it's been a fantastic weekend for Torbitz. Chris Lewis-Williams there, the 4-time champion and the reigning champion, leading the race at the moment, knows this circuit very, very well, and is a local guy, comes from the Benalla region, so knows this circuit very well, and makes his car very, very wide at times, Daz, as you have mentioned
Mark
many
Torbitz,
times.
good on him. The 66 shows the nose. Do it again next lap, Mark, because that is what you've got to do to these guys that have got 4 championships. You've got to show it there, and he knows how to win races now. Whoa, look at Mark Verdino.
Tell you
no
what.
level of commitment these guys do not know. I said it just before we went on air. Some of the best racing we've seen in the last 2 years in the state championships have been 944s, and here we go. a couple of minutes later, we're seeing it live and trackside here at Winton Motor Raceway.
Qualifying yesterday morning was separated for the top 6 by less than a second. So you can see how close this racing is, and it's like this every time we go out and hit the track. It's fantastic, but it's a one-make category, and you're going to get this in one-make category because these guys are experienced race car drivers. You've got a 4-time champion leading the field. You've got the president, El Presidente, who's been in the game for 10 years and a race winner himself. Right on his bumper, Cam Bella needs no introduction. Mark Ferdino, a race winner last year, and Adam Brewer, also a race winner last year. So that just shows how close this field has become.
Mark Ferdino there in the side link car. Just off the back of him is Adam Brewer. Just off the back there is Lyndon Watson in the Don Watson transport car. We saw a great interview with Lyndon earlier on. He enjoys his racing. He's returned to the category and just wanted to throw in some support, and that is where a lot of it's coming from this season. Of course, we've seen Joey Callock with the 1-800 lasagna support right throughout the last couple of seasons. The AVI technology, Mark Brewer has always been there. As we see, Mark Torbert's in the 66. Show the nose again, the LK Diesel Services, 888 Home Loans with Cam McKinnon, and of course the great people down there at Pit Lane Clothing that keep the crews looking really, really good. Of course, in Formula Ford as well, they've now got their full Pit Lane Clothing merchandise available as well. Check that out at the Formula Ford website. As we go down into this tricky corner. Chris Lewis-Williams has got a nice margin now. Have a look at Bella. He is all over the back of Mark Torbert's. Mark Torbert's so enjoying having a car with the right amount of horsepower to be able to take this battle up, isn't he?
Yeah, and you're so busy at this track, aren't you, Daz? I mean, you're always busy at Winton. You can see how close and how tight Cam Bella is on the bumper there of Mark Torbert's, but it's the nature of this circuit. It's tight and twisty. It's 3rd and 4th gear. You're always busy. You're always doing something. There's not a lot of time to rest. And in a hot afternoon, you're going to be feeling the heat, that's for sure.
I know, mate. They're very busy. I've called them a 22nd race for the weekend. Still got a couple more to go. It's a busy track.
They are not the only ones
that are
busy in Benalla, that is for sure. But you've really got to keep your concentration up. And as Mark Verdino, the number 44, decides, that's it, I'm going to make a move. And that is a courageous move.
Wow.
Under Cameron Bella going into turn 3, turn 4 as they slide down the hill. He'll now head towards the sweeper. You've really got to ease your car and flow the car through this sweeping section of the track. It's a tricky section. Winton, is quite a tricky track all round, but you've got to flow the car because you've got to keep the mid-corner speed up in these cars. They're not point and shoot. You've very much got to flow the car, and especially at a circuit like Winton, which is just one corner after another.
Well done to the pro-led side link racer there. Mark Verdino getting through on the 55. And have a look at this. Ads Brewer lines him up too. The number 3 wants that spot, so he wants out of P5 into P4. And, well, at the moment, I said it yesterday, Cam Bella has got every single car in this field he's in their sights. He's in the crosshairs no matter what way he turns, left or right. He's got the target on his back. At the moment, Chris Lewis-Williams has shaken off the field a little bit, so he's sort of managing to get away with it. But the 44 went through on the 55 very, very nicely indeed. And even as that manoeuvre was being done, Cam Bella just eased up the steering wheel and went, yeah, I can't defend that. I'll have to just let the 44 through. I don't want us to come together. There's no advantage in anyone hitting each other. Whoa, have a look at this. Torbs looks to the inside.
And on top of looking at the inside, he's come up with the fastest lap of the race there, Mark Torbes, with a 1:36.9. That's good going. That's pretty quick pace in these hot conditions. He's really wanting to attack Chris Lewis-Williams there up the front. You can see all these guys are so close. Their lap times are virtually identical. 1:37, 1:37, 1:37.
Something we touched on earlier this morning was Mark Torbert's and his heavy metal band, his heavy metal band, I think I said.
Yeah.
Coffin Carousel, Order of the Bat, the new LP is out now. And I read that directly off his entry form. That's who's entered. Coffin Carousel, Order of the Bat, LP, out now. So this guy won 2 races. He's entertained us. If you're into heavy metal and you like it loud, go out and check out. Do yourself a favour, I think Molly Meldrum used to say, didn't he? Get out there and check out Coffin Carousel, Order of the Bat, LP.
So you can pick up some fantastic music, and you can pick up, you can shake the hand of a race-winning driver as well. Look how close this racing is going into the back section. at Winton there. Verdino just holding off Cambella. But yeah, he's a multi-talented man, Mark Torbitz, that's for sure. He can go out and drive a 944 challenge car against some of the best Porsche car race car drivers in Australia, win the race, and then go home and play some heavy metal music.
This is
as
very, very tight. Look at Bella. Whoa. He shows the nose around the outside. That's the long way around. He's going to do it too.
Yep.
As Brewer lines up for the run down into turn 1-2 here. So the 44 has been taken by the 55, and now Ads Brewer in car number 3 weighs into it. Not quite up the inside there, but there is the brilliance of Cameron Bella. He picked the spot, drew alongside the 44 and said, yeah, a lap and a half ago, I eased up on the wheel and let you through because I knew I was going to fight back. I, as in Cameron Bella, have got a set of tyres that I have got matched perfect and pressured beautiful to come on mid-race.
Well, he has. He's a very experienced campaigner, no doubt about it. Cambella. He had some gearbox issues over the weekend. As we mentioned yesterday, Cambella did the whole race in 4th gear and managed to bring it home just to bank the points because it's so important.
I want the in-car footage of that.
In this one-make category. He was complaining how slow he was. He actually came up with a 138 just in 4th gear. That shows you the skill of the guy.
I tell you, at the end of the season, when there's 1 point in it, he'll be glad that he,
without a doubt,
drove it around.
And if you look at a Jamie Westaway, who unfortunately has had a tough weekend, coming off 3 race wins last time at Sandown, the points are very important. And speaking of points, have a look at these two guys going at it. This is Goldman and Carpenter. Relatively, in fact, both very new to the category. Really great to see these guys out there challenging hard and fighting for every last point in this race. And of course, you've got Johnny Venoris, who's weighing in on this as well, the number 32. Great to see Johnny back out on track. We're missing a few guys, unfortunately, for this race. King Richard Howe had some issues. Matty Mezzaselma, Josh Brisbane had it coming together in race 2. Jamie Westaway, we mentioned, and Jimmy Mitchell couldn't quite make it out there. But look how close the racing is right throughout the field.
Here we go. The 888 home loans. This is Brewer and Verdino. Yep. There goes Brewer up the inside in the 40, in the number 3 on the 44.
Good move.
So the 44 was in the hunt and has just had the short back and sides from Ads Brewer and Cambella, but fights back.
Oh, yep.
And let's have a look at the next corner because he would have been on the inside as we get a good shot of the number 3 there of Ads Brewer. And he has got the 44 behind him. Oh, have a look at this. How tasty do you want your 944 racing? Mark Torbitz again showing the nose.
And he's through.
I hope he's not a one-trick pony. You've got to come up with something more than that, Torbs. You can't just keep showing the nose there. Do it somewhere else.
This is fantastic racing here. And this is the front. This is for the race lead. So
with 9 minutes left to go, so we've got to endure this for some time.
We'll be out of breath by the time this one's over, Daz. Don't worry about that. But how close do you like your 944 racing? This is the top 3 guys. And just touching back quickly on that move by Adam Brewer. Looked like Verdino may be having some tyre issues there, sliding it around the back section of Winton. But Ads Brewer, very experienced campaigner, nabs that spot. And now he's moved into the 4th position, again behind the 4-time champion, Chris Lewis-Williams, who leads the field. Very, very cool, calm and collected customer over Mark Torbitz, El Presidente, who's having probably, dare I say it, does his best weekend for quite some time with 2 race wins and currently sitting in 2nd. And of course, Cambella, who is really recouping some points or banking some points, I guess you'd call it, just to make sure that he's there at the pointy end of the championship as we head towards the future races.
So Mark Torbitz got the yellow car here this weekend. He does have a bit of a secret yellow car in his shed at home too, which is one of Australian Motorsport's really sweet rigs. I hope he gets that out at some point in time. But yellow has been a good colour for him here this weekend. The sweet tone of yellow victory has been with him. There we have Cambella.
Oh, wow. Now,
and Torbs goes round.
He's gone.
So excited. The 66 goes round. Mark Torbitz engages the gear. He stalled it there. Oh, John Menoris has gone off right in front of us.
This has gone bonkers.
It has. It's lit up towards... well, we're only mid-race still. 7 minutes left to go in this, and it's all busted loose. Lucky for us that it is not panel damage in any way, shape or form. Mark Torbitz, I would suggest, might have been a little bit of a rush of blood, got onto the gas early, but to Cam Bella's, to his credit, he applied the pressure, and here we go. This is it. He's applying the pressure. He's applying the pressure. More. Keep applying it, and there it is. Tried to get on the gas.
Did Cambella touch him? No, he didn't. No, exactly. No, Cambella is not going to.
Cambella's not a guy that will give you the touch-up.
Exactly, but no, this has gone crazier than a coffin carousel album, hasn't it, Daz? This round, by the looks of it, this race. A real shame to see Mark Torbert's falling away a bit there. He will be absolutely ruining that because he was on for a really amazing weekend. But, I mean, that's 944 racing. You need to keep your concentration. You need to finish each race. You need to bank the points. And again, it falls back to the experienced campaigners who are leading this race again, and it's why they're multiple champions.
This is down the field a little bit. This is for the minors. And these guys have been racing for sheep stations as well this weekend. Goldman, Venoris has gone round and has parked it. It hasn't actually parked it, has continued somewhere on the track, but went round on the main straight as we have Carpenter and Goldman. They're down into turn 3. Goldman in the 333 car there, the carpet shed.
Yeah, fantastic to see Andrew Goldman there. That car has actually come out of Tasmania, so you can see that it is a national series. And Mark Torberts, who's running up the front, or was running up the front a second ago, is running a car from Western Australia. This is absolutely a national series, but that car of Andrew Goldman came out of Tasmania about a month ago, so they've rebuilt that car, and it's sensational to see it running out on track. And a very big shout out to Nick Carpenter, who's making his debut this weekend and really holding his own. And he's banking a lot of points. But it's a very interesting point, Daz, just quickly I'll touch on there, as Cambella now really sits on the back of Chris Lewis-Williams as they head towards the line there. This is an interesting tale for all these guys. They don't just do 944 racing. Chris Lewis-Williams, who's leading the race, just ahead of Cambella. Cambella, Adam Brewer and Manny Mezzaselma will share a car at the Bathurst 6 Hour in a few weeks. And Mark Torberts, Jamie Westaway and Andrew Jackman will also share a car in the Bathurst 6 Hour endurance event in a couple of weeks as well. So these guys love racing. They love getting out behind any car, and any race is a challenge, let alone any time you head towards the mountain.
Tell you what, this is a good bit of door handle to door handle, nose to tail type racing to get you ready for what is, I think, about 66 cars or 68 cars that will line up at Mount Panorama as well. So you're going to be nose to tail for an entire 6 hour event. These guys are pouring on the pressure. You probably don't get as intense in the 6 hour as you do right here, right now, but it will be intense because it's Mount Panorama and those walls are very, very close right across the top of that mountain.
I can ascertain to that fact that is absolutely correct, but you're right, Daz. This is more short and sharp and hard and fast. And there is no let up and there is no inches given and no quarter given between any of these guys. But they know the game plans pretty well as well. Having said that, Chris Lewis-Williams, the Baron of Manila, and of course Cambella have raced for a number of years and they know each other's game plans. And dare I say it, I reckon Cambella is lining him up here. He is looking at what Chris is doing, and you've got the experienced Adam Brewer just sitting off the back of the top two there as well, ready to pounce. He would love a race win, that's for sure. Mark Verdino, the Vendetta, not falling away either. So top four guys, very, very close racing, as we say. It's like this every time we go out. Literally just 0.2 of a second from Lewis-Williams over Bella. Brewer just half a second back in third spot.
Mark Verdino just in the 44 there off the back of Ads Brewer. And, well, this is kind of 2023, isn't it? Earlier today and late yesterday, Mark Torberts was weighing in on it. But this is sort of how we saw out the season in 2023, isn't it?
Exactly, and the top two guys there, again, I harp on it, but Lewis-Williams and Bella both have 4 titles between them. No one in the history of the Porsche 944 Challenge Series, and this is our 24th year of running, no one has ever done 5 titles. So it's an important race, this one. It's actually becoming more and more important because whoever can bank the points from this one, as you say, Daz...
bragging rights.
Well, bragging rights, and it can come into play.
Bragging rights.
It's not only bragging, they love bragging rights, that's for sure, don't worry.
Bragging rights.
There's plenty of banter.
Bragging rights, rivalry. This is what these are the words I'm starting to come to my mind with these two at the moment. No, banter.
Definitely as well, and full marks to the Bella Corporation, I would say, for getting that.
Bella Corp.
For getting...
Keep an eye on the ASX for it.
I don't think it's listed, but it should be.
It should be.
Because the share price is going up in the Bella Corporation at the moment because they have done a sensational job this weekend to get that car back out on track, and look at him really hunting down the leader there. So the Bella Corporation should be very proud of themselves.
You can see CLW feeling the weight of expectation of the Bella Corp. Sorry, let's gather our thoughts here for a moment, Jack Atley, and this is a pretty serious stuff. We have got 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining on the time certain clock, and this race is alive and well. 8 championships sitting on our screen there right now.
Yep.
The only person in Australia to get 5 Porsche championships is Craig Baird.
Correct.
And if one of these gets this championship, I reckon we bring in Beardo to give him the season, the championship trophy.
That's a fantastic idea. Well, Craig Baird is Porsche royalty.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
5 Carrera Cup titles. Yeah. It's on the pyramid. It's thereabouts.
So we could get the king of Porsche royalty to present the cup to either the Baron of Benalla
or the chairman of Bella Corp.
Or the chairman of Bella Corporation. I think that's a great plan. So
it's getting late in the afternoon, isn't it, for you and I?
It is getting late in the afternoon, and also we haven't quite finished this race yet, and we haven't finished the championship season either. So there's a long championship. There's many more races we visit.
Yeah, and let me tell you, the guy that's gone...
Fedino. He's gone.
44 off. The side link pro-led entry disappears off Mark Fedino. Momentary lapse in reason right there. Torbs has brought back to position number 7, and in fact he's the fastest car on track with a 132.86.
That is quick,
isn't it?
132.86.
That's stratospherically quick. Did he cut a corner somewhere?
That's lap record pace. If
that's entirely lap record pace. That is
correct. That is come up on our screen as a 132.8. I'm not sure if that's 100% correct, but let's go with it because if it is, that is a new lap record.
Absolutely, it's smashed it from Vince Misaraka back in 2017. Did that? I don't think we've seen Misaraka for the come out of COVID racing. That is insane. Here we go. 2 laps to go. 888 home loans replay. And that was just a bit of a brain fade, I think, down there.
I guess I'll say a couple of things quickly there, Does. Yeah, his tyres potentially going off. It's locked the rears. He has had some brake issues with that car previously. So, yeah, you're hard on the brakes. Their tyres are now getting really, really hot on a hot afternoon here at Winton. So, coming into the final lap there, the car is probably going to cry enough. So, he's waiting. Speaking of crying enough and tyres, there you go. Chris Lewis-Williams really pushing hard. He knows he's got these guys right on his bumper with a lap or so to go, but this is where you really have taken the most out of your tyres for this race, and on a hot, twisty weekend, hot, twisty track, I should say, at Winton, you can't afford to slide the car too much, and these guys don't really slide the car a great deal. They're very controlled drivers, a lot of them, but at the same time, with the amount of pressure he's got on his bumper there from Canberra, Chris Lewis-Williams does not want to lose this race, and this would be one of Chris's first wins at Benalla for a while. I believe he got a couple of 3rd or 4ths last year, so he'll be happy with this, and he'll be very excited to take this win.
Just a little bit of a public service announcement. There is a speed camera 15 minutes south on the way to Melbourne from the track. So those going home, not that we'll be speeding in any way, shape or form, but just keep an eye out for a white SUV.
Exactly. Keep your speeding on the track, please.
That's what we're here for.
If you're going to be doing speeding, make sure it's on the racetrack, not on the road.
Have a look at this. I almost don't want this round to be over for 944s. This has just been some absolutely immense racing. One of the back markers just slowly there on the sweeper, staying off the line as much as possible.
Johnny Venoris.
And we are heading to the checkered flag for Don Watson Transport and Cold Stores, that absolute purpose-built facility down there in Swan Avenue in Laverton North or Derrimut, whatever that exact area is. I think it's Laverton North. Saw it the other day. It is immense and very impressive. And if you've got any freight or cold storage you need, get on to Don Watson Transport. They are the leaders.
Yeah, and speaking of leaders, how close do you like your 944 Challenge Series racing? What a fantastic effort by all the drivers, especially the top 3. It's going to go down to the wire, but by the looks of it, the Baron of Benalla, Chris Lewis-Williams, is going to hold off Cameron Bella, who will come home, I'd imagine, in 2nd place. 1 or 2 corners to go there, Daz, with Ads Brewer, a very, very respectable 3rd place in the number 3 AVI technology
what's going to be
car.
interesting to see how the points balance weighs up.
Yeah.
With Torb 22 CLW's got himself a couple of second places and now lines himself up for a win. And there it is, across the line they go. Chris Lewis-Williams takes the win by 0.2 of a second over Cam Bella and 0.6 of a second back to Ads Brewer. And the rest of the field starting to stream to the line. Great respect between these two, thumbs up between both of them. And in fact, I think Cam Bella was giving the "I'll have 2 pots, thank you very much" Chris Lewis-Williams signal.
Well, maybe he's saying two or three more races and we're both staring down the barrel of who's going to grab that 5th championship. I'm sure that's what they were talking about.
We've got a new contender with Mark Torbert's 2 race wins.
El Presidente.
And look, Ads Brewer is still in there, and I tell you what, Mark Verdino. Ads Brewer, Mark Verdino, Mark Torbert's, they're all in for a race win before they had another race win for Torbert. Those other two, Brewer and Verdino, absolutely at any point in time. Lyndon Watson had great pace. You know, I'm just going to put it out there.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, why wouldn't you? It's remarkable.
Well, I'm feeling really comfortable in my pit lane clothing T-shirt. I just thought I'd put it out there.
Excellent. Well, that's what it's designed to move, to make you feel comfortable. And running, speaking of comfortable, a comfortable win by 0.2 of a second, but a fantastic win just running through the results there. The Baron of Benalla, Chris Lewis-Williams, number 37, takes the win over Cameron Bella. Fantastic performance by the Bella Corporation. Adam Brewer, the Black Widow Spider, home in 3rd. Mark Verdino, good points for Mark, home in 4th in the number 44. Lyndon Watson brought it home in 5th in the number 5 car. Michael Westaway, great to see Michael completing the weekend in 6th place. Good results and good round for Michael Westaway, actually. He did well. Mark Torbert's had an issue, unfortunately had a spin, but brought it home in 7. Nick Carpenter on debut, sensational performance in 8th. Andy Goldman in the 333 car. So that's great to see Andrew Goldman coming home in 9th. And Johnny Venoris rounded out the field for race 3 of round 2 of the Porsche 944 category. We will be looking forward to seeing you at the next round.
Thank you very much, Jack. Atlee, chase you down the highway. Be careful with that speed camera 15 minutes south of here on the Hume Highway. We've got plenty of racing to come your way. The big bangers of Australian motorsport up next. Circuit XLs will round out our day of racing here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We'll be back in just a moment.
I'm here this morning with Corey Gillett. Please tell me about how you went yesterday in practice.
So I didn't practice yesterday, I had to work, so it's the first time on the track this morning, so we'll see how we go in the next hour or so, I reckon.
How were the conditions this morning? It's going to get hotter. Do you think that's going to affect the car?
No, we should be all right. We tested here last week at about 35, 36 degrees in the day, so it's only 27, 28 today, so the car will come back to us, I think, yeah.
Is there much competition on track this weekend? Are you feeling confident about how you're going to go in the car, or...?
Oh, I'm sure there's plenty of competition out there. Look, I'm here to have fun. That's rule one, and as long as the car finishes the weekend, that's rule 2, and the rest will just flow, I think. Yeah.
You've got a red P plate on your car. Tell me about what that means when you're on the racetrack.
Well, look, I've been racing with like tin tops and other categories for a few years, and this is my first ever time with the Motorsports Australia or Sports Sedans. So yeah, back to rookie status today. So the P plate is to let everyone know that I'm a beginner today, and look out for me, I suppose.
I hope you have a really good race this weekend and qualifying. Good luck for this weekend.
Thanks very much, and you have a good weekend too. Cheers, guys.
Welcome back. Sports Sedans on track. Corey Gillett will be starting out of about 11th place, I think it is, for this one. We'll get these cars coming down onto the main grid to start this race now, and the grid will look a little bit like this. Dean Cam and Kevy Stoopman will fill the front row of the grid. That's the Corvette and the Evo. Travis Condon, the Northern Soda Blast car there, we've got the onboard with there out of P3. Johnny Pilotto, the All-Class Promotions HSV Club Sport number 97, right next to him in position number 4. Out of 5 will be Greg Lynch in the Ravage Raceworks HSV GTS VT Series 2, and that's exactly what it is. Michael Luff in the Head Tech Cylinder Heads car, Commodore SSVE. Vince Stenter for the Groove Train in car 17 in position number 7. Then we go back to Warren Clellan, Jason Lee, Dave Shaw, Adrian Reed in the little Mini. You can see just off the back of the grid there, Corey Gillett. Hopefully Cam McKinnon and Francois Habib have joined on the back of the grid there. Headlight out of that number 82 Evo to get some heat out of under the bonnet there. And Greg Lynch goes slow off the line. The Mini has to look out from behind Jason Lee. And we have got a race on down at turn 1. It'll be Dean Cam that leads the field down. Travis Condon's been taken by Ippolito off the line there, but Trav looks to the inside. Have a look at this. The Evo has gone through number 82, leading the sports sedan race of Kevy Stoopman. He knows how to lead races. I'm not sure in sports sedans, but certainly in HQs and in saloon cars. As the number 66 of Dean Cam, this is not what he wanted. He wanted to have nice, clean air in front of him, as did Trav Condon. His strategy was to save tyres for this particular race. He didn't bank on the fact that John Ippolito was going to get an absolute ripper and tear up the start. To the inside, Condon has a good look in the Northern Soda Blast car and feigns back to the inside there. Frankie from Modern Engineering obviously doing some work on this car on that sponsor board there as well. Kev the Towie. Also part of this there is Corey Gillett, has had a ripping start there in the number 27, and there goes Francois Habib. He has got it gripped up. So the Groove Train Mustang, Corey Gillett, and then we've got the car there of Francois Habib, the National Blind Supplies car, and he has got this thing absolutely motoring. Drives past in the 23 on the 27 like it was standing still. But Corey Gillett has had a ripping start. That was an absolute legend of a start. He's right up there with the contenders. Started off from basically rear of grid. Here's John Ippolito. He's got it lit up. Got the flutes in the bonnet, as does Travis Condon in the green Corolla. And this is the big monsters of Victorian Motorsport going at it. And well, you might think, yeah, but that's a Corolla. Yeah, but it's a big V8 and it's sort of mounted up under near the dashboard area there. So not a lot of Toyota Corolla left there. I think maybe the A, B and C pillar might be Toyota Corolla. Certainly the Commodore in front is all Commodore, and Travis Condon puts it up on the ripple strip. What a man. Great fella. He posted during the week when he saw Corey Gillett, who he'd raced in the Super TT series, the sort of underling sort of sports sedan formula, if you like, run what you brung type of racing. And he was so happy. He Travis Condon posted the man, the myth, the legend, Corey Gillett, and he is absolutely got it lit in that Nissan right now, Corey Gillett, and does John Ippolito, doing a tremendous job in the 97. The 8 range is up alongside the Burbs Customs green Corolla. Both V8 powered, but you've got to say different duration on wheelbase and track, that is for sure. And back up through the gearbox. Here we go. Let's stay on board with this great race driver, Travis Condon, as he mounts the ripple strips through turn 1 and 2. Let's have a listen. Ippolito goes off, but stay with it. Fun going on board with Travis Condon there. That's how the man goes about it. Here's Corey Gillett, and he's the one that Travis Condon referred to, the man, the myth, the legend. That's the car with the P plate on the back there, that Nissan Silvia type of looking car. Yes, it is a Nissan Silvia, 6 litre V8 on board, so we're not talking 4-cylinder turbo, we're talking genuine horsepowers. And this is the 35 of Michael Luff, a car that was initially going to be an improved production car, now doing very, very nicely indeed in floor-pan racing in sports sedans. When I mean floor-pan, it is the original shell that came from the factory, all intact with all the tape cell and roll cage work all inside there as well, as opposed to a space frame car like we're seeing currently in P2 in this race of Dean Cam. Just trying to think if there's other space frame cars. And this is a supercar, still got a floor pan in it. There goes Corey Gillett, got a floor pan. Michael Luff, certainly the original floor. The mark car of Warren Clellan, that is definitely a space frame car. So we've got a couple of genuine space frame cars. Actually, so is the Mini of Adrian Reed. That is absolutely awesome. Have a look at this. A couple of floor pan cars here. This is the Lynch car. Don't be mistaken. I like to point out that is not a supercar. That is an actual ground-up build of that car. HSV GDS V2 Series 2 is what it is. And Dean Cam now is throwing everything at the number 82 of Kevy Stoopman, and underbrakes, tries to put the manoeuvre on, both at the threshold of braking there. The 82 all but just conceding there as Dean uses every bit of his Corvette he possibly can, and will move over to take the run down into turn one. Is that coming off the left front? A bit of smoke, or is that a mechanical issue? No, that's coming out. Ooh. That's coming off the left front tyre, I think. That's not ideal, particularly with 7 minutes and 50 seconds remaining on the clock here. Sale tyre power for Kevy Stoopman. If you're from that neck of the woods, head down and see his crew. Tyre power at Sale. And this is the 888 Home Loans replay. Cam McKinnon not in the field here. The guy from 888 was running his Datsun, and Dean Cam slips the 5-star fencing number 66 past the 82 there. And there is more smoke pluming out of the Corvette now. It's coming out of the right front. Not sure that that's tyre smoke either. And his engine's sort of south or back further in the car there. So mechanical black flag for Dean Cam. So at the moment, Kevy Stoopman can just ease up because the gap back to Travis Condon is 9.3 seconds. So yeah, we've got the flag out. I'm not sure that Dean will have seen it yet. It's only gone out. Didn't see it last lap round. He'll be well aware of the smoke because his cockpit will be filling up and he disappears off into the pit lane. That's a real shame that we don't get to see these two very, very different iterations on a sports sedan take any further part. Gary Roberts is here this weekend, one of the gurus of sports sedan racing here in Victoria. He'll dive his head underneath Dean Cam's car and see what he can see, and we'll be communicating straight back to Dino as Travis Condon goes through into P2. It's a sad, sad day when you see Dean Cam go to the pits with a mechanical concern in the Corvette, and we take no joy in that whatsoever. There's Johnny Polito now on P3, so the podium looks like this, and boy, is it an unlikely podium with Kevy Stoopman currently on the top step of the podium. Cam comes back out of the pits, rockets out down into turn one, and he is now in 8th position. Corey Gillett has had a spin there as well out of position number 6, but the podium at the moment is Stoopman, Condon, and Ippolito. Greg Lynch also in the money there. There's Ippolito. Greg Lynch behind. He's got smoke coming out the left front actually. The left front, which does carry a lot of load here at Winton Motor Raceway. And Ippolito in the 97 just appears to be banking up Lynch and Francois Habib at the moment. Habib had a bit of smoke coming out as well. Maybe that's to be expected. These big V8s in these conditions. Temperatures have been, I won't say stifling, but they've certainly been challenging for these cars. They are very much a sauna inside these cars. Huge exhaust temperatures expected. And they've done a tremendous job to keep these cars going. We've got 4.5 minutes left in this journey. And Dean Cam is back out on track, but yes, he's got another black flag. So he went to the lane, obviously didn't stop or acknowledge the scrutineers that would have wanted to have a look at whatever he's done. So Dean's getting another black flag. I can't sort of extrapolate any further on that, but Gillett has now got a 15-second penalty. That I would suggest possibly for a blend line infringement coming out of the pit. Dean Cam continuing on in the number 66, flames out the side. And that smoke has definitely abated in his car. So whatever it was that Gary and the crew down there looked at, they've fixed it for Dean. And he continues on. Doesn't look as though he's in any particular hurry. Certainly not on full race pace there at the moment. He has set the fastest lap of the race on lap 4, a 1:27.94. Kevy Stoopman, a 1:28.14 is his best. Condon is a 1:29.37. And it looks like David Shaw is just going slowly too in the truck right entry. He's down in 12th at the moment. And Kevy Stoopman will be catching the back of him in the not too distant future. Here's Ippolito in P3. And Greg Lynch, Francois Habib now. This is the battle on track live and free on Blendline TV right throughout the season. Lynch and Habib going for it here. Michael Luff is the next one across the line to complete 7 laps. Remaining 3 minutes in this one. And we are starting to see what is a little bit synonymous with sports and a bit of attrition starting to sneak in. So Stoopman has a 7.4 second lead over Stoopman, and the 97 of Ippolito is another 12 seconds. Condon is 7.4 to Ippolito, and then back 2 to Lynch, and Habib is 0.3 of a second. We can see it now featuring on the live broadcast. And looking tremendous out there on track, these two cars. One is actually an ex-supercar. That's the Dodo entry there. Car number 23 of Francois Habib, and is the reigning champion. Scrutiny is having a look over. There's Gary Roberts, got the work boots on, black t-shirt, and he says to his old mate, Dean Cam, off you go, pal, go and do another lap or two. Let's drag some points out of position number 11. Dean will come back out on track right in front of Travis Condon. Hopefully he gets out of his way, and he does. Travis gets to race on, and Dean will size him up for the next minute and a half we have remaining in this one, so get a good look at what Travis Condon can do. Now, Francois Habib down the inside, gets Greg Lynch, puts it out over the ripple strips, but no harm, no foul. These ex-supercars are made to bang off ripple strips around Mount Panorama for 1,000 Ks, and Lynch is slowing. The 22 of Greg Lynch, the dentist out of the northern suburbs of Melbourne, slowing dramatically with 1 minute and 18 seconds left to go. He eases up. Corey Gillett now in the hot seat to take that spot off him. And that will have Corey Gillett into P5. Here's our race leader. What can you say? An absolute premium operator across any category he races in. And I would have said that this afternoon in this temp, a turbocharged four-wheel drive race car would not be ideal. But Kevy Stootman is the man that can make it happen. And we have got 2 to go. And Kevy Stootman comes across the line there. 2 to go for round 2 of the Groove Train Eastland QP Lubes National Line Supplies competition. And here's the guy who's currently sitting number 2 on the road, 4 seconds behind our race leader. And he is still setting 1 minute 29. Our race leader leaves off to a 1:31. Let's have a look how Travis Common does it. Stuff in the K70 Corolla racer there. Travis Condon, Northern Soda Blast, and what a lap around. You could spend your whole Sunday afternoon just watching that brilliant footage that Glenline TV are bringing to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships presented by 888 Home Loans. What a fantastic camera shot over the shoulder there. Grassroots racing coming live into your lounge room with onboard shots as Kevy Stootman is on his last lap. The number 82. Oh, on the 888 Home Loans replay. Just about threw it all away. No, he didn't. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was giving us a look under the underside to confirm, yes, it's a four-wheel drive. Yes, I've got all the drive shafts there. They're all 4 of them. They're all working hard at the moment. And Travis Condon, he can smell the blood in the water. He's like a great white shark circling at the moment because Kevy Stootman has eased out about a second a lap over the last 3 laps. Travis Condon's now got him in the crosshairs and he is aiming at that tyre power sale Evo 10 in the Northern Soda Blast entry. Oh, it's smoke filling the cabin of Travis Condon's car. What's going on there? It's a plume of smoke. It's cleared. But wow, he even had a bit of a look around the car then to think, well, who's just come in my side door there? But Kevy Stootman, ladies and gentlemen, the win of the day, an Evo 10 turbocharged 4-cylinder beats all of the big bangers. And it looks like Travis Condon has got an ailing unit as he gets home for P2. But what a dramatic finish for the weekend of the sports sedans. All the big V8s have capitulated to a turbocharged car, and yeah, this is not good. He's making his way back to the return road pretty quickly, and number 5's out. No, there he is. Yeah, he's got the result he needs, but parked it up on the return road there, so he's trying to get out of the car. And well, that was a great lap. Really cool riding on board there for the best part of 2 laps with Travis Condon in that Corolla. Cars streaming to the flag now as everyone makes their way home. Let's have a good look at this. Kevy Stootman takes the win by 2.8 seconds to Travis Condon. Johnny Polito in number 97 home in 3rd. Terrific result. Well done to John and his crew. The Dandy Engines power plant that has done such a strong job this weekend. Francois Habib, reigning champion, home in 4th place. Corey Gillett, an up and down weekend, but ultimately home in the main race for the day in 5th place. Michael Luff, what a drive. Just hanging in there, getting it to the finish, home in 6th place in number 35. Warren Clellan, learning his way around that Mark car. Car looks $1 million, really does. Looks absolutely the part out there. Dean Cam gets the 66 home, so will drag ultimately a handful of points. Vince Stenter in the number 17. He got it to the line there. The true Groove Train Eastland Mustang. and David Shaw home, the final finisher. Greg Lynch, Adrian Reed, Lee, and Cam McKinnon didn't start. Lee did get a couple of laps in that awesome-looking BMW. That is the Groove Train Eastland QP Lubes National Blind Supplies Sports Sedan race for the day. They pack up and head home from wherever they come. Circuit XL's up next in our last race for the day. We'll take a quick break. More trackside in just one moment.
I'm here with Tabitha Ambrose, and we're going to talk about her morning track session.
So this morning we've had 2 sessions. Just trying to get myself back in the mindset of a Hyundai Excel. Last time I was here, I was in the Formula Ford. Just doing a practice day, which was really fun. Just getting reused to the Hyundai, making sure that I'm hitting my marks with the braking, and everything felt really good. Adam's doing a great job working on my car and making sure the setup's just right for qualifying tomorrow.
So it must be really important to have people on your team such as Adam. How does that work together with the driver?
Adam's great. He's been helping me non-stop with the driver coaching and just some small elements and making sure that my feedback's on point. I find that I really struggle giving good feedback back to Adam because it's just so much is going on in my brain and I'm just trying to comprehend everything.
Have you done any previous driving experience apart from the Formula Fords?
So I just had the one test day in the Formula Ford, but I race Hyundais, and I did go-karts back a couple years ago now, around Tasmania and a couple mainland races too.
Winton is quite a different track to the other ones you see. It's lots of corners, fast straights. What's your favourite corner?
I really enjoy turn 1 and 2. I think it's really fun. I just like how it's really high speed and you just have to try and how close you end up to the wall after turn 1 and 2. It's, really exciting.
With turn 1 and turn 2, do you have like a certain technique or mindset when you go into that turn?
To be honest, I don't really think about much when I'm in the car. I kind of just I see the apex, I see the corner, and I see the braking marker, and I just try and make sure that I hit it every time. Although today, I am a little bit short on my braking, so working on that.
Yeah, so there's quite a few things you want to improve on from today. Talk me through some of them.
So today I really want to work on my braking points. I feel like I'm just a little bit slow into the entry, but I really just want to work on my aggression on the track. I find that sometimes I'm a bit reserved and I don't really make the passes when I should be making the passes.
I hope you have a great day of testing and qualifying for tomorrow. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Awesome. Great to hear from Tabitha Ambrose, and awesome to see the Ambrose name from Tassie living on big time. Steve DeVries right alongside me, Darren Smith, for the last race of the day, Steve.
Certainly is the last race of the day. Tabitha Ambrose, who we just had the interview with, is going to be starting 10th in this one. So good qualifying and good 2 races so far for her. So grid looks like this. Jalen Robotham and Hugo Simpson on the front row, with Ashton Kadich and Toby Waghorn right behind them. So it's a winner piece for Robotham and Kadich this weekend. Jet Murray and Tice Hodge on the next row, with Cisco Morales and Harry Strick. A lot of these drivers have been glued together throughout the course of the weekend. Jet Bloomerus is 9th. There's Tabitha Ambrose there in 10th in car 199, with Jack Johnson and Jack Carpenter 11th and 12th. Emily Jones is the second of the ladies in the field. She's 13th, with Michael Brennan, Gareth Hodgkiss and Maya Bongiorno. Another one of the ladies here in 16th. Lucy Sidwell makes it 4 women in the field. Lachlan Harvey, Carly Fleming makes 5, along with Lee Sellenmeyer. Peter Fleming, we've seen him running around without those windscreens. Abby Wingett, Jacob Wingett and James Serra in 24th. And then Lee Kennedy didn't take part in the race this morning in 25th place, so not expecting him to start this one. So looks like we've got 24 cars for the final race of the second round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships from Winton.
Jalen Robotham, Hugo Simpson on the front row. Kadich and Waghorn on the second row. Murray, Hodge, Cisco Morales, love that race name. Should be in Formula One, that name. That is one of the rippers. Maybe Indy cars, actually. Probably,
Revs are rising.
But I bet you that's what he wishes for as well.
Here we go. Not too far away. A little bit of tyre squeal and some protesting. The front-wheel drive cars don't like to put their power to the ground at the start there, so you do hear the wheel spin kick up until they fully make contact with the black stuff. Robotham just surged to the front there late at the piece there. It was very even between Simpson and himself. It was Robotham just diving late under brakes, a little bit later than Simpson on the preferred racing line to seize position 1. Here we go, a bit deeper in the pack. There's Ambrose tucked in there behind. I think it's the 11 of Carpenter, and she may have lost a spot there at the start there.
Michael Brennan got a good start mid-pack, as did Jet Murray in the Lodge Brothers car. There's Brennan now in the 89, but the Lodge Brothers car started off very, very nicely indeed. Out of 6th, is 5th currently. So that was a good run down to turn 1. Sort of put a nice gap between 5, 6 and 7 there as well. So the field all tightly packed up. There's the number 6 there, doing a good job, Jones, this weekend. Staying out of trouble, just racking up the credits.
Good 5 group of cars trying to kick away here. Jet Murray's tacked onto the back of Toby Waghorn, so he was in that second group of cars earlier this morning. So he's trying to go with that leading group now and see if he can throw one up the inside here or there and maybe start to make his presence felt for a race win. Then there's another group of cars behind them, another 3 cars led by Tice Hodge, and then the next group led by Carpenter, just going through turn 10 just before we cut back to our leaders here, heading down to turn 11.
Yeah,
now these two kicked away at the sort of halfway point of the race this morning, so I think they'll be trying to do that again.
Yeah, certainly. The Lanatech Series sponsor emblazoned over the side of Jalen Robotham's car. This is the Lanatech XL Series. The one you just touched on there as well was the number 11, the Carpenter car, very familiar livery in the battery stop entry, the number 11, and doing a good job. Just that's a big, I got to say, seat replacement that has gone on there. The car has always been at the front of the series.
Yeah, certainly has in the hands of Harry Tompkins, who was in the top 3 in the XL Championship last year when we had the presentation dinner at the end of the year. I think it was himself. Harry Tompkins was, I think, 3rd, if memory serves me correctly, behind the eventual series winner, Cadell Ambrose. Of course, has gone on to bigger and better things from XLs last year and up into the 86 Scholarship Series this year. So big shoes to fill in that car. It's got some pedigree, and it's been up the front in many, many races in different hands. So here we go with Kadich defending from Waghorn. Now, those two got together at the latter stages of the race this morning, Daz. We didn't really sort of think too much of it, but I don't think anything's come out of it from the official umpire's verdict, as it should be said. So I think they've looked at it and said, yep, that's fair and hard enough. No penalties issued. Play on and get on with it in race 3.
I think it might have been one of those "we're watching you" type of signals that was given off to them as well. And that's what has been happening with XLs over the last couple of seasons, is that it did become a little bit aggressive and I would say at some points just a little bit dangerous as well. So it was clamped down on, and there was a lot of people that didn't like the clamping down, and
that's
there was a lot of people that
Carpenter car
Yeah, it
there,
is,
sorry.
yeah.
And it looks like there's some damage to that. Is it a front right corner damage or something's gone on? He spent a long time on the grass there. Looked like he was struggling to get it back on the circuit. Joel Carpenter.
Surprised if that came off around the sweep and managed to go right across the middle of the infield there as we complete lap number 2. Jalen Robotham leads Hugo Simpson, Kadich to Toby Waghorn, Murray, Hodge, Cisco Morales, Blummeris, Johnson, Strick in the Montgomery haulage car there as well. So this is a lot of cars rushing across the line at the same time. Tabitha Ambrose in 11th there as well. Jones to Hodgkins, Brennan, Harvey, Maya Bongiorno in the 16 there as well.
Yeah, I was looking at Ashton Kadich there flirting with the outside wall at turn 2. He got a little bit close to it. Not as quite as close as we saw Brock Hamilton get there in race 1 of the Formula V's yesterday afternoon, but getting a little bit too close for comfort. He probably won't want to do that too many times.
Get the wheel up in the air and then
dancing.
a bit of a bunny hop around there, albeit with the back end of the car. And as Simon Evans said when he rallied front-wheel drive cars, the rear wheels really just stopped the back of the car dragging on the road.
Pretty much. The 630 of Harry Strick did something similar, tucked in there behind the 129 machine
Great
as
looking
well.
livery on that 630, really does draw your eyes to it. The Ravage Raceworks up the side, Montgomery haulage there as well.
Yeah, the bright highlight green and orange really draw your attention to that one on otherwise what's a black base. There's a few drivers that have sort of put a bit of effort into their liveries. That's what I like about some of the XLs, Darren. A lot of drivers give it a little bit of thought. They like to base things around some tribute liveries. We've seen, I think it was the Hughes Brothers Removals one of Scott Appledore in seasons past. It's based on a Tirana from the 70s in the old ATCC days. And a few drivers sort of seem to follow that route. So good to see a lot of effort put into preparing the race cars, not just mechanically, but also visually as well.
Big shout out to Chris Montgomery, the Montgomery Transport, emblazoned down the side there with Ravage Raceworks, a guy with huge amount of motorsport experience, particularly in the tyre side of things, working with Pirelli for many, many years in both the logistics and technical aspects. So big shout out to Chris. G'day, hope you're going well. Great to see you throwing some support on the side of a race car there.
Here comes Sarah.
And it goes back a spot.
Yeah.
James Sarah finding some grip there in the 994. And going through into position number 17 and starting to find some good pace, a 146. And this is something that I said early on in the weekend. Just about every time I've looked at the timesheets next to James Sarah, it's a faster lap time. So this is completely different to anything he's ever raced before. A massively, almost unassailed career in karting internationally, I'll say. But certainly our 2010, I think it was, Carrick Sports Sedan champion. Yes, it was in the Carrick Sports Sedans, and just so many karting titles at the upper echelon over many, many years. This is something different, completely different.
Absolutely, and he was an early retiree from this morning's race too, so he's actually started off the rear of the grid and currently running in 17th place. So that's not too bad a going over the opening couple of laps or so. Made some good positional gains over that. Next man up for him, or next person I should say up for him, is going to be Maya Bongiorno. Couple of tenths up the road. Then a bit further up the road from that battle, this one still rages on here. So in the 129 machine, you've got Jack Johnson, Harry Strick. Now got a little bit of overlap here, but withdraws from the move quite late. There are some rules around the overlap of cars at braking points. So if there is any form of overlap whatsoever, you do need to allow racing room. It's not a case of you have to be X amount of distance up alongside the car in front. That rule has been scrapped after quite some time. That's the way it was in supercars for many, many years. You had to be up to the B pillar of the car, so halfway along the car. There's none of that rule anymore. You have to be just up far enough. You just have to have a little bit of overlap to command the space, and then the driver you're trying to pass has to give you the room. That's the way the rule is written now.
It is one of those rules that many, many people got confused with watching supercars on television, was up to the B pillar or redressing after yellows. They're not in anyone else's rule book other than supercars, those things. And nowadays there's been an extra clarification. But it's got to be 2 years ago now that we saw that extra clarification
That
about
2 or 3,
racing
yes.
room, enabling the car next to you to have a fair opportunity to continue to race. So that was a really good way to clarify that aspect of it, and it's worked quite well, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's filtered down from the top level as well, all the way down to grassroots motorsport. So that way it's a fair and equitable decision across the entire racing base in Australia. There's no, one rule for one and one rule for others, and you don't have to worry about changing your mindset if you move up into some of the higher categories at the pointy end of the Australian motorsport landscape. It's a consistent approach across the board. So it means that whatever you learn when you're going racing in the grassroots, you can transfer to better categories a bit further up and later on in your career, as we've still got a very, very close fought group of cars here for the lead of this race. Top three just starting to move away from Toby Waghorn, and you've got Jet Murray there in the 158. He's lost a bit of touch. He did pretty well over the first 4 laps to keep tabs on the leading group of 4, but in the last lap, he's the only driver that's in the 1 minute 43s, and the 4 cars ahead of him in the 1 minute 42s. As here we go, Kadich now decides he wants to have a piece of the action of the 117 of Hugo Simpson. Gets down the inside at turn 3, commanded the space, little bit of probably panel exchange there, but nothing too heavy, and goes through into P2. So now it's his turn to lead this little group to see if they can catch back up to the rear of the 29 of Robotham. Up to turn 7 we go. Oh, wipers must have caught the wrong part of the steering column there for Ashton Kadich. It's not a wet weather race. There's nothing going on.
I think he maybe went to point out the light around the left side. If you want to go around, go that way and then hit the wipers instead.
Yep.
Presence of mind to turn them straight back off again, because that's only going to distract you when you've got this sort of pressure piling onto you at the moment. Toby Waghorn in the 84, just off the back of these two. Toby's kept his nose clean this weekend and doing a pretty nice job of it too.
He's caught back up to them as well, because Kadich had the move on Simpson down at turn 3 and 4. That slowed both of them up, so that's allowed Waghorn to get back onto the tail of Simpson, and they've actually given quite a bit of a free kick here to Robotham. He's probably out to the better part of a second's advantage at the moment, possibly more, just by that little exchange. Here we go, up at the top side of the circuit. You've got the recovering number 11 of Carpenter just in the front of this group of cars there, and then behind them it looks like that is the 81 there, I think it is, or the 51 of Maya Bongiorno, one of those cars there, the 51, there it is, Maya Bongiorno, being chased by the snaffle entry of Lucy Sidwell. So 2 ladies going at it here down into turn number 11, and as you were, through the turn there, and an exchange of position again. So Simpson down the inside of Kadich there at turn number 3, and the front bumper starting to hang off the front of car 13 as well. So he's got some damage. Looks like he may have had a little bit of a boo-boo somewhere.
Yeah, certainly. Here we go down the inside as well. So that's clearly
the bumper's dragging.
Kadich. Waghorn just grabs that spot, and is it dragging?
Yep, just a little bit.
So slightly on a right-hand corner.
Oh, he's got some panel damage.
Here's why.
Here we go. Did he get the wall? This is the thing I want to look at. He has got the wall. He was flirting with that wall a couple of laps ago. He got a bit close to it.
That is getting away with it.
That's the mother of all get-out-of-jail-free cars, I think.
Absolutely. A couple of 100 years ago in England, they would have had you transported to Australia. That one, getting away with that sort of crime.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, he's given that a right royal whack there. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's maybe a little bit of left hand down in all of that too, Darren, because he got very close to that belted wall there, gave it a good rub. Lucky not to bounce back onto the track. So,
yeah, I'm going to say that's the escape of the day right there.
Oh yeah, that goes along with the one we saw at Sandown with the coming down the hill into Dandenong Road. I can't remember who it was off the top of my head now, but that was the save of the day. That one's the escape of the day.
Absolutely, that one was open the gate and the cows have bolted. That is for sure. Lucky it wasn't so much luck in the Formula V race to open proceedings yesterday. We had a bit of a touch on that wall and car ended up on its roll hoop.
No, exactly right. So, yeah, here we go. Oh, Waghorn starting to flirt a little bit with that wall as well. So it's a very easy thing to do at turn 1 and 2.
It's a magnet, that wall. It
absolutely is. Yeah, you get to turn 2 and you just sort of go, well, I'll just get on the power now, and it just feeds you into the wall. If you're too early on the power, it just feeds you up to the wall. So you've got to be super precise when you come around that corner and how you bring that power on, because it's so tempting.
You see the car in front of you start to drive away from you. Reaction is to hit the gas, and the problem is that as soon as you gas it up, in a front-wheel drive car, you start to head right towards it. In fact, that's broken the windscreen as well.
Has it?
That has broken the windscreen. I'm tipping on the left-hand side. It's
Is it the actual side glass, or is it actually for the front windscreen? Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Part of the windscreen on the front left corner, down low. It's down where the bonnet meets the bottom of the windshield there. But you're right, it actually has caused a bit more severe damage.
Maybe the bonnet's also sort of moved up and just given the windscreen a bit of a punch.
I'm wondering how much damage is on there. It might be a bit more than just a front bumper.
Clearly not steering or drive damage, because the car's still doing a good lap time, and he's still challenging Toby Waghorn. So at the moment, Kadich is alive and well. The interesting thing here, Steve, is that Jalen Robotham has driven away, and Hugo Simpson has driven away from this battle as well. So these three are sort of, I guess, holding each other up just a little bit. But Jalen Robotham, this is a commanding lead with 5.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, good 2-second advantage at the moment for Robotham. It was just cut down by a tenth on that last lap. There's only 5 or so minutes remaining. Now, you're right. Oh, here we go. There might be a little bit of a send here. No, blocking, and here we go, down the inside at turn 3. I figured it was coming. That's why these two were going quite hard at it going into turn 2, because they can reap the rewards of, committing to turn 2 and then getting down the inside at turn 3, because that's the whole point of trying to get on the power early at 2, is to be in position to have a go at 3 and 4, which is what Kadich did that time around. He was close enough, but equally up to the task was Toby Waghorn.
And what that was a good bit of circuit redesign there as well, because years ago that would have ended up in, I reckon, a fair bit more contact down at turn 4, but they were both, one was able to choose sort of a higher line, one was able to choose a tighter line, and the racing continued, whereas in years gone by, not a stop-go corner, but certainly not fast and flowing like it is now. In fact, that's a really, really clever reline. I'll keep saying it, because I remember having to get that corner right myself, and often thought, it'd be nice if they could make this more flowing, and they have.
Yeah, they did. It was more a medium speed corner, and now it's more of a medium high speed corner. So it's just elevated the speeds by, an extra 20 to 30 kilometres an hour.
What I look at it is you're not going down the gearbox, you're holding the gear and accelerating through out of the corner. And once you get up to the Glenrowan Hotel sign, that's when you're going into the next gear, instead of it being sort of another 100 metres further along.
Yeah, you see, they come out of turn 2 and they can come up to third gear, and then they don't have to change down the box to turn 2. They can actually, for second gear, for turn 3, they can just stay in third and just carry the momentum, and actually then in a rather nice sweet spot in the RPM range to just use the torque and power off of turn 4 towards the sweeper at 5. So it's a very, very good bit of design.
Well done. Have a look at this. This is the 84 and the 13. They're getting together. This is not a sweet dance either. This is no dead ball. This is probably a little bit more coffin carousel type of racing this out there at the moment. It's heavy metal.
Yeah, shout out to Mark Torbitz and his band Coffin Carousel for that one. We used that reference once or twice more this year, I think. But Kadich has got a good run off of turn 2, but you just can't do anything with it down at 3 at the moment. Waghorn is leaving him a little bit of the space, but Waghorn's getting, again, a little bit close to that wall at turn 2, so I'm just worried that he'll make a mistake at some point. Late change of direction there, tried to straighten the car up instead of being on the racing line. So he's feeling the heat at the moment. He has got his mirrors full of car 13. This is allowing Simpson ahead to build a nice handy margin over these two.
These two are holding each other up, aren't they? 13 is absolutely getting rear wheels off the ground and airborne. And then the 84 is following along as well. They're getting very aggressive at the curbs here.
Sadly, Jet Murray's not making any ground on these two at any great rate of knots either. Otherwise, if they were holding each other up, he'd be right there and right mixed in the battle. But they're basically doing equal lap times. They're in the mid 1 minute 43s, and there's only about a tenth difference between the two cars on screen and Murray behind. So Murray was only quicker by that, about a tenth of a second. So he's really not making the inroads that he needs to make to challenge for that third place on the rostrum.
Power down the pit straight now for these two, and just up ahead, and it's far enough ahead for Toby Waghorn at the moment. Hugo Simpson, and further up the road now, Jalen Robotham, but it's hard not to take your eyes off this battle in the Lanatech Victorian State Series for the XLs, the Circuit XLs Racing Australia.
That's the closest that Waghorn's been to that wall as well now. He's getting closer and closer every time we go through there. He's really starting to feel the heat, I think, from Kadich behind. Last time around, lap times for them both. They were 1 minute 43.4, 1 minute 43.5. Murray 1 minute 43.3. So another 0.2 of a second, but he's going to run out of time in laps. And he's about 2 seconds behind this two pair at the moment. Simpson's got a good handy margin, but he's not cutting into Rowbotham's advantage either.
What of note there, Steve, you just read out those 143s for those three. The thing that really stands out for me is Rowbotham and Simpson are operating in the 142s.
Yes,
so they're actually
well
driving away, because these guys are they're competing for the bit of track they're on now. They've not got their eyes up the road for another place yet. And the more time goes on, so they're 4 seconds off the lead, 2 seconds off Simpson. That's a huge margin in this this sort of racing. It takes a lot to make up 2 and/or 4 seconds to try and gather another position here. But the 84 of Waghorn at the moment is probably got, 2 car lengths, and that's the biggest this lead has been for 5 laps.
Some lap traffic's about to come into play too for these two drivers on screen. The leaders have just gone past both Simpson and Rowbotham. There is the lap car there. It's car number 100, which is Abby Wingett. So she should know the drill here. Move as far right as you can. Leave the opportunity down the inside at turn number 1 if the opportunity's there. Oh, had to back out of it late. Good bit of driving, late decision, but the right decision. Got a little bit of the curb there at turn 2 and was headed straight for the wall. And that was the opportunity I think that Kadich needed. He needed to seize on that opportunity, but he couldn't quite get it done because he wasn't close enough. But that's the first real mistake from Waghorn.
It's not often in the middle of a race I burst into laughter, Steve, but that's kind of entertaining and funny.
I was worried
watching the way they wobble through the corner like that. It's quite ungainly for a race car, and that front bumper's just absolutely exaggerating it there. It's almost like, whoa, and up on 3 wheels he goes, up off the back of that ripple strip. Amazing skill being shown there by both these two to be able to go round that part of the track, which is a tricky change of direction anyway, but to have one wheel hanging in the air, that is just insane. Fantastic racing from these two protagonists, Waghorn and Kadich, and still Murray is not being able to get on the back of it at the moment. So
he's nowhere close at the moment. He's not even in shot.
It's quite a long way back. Well, and they're not gaining on Hugo Simpson either.
No, they're definitely not. So first and second are pretty much settled at this point. It's really the interest on the third spot on the rostrum. So these two are battling over third. At the moment, round honours overall will head towards Jalen Rowbotham. Hugo Simpson will be second, but it'll be out of these two, not only for the third step on the podium for this race, but I think it'll be probably third overall for the weekend. They've been very closely matched all day today. Wasn't so much the case yesterday as we get the 1 lap to go signal.
Out. There it is. Final lap for round number 2 of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. If you have and want to join us in a commercial partnership for the next few rounds of the 2024 season, reach out to us, please. We'd love to talk to you to sponsor the overall Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We do have 888 Home Loans on as a presenting partner and very, very proud to represent them. And it's been a good partnership over the last couple of seasons, but we are certainly putting it out there, looking for other commercial considerations and partners to join us in this great series, and you can be part of this Lanatec Hyundai XL series, which for the last 6 laps these two have just given us some great entertainment, even made me burst into laughter.
Every defensive move that Waghorn needs to make at the moment, he's making the correct decisions. He's moving over early to cover the line, so there's no opportunity for Kadich. I would have said Kadich probably need to take a high line out of here, try and get a good drive off and make Waghorn defend down into turn 10. This will be probably the last proper opportunity to have a go if he can get it done. They're both super deep under brakes there, and the last one will probably be at turn 11, but we'll cut back to our race leader. He's got one of the 2 wins so far this weekend. He's about to make that 2 out of 3, and it will be a round win overall for Rowbotham, with a second yesterday and both the race wins today. So congratulations, Jalen Rowbotham, in the Lanatec number 29 machine. Crosses the line after a solid 13 laps of racing.
Jalen Rowbotham takes the win over Hugo Simpson. Toby Waghorn gets home in 3rd position. Ashton Kadich, and then it's Murray in the number 158 home in 5th place. that is our podium for the day. Great drive by Jalen Robotham and Hugo Simpson. I'm going to say probably a little bit boring for the two of them, but Toby Wagon and Ashton Kadich have just had the best last 20 minutes of their life, haven't they? That was great fun for them.
Yeah, that was a great exchange. Neither of them wanted to concede the position. Neither of them wanted to give an inch, and they kept it fairly clean throughout all of that as well. James Serra is about to come up to finish in 12th, so that's an interesting bit of driving for him. At turn 1, this was on the last tour, and that is the 25 of Lachlan Harvey. Ooh, that's a flat front right tyre.
Going straight into the old marshalling area there. So the 888 Home Loans replay, we've really enjoyed that here this weekend, and the onboards that the Blendline TV crew have given us this weekend, really each time stepping it up, showing us what can be done, broadcasting at the grassroots level, done a terrific job. For Lanatech, Steve, there it is. The finishers have made it to the line.
They certainly have. So let's have a little bit of a look as the last couple of drivers coming through the field here. There goes Lucy Sidwell. I think this is Lee Sellenmeyer. So Sellenmeyer down in position 16. So they've gone through. So up here at, there's an off-track excursion for Mia Bongiorno. Oh, she came so close to hitting the backside of the protective barrier around the gum tree at turn 8 there, all on her own.
Mia Bongiorno, that was a lucky escape. That could have been quite nasty.
And she's actually pulled up, yeah. So she's pulled that up. So there's obviously been some sort of gremlin for car 51. But here we go. So final results for the final race of the day. Whoops, there's a little bit of a drama there. But we can actually read off the live timing here. So it was Robotham home by 1.8 seconds at the end of the day over Hugo Simpson, with Waghorn and Kadich separated by virtually nothing for the better half of that race in 3rd and 4th. Ashton Kadich will be, I think he'll be classified 4th overall for the weekend. Jet Murray and Tice Hodge, Cisco Morales and Jet Bloomerus, Harry Strick and Jack Johnson getting home in 10th. Michael Brennan in 11th. James Serra, you were talking, Daz, about his progress throughout the field. He set his personal best lap on the final lap of the race, 1:44.45, and he came home in 12th after starting at the back of a 24-car field. So he got half the field throughout that race. So that's a really good run for him.
Clever operator, James Serra.
Very
There's
clever.
absolutely no denying that. He, if he sticks with his Hyundai XL Racing, I plan to see him, or I dare say he would plan to see himself at the pointy end of this field come mid-season. So a really big welcome to James. Welcome back to the track as well. A bit of a legend of Australian motorsport. It's great to have him. Steve, it's been great to have you too, mate. Thank you very much. You've done a lot of heavy lifting here this weekend as far as the broadcast is concerned. It's been great working with you. Great working with the production crew at Blendline TV, to both Dan and Steve and all their crew, and sorry, not Steve, Dan and Shane and all their crew. Great pictures as well.
And let's not forget Emma Dean and all of that as well. She's stepping up. She had quite a heavy lifting through the middle part of the day as well with the Formula Ford and I think the Saloon cars. And she had a big difficult 3-race stint. So she's done very, very well this weekend. We look forward to working with her again at Phillip Island in June. If you've not been keeping up with the date changes there, the date for the 3rd round of this series has been pushed back approximately 6 weeks. So there is now 12 weeks, 3 months worth of a wait until the next round at Phillip Island in June. It's going to be cold.
Yeah, it's going to be cold down there in June, but it'll be well worth it. We know race cars perform well when the temperatures are cold, the air is dense, so it's well worth being down there. That other new change as well, we were still going racing with the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria on the 23rd, 24th of August, 4th, 5th and 6th at Phillip Island, which is a date change, but we'll a couple of weeks after that, a short, sharp turnaround. Let's hope we've got some great fields to fill up all the grids here. The last round will be at Calder in late October. A very big thank you to all of our volunteer officials around the track, and of course all of the very, very hard-working committees, subcommittees and the board that work very hard to keep this series going. There it is. If you want to do something in motorsport as an official, check it out at motorsport.org.au/officials. You want to keep up with everything we're doing, check it all out at www.vsrs.com and check it out on Facebook there as well. There it is, VSRS on Facebook, facebook.com/Vic State Race Series. And if you want to just watch a sneaky bit of motorsport during the week, jump onto Blendline TV and just have that burning away in the background on your computer. Turn the volume down because it can get a bit exciting from time to time. I'm Darren Smith, Steve DeVries right next to me. We will catch you at the next one. Drive safely wherever it is you're going home to, and we'll see you in June, the 29th and 30th of June at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit.